Morality, Culture, and History. Essays on German Philosophy by Raymond Geuss. Preface. It isn't always appropriate to say, perhaps even to oneself, what one thinks, and it certainly isn't appropriate to write down, much less to publish, everything one might in some context say. Anything one does write down will belong to some genre, and different genres impose different requirements. Each of the 7 items in this collection was originally a separate essay and, despite the existence of some common themes and concerns, the volume is best read as a series of free-standing attempts to understand a set of overlapping but distinct philosophical and historical concepts. 3 of these essays have already been published and are reprinted without change. Nietzsche and Genealogy and Nietzsche and Morality appeared originally in European Journal of Philosophy in Volume 2, Number 3, December 1994, and Volume 5, Number 1, April 1997, respectively, and Adorno and Berg appeared as a chapter in The Cambridge Companion to Berg, edited by A. Popel, Cambridge 1996. Kultur, Bildung, Geist first appeared in History and Theory, Volume 35, Number 2, 1996. The preparation of this volume gave me an opportunity to add some material to this essay, mostly in the form of additional footnotes, but I have not changed any of the basic claims or the basic structure. Equality and Equilibrium in the Ethics of Ernst Tugendhat began life as a short contribution I wrote in German for a symposium on Ernst Tugendhat's book Volksson zur Ethik. It was published in Deutsche Zeitschrift für Philosophie in Volume 45, 1997, under the title Gleichheit und Gleichgewicht in der Ethik Ernst Tugendhat. In the course of translating the essay, I found myself expanding what I had written in various ways, adding material, and shifting the focus increasingly from Tugendhat's views to various more general issues in ethics, with the result that the English version printed here is now about twice the length of the original and contains a rather fuller discussion of some topics that were treated only in a very cursory way in the original essay. Art and Theodicy and Form and the New in Adorno's Vers une musique informelle are previously unpublished. I count myself extremely lucky to have been able to move to Cambridge in 1993. This move has had a significant positive effect on my intellectual life, and I'm indebted to a group of friends and colleagues here, most notably John Donne, Geoff Hawthorne, Anna and Istvan Hunt, Susan James, Beverly and David Sedley, Quentin Skinner, and Michael Frede, Oxford, for their contribution to this effect. I'm also very grateful to a number of people who have helped me in a variety of ways to put this volume together, especially to Drs. Hilary Gaskin, Jeremy Minot, and Orona O'Neill. Chapter 1. Nietzsche and Genealogy. In 1971, Michel Foucault published an essay on Nietzsche's conception of genealogy and later began to use the term genealogy to describe some of his own work. Foucault's writings have been remarkably influential, and so it wouldn't be at all odd for someone familiar with recent developments in history and the social sciences to come to think that Nietzsche had invented a new approach to these subjects called genealogy, an approach then further elaborated in the work of late Foucault. It turns out, however, to be very difficult to say exactly what this new genealogical form of inquiry is and how it is distinct from other approaches, if it is. A good way to go about trying to get clarity on the issue is, I think, to look with some care at Nietzsche's original discussion of genealogy. Section 1. Giving a genealogy for Nietzsche is the exact reverse of what we might call tracing a pedigree. The practice of tracing pedigrees is at least as old as the oldest Western literature. Thus, Book 2 of the Iliad gives a pedigree of Agamemnon's scepter. Quote, Powerful Agamemnon stood up holding the scepter Hephaestus had wrought him carefully. Hephaestus gave it to Zeus the king, son of Cronos, and Zeus in turn gave it to the courier Argaphontes, and Lord Hermes gave it to Pelops, driver of horses, and Pelops gave it to Atreus, the shepherd of the people. Atreus, dying, left it to Thyestes of the rich flocks, and Thyestes left it in turn to Agamemnon to carry and to be lord over many islands and all over Argos. Leaning upon the scepter he spoke. End quote. This early example exhibits the main features of what I will call a pedigree. The general context is one of legitimizing, or at any rate of positively valorizing, some usually contemporary person, institution, or thing. That he has inherited such an ancestral scepter gives Agamemnon's words an extra weight and constitutes a kind of warrant to be lord over Argos and many islands. The authority this scepter gives Agamemnon, to speak anachronistically, the Greeks have notoriously had no word for authority, is generally accepted by the other figures who appear in the Iliad. In fact, that is in some sense the whole problem because, as Diomedes acidly remarks at the beginning of Book 9, although Zeus did give Agamemnon the scepter, he did not give you a heart, and of all power this is the greatest. The only two instances we are given of explicit resistance to this authority are Achilles and Thersites. Odysseus makes a characteristically utilitarian use of Agamemnon's scepter to beat Thersites into submission, but Achilles is not amenable either to the pedigree or the physical weight of the scepter. Footnote. The treatment of Thersites in the Iliad is a good instance of what Nietzsche claims was a central characteristic of an aristocratic society. Thersites' criticisms of Agamemnon are virtually the same as those voiced by Achilles, but whereas the Greeks, including Agamemnon, are quickly wooing Achilles with gifts and apologies, Thersites is only beaten and laughed at. This does seem to be a society in which the content of what is said is less important than who it is who says it. End footnote. The pedigree of the scepter traces Agamemnon's possession of it back through a series of unbroken steps of transmission to a singular origin. For a pedigree actually to discharge its function, the origin to which it recurs must be an actual source of positive value, and each step in the succession must be value-preserving. So in the case of this particular pedigree, it is important that one can trace the ownership of the scepter back to Hephaestus and Zeus, the former guaranteeing the quality of the workmanship, the latter the associated claim to a political authority, and it is equally important that each step in the transmission is a voluntary donation. Footnote. In Book 1, Achilles has already given a very different account of the scepter he holds while speaking in the assembly. Unfortunately, it isn't clear whether or not this is the same one Hephaestus gave Zeus, who gave Astaphanes. Quote, "By this scepter, which never again will bear leaf nor branch, now that it is left behind the cut stump in the mountains, nor shall it ever blossom again, since the bronze blade stripped bark and leafage, and now at least the sons of Archaeans carry it in their hand in statue when they administer the justice of Zeus." End quote. To say Hephaestus wrought the scepter for Zeus presumably means that he made and inserted the gold studs or nails with which the wooden body of the scepter was adorned. After all, Hephaestus was essentially a smith, not a carpenter. So Hephaestus making of the scepter for Zeus is perhaps not the natural origin or stopping point it may seem to be. The wood for the body of the scepter must have come from somewhere, so perhaps there is a step in the succession before the fitting of the golden studs. The administration of the justice of Zeus requires someone to go out into the mountains and cut down an appropriate branch and strip off the bark and leafage. Cutting things down with the bronze blade, however, is just what Achilles is good at. End footnote. This kind of pedigree, then, has 5 main characteristics. 1. In the interest of a positive valorization of some item. 2. The pedigree, starting from a singular origin. 3. Which is an actual source of that value. 4. Traces an unbroken line of succession from the origin to that item. 5. By a series of steps that preserve whatever value is in question. One might think that this way of thinking, and especially characteristic 5, overlooks an important feature of pedigrees, namely that in certain cases the longer the pedigree, the further back it can be traced, the better, the greater the resultant valorization. A family that could trace its patent of nobility back to the 15th century might think that this pedigree showed it to be more noble than a family whose patent went back only to the 19th century. 2 distinct thoughts run together in this. First, that what is older is better, i.e. a more genuine or more intense source of value, so that getting into contact with it is inherently desirable, and it is just an accident that getting in touch with this source of value requires a large number of steps of succession. The second thought is that the increasing number of steps, the passage of time itself, enhances the prestige or value of the item in question. It isn't that the older is necessarily a better source of value than what is more recent, but the value increases through succession. This suggests that one should perhaps revise 5 to read 5-star by a series of steps that preserve or enhance whatever value is in question. Genealogy, as practiced by Nietzsche, differs from the tracing of a pedigree in all 5 respects. Genealogy is certainly not undertaken with the intention of legitimizing any present person, practice, or institution, and won't in general have the effect of enhancing the standing of any contemporary item. As far as points 2 and 3 are concerned, genealogy doesn't characteristically discover a single origin for the object of its investigation. To take the example Nietzsche himself analyzes in greatest detail, Christian morality does not go back to a single instituting activity by a particular person or a small group in ancient Palestine. The whole point of genealogy of morality is that Christian morality results from a conjunction of a number of diverse lines of development. The ressentiment of slaves directed against their masters, a psychological connection between having debts and suffering pain that gets established in archaic commercial transactions, a need people come to have to turn their aggression against themselves, which results from urbanization, a certain desire on the part of the priestly caste to exercise dominion over others, etc. The genealogy reveals Christian morality to arise from the historically contingent conjunction of a large number of separate series of processes that ramify the further one goes back and present no obvious or single natural stopping place that could be designated the origin. Footnote. In tracing a pedigree, one is positioned, as it were, at a singular point of origin and invented to look down the chain of succession, whereas in genealogy one stands with ego and looks back up the lines of transmission at the seemingly unlimited and ramifying series of ancestors. End footnote. Furthermore, the further back the genealogy reaches, the less likely it is to locate anything that has unequivocal inherent positive value which it could transmit down the genealogical line to the present. Footnote. At Daybreak, Section 44, Nietzsche asserts that the closer we get to the origin of things, the less possible it is for us to evaluate what we find. Our forms of evaluation simply become increasingly irrelevant. The realm of origins is the realm of radical insignificance, not of heightened meaningfulness. Oddly enough, Habermas cites and discusses this very passage, but seems not to have recognized its implications. End footnote. When Nietzsche writes that our world of moral concepts has an origin, which, like the origin of everything great on earth, was for a long time thoroughly doused in blood, he is opposing the sentimental assumption that things that we now value, for whatever reason, must have had an origin of which we would also approve. Nietzsche thinks that this unquestioned assumption has tacitly guided much historiography and constitutes both an obstacle to understanding and a symptom of debility. Nietzsche, of course, is not committed to the world of moral concepts that comprises duty, guilt, conscience, and such things anyway, and that this world has its origin in blood and cruelty is no argument against it for him, although it might be an argument against it for those who hold the sentimental view mentioned above. Equally, the violent and bloody origins of Christian morality is for Nietzsche no argument in favor of it. Footnote. One might wonder whether Daybreak, Section 44, our forms of valuation can get less and less purchase the further back toward the origins we move, is compatible with Genealogy of Morality, Section 2.6, the beginnings of everything great are doused in blood. This difficulty disappears if one keeps in mind that for Nietzsche there are no absolute origins or beginnings. An origin is a relative stopping point picked out for one or another reason, but behind which there will stand a history, which one could investigate if one had some reason to do so. It is perfectly coherent to think that the period of the recent past, from 3000 to, say, 500 years ago, was an especially nasty patch, and one of particular importance for understanding how various contemporary phenomena have come to be the way they are, but also that the further back one goes, the more difficult it becomes to apply our forms of valuation. End footnote. Value-preserving or value-enhancing transmission is perhaps a slightly more complex phenomenon than the origination of value because very different kinds of transfer might be recognized. Agamemnon's scepter could be legitimately passed on by donation inter vivos or testament. However value-preserving transmission is understood in a given pedigree, Nietzsche seems to go out of his way to emphasize that the history delineated in a genealogy won't generally exhibit unbroken lines of value-preserving succession, but will rather be characterized by an overwhelmingly contingency and dominated by violent forms of human action based on pervasive delusions. Thus the origin of bad conscience was not a gradual, not a voluntary transformation, nor was it an organic growing over into new conditions, but rather was a break, a leap, a coercion. It seems reasonable, then, to assume that a genealogy won't exhibit characteristics 4 and 5 of a pedigree. Section 2. I lay such great stress on the difference between tracing a pedigree and giving a genealogy because the difference seems to me often overlooked, with the result that Nietzsche comes to be seen as a conscious archizer like Ludwig Klages or Heidegger. Thus Habermas misses the distinction and ends up attributing to Nietzsche just about the exact reverse of the position he actually holds. Quote, Nietzsche has recourse to the myth of origins. The older is that which is earlier in the chain of generations, that which is nearer to the origin. The more aboriginal has standing as that which ought to be more revered, that which is nobler, less corrupt, purer, in short, better. Descent and origin serve as the criterion of rank in both social and a logical sense. End quote. Habermas is right to emphasize the importance of rank and rank ordering in Nietzsche. Nietzsche is a conscious radical anti-egalitarian, not just in politics, but also in ethics. He explicitly rejects the view that there should be one morality for everyone. In fact, he even holds that it is immoral to apply the principle, what is fair for one person is fair for another. Morality is to be subordinated to the principle of rank ordering. Habermas is wrong, however, to connect this line of argument with the purported greater nobility of that which is old and more aboriginal. Habermas also attributes to Nietzsche a pragmatist theory of cognition and a view of truth which reduces it to preference. I'm skeptical of this attribution. There is at any rate a clear and strong strand in Nietzsche's published works that explicitly contrasts what is true and what anyone might prefer, desire, or find useful. I would like now to consider some passages that exhibit this strand. At The Gay Science, section 344, Nietzsche is discussing the belief he thinks constitutive of science, namely that truth is more important than anything else. This belief could not have arisen from calculations of usefulness, because truth and untruth both continuously show themselves to be useful. Footnote. The passage actually reads, quote, Once might science then have taken its unconditional belief, its conviction on which it rests, the truth is more important than any other thing, even than any other conviction. Precisely this conviction, i.e. that truth is more important than anything else, could not have arisen if truth and untruth both had shown themselves continuously as useful as in the case. End quote, end footnote. If that is the case, usefulness can't be the criterion by which truth is distinguished from untruth, and it then becomes difficult to see how this passage would be compatible with a pragmatist theory of truth or cognition. At Beyond Good and Evil, section 39, Nietzsche claims that something might be true even though it is in the highest degree harmful and dangerous. It might be a basic property of existence that full cognition of it would be fatal. I assume that the truth at issue here is the metaphysical truth that human existence is at best insignificant tissue of senseless suffering. We might not be inclined to think of this as an archetypical truth, but Nietzsche was. Footnote. Nietzsche was clearly fascinated by this romantic view, and that this truth of human life is literally unbearable for most humans, one already finds in The Birth of Tragedy, section 3. One of the traditional functions of art for Nietzsche is to produce worlds of appearances, which will hide the horrid truth from us and allow us to survive. The ascetic priest, in the third essay of Genealogy of Morality, is not only a physician and a shepherd, but also an artist in feelings of guilt. By creating an illusory sense for human suffering, you are suffering because you are guilty, the priest seduces humans into continuing to live. End footnote. Here, too, it is hard to see how one could reduce this truth to any kind of preference. At Beyond Good and Evil, section 120, Nietzsche speaks of the philosophers of the future, with, it seems to me, evident approval, and reports that they will smile if anyone says to them, "That thought exalts me, how could it not be true?" They won't be inclined to believe that truth will be pleasing to them. At Genealogy of Morality 1.1, Nietzsche wishes that the English psychologists, who are his main opponents, might be generous-spirited, courageous, and proud animals who have trained themselves to sacrifice all that they wish were the case to be the truth. No one of these examples is perhaps decisive, but the cumulative effect, I think, is to make one suspicious of attributing to Nietzsche any very straightforwardly kind of pragmatist theory of truth, or any view that directly reduces truth to mere preference. This suspicion should be reinforced by a careful reading of Genealogy of Morality 3.24-25, where Nietzsche presents it as one of his main philosophical achievements to have called into question the value of truth and the will to truth. For a pragmatist, there isn't really much point in calling into question the value of truth. The value of truth is obvious. After all, for the pragmatist, we just mean by truth what works, and how could that not have value for us? Footnote. There is another version of pragmatism to be found, for example, in the works of Richard Rorty, which seems not to define, but dispense with a philosophical definition of truth. I adopt the view in the main text because I believe it closer to what those which attribute Nietzsche a pragmatist conception of truth, e.g. Habermas, would mean by pragmatism. End footnote. Similarly, if truth is just a matter of preference, the will to truth is unproblematic and doesn't need, one would think, any special justification. If the truth can turn out to be something contrary to what I prefer to believe, then I might ask why I should nevertheless pursue it, have a will to it, but surely I don't need some special justification to have a will to what I prefer. The kind of detailed and often subtle accounts Nietzsche gives of the various different ways truth and untruth have, or lack, values of different kinds, are pleasing to us or not, conform to what we wish or prefer to be the case or not, make sense if only one assumes that Nietzsche takes truth, preference, and value to be prima facie distinct things, and does not have a philosophically reductive account which would settle the matter from the start on general grounds and make detailed investigation a choice. From the fact that Nietzsche does not seek to reduce, in the sense in which philosophers use the term, truth to preference, utility, taste, etc., it does not, of course, follow that there is not of great importance to investigate the multiple ways in which claims to truth are connected with various value judgments. Nietzsche does wish to criticize the correspondence theory of truth and the unquestioned belief in the absolute value of truth, but he does not try to substitute his own theory of truth for correspondence theory. If one takes a basically Platonist view, to the effect that one must begin by asking and answering the question, what is truth? It will seem that there is a huge gap or blank at what ought to be the center of Nietzsche's philosophy, and one will be strongly tempted to fill in the blank. If Nietzsche clearly attacks the correspondence view, shows no interest in coherence, and seems to present no clear alternative of his own invention, then he must tacitly hold some kind of reductivist or pragmatist view. The most fruitful way of taking Nietzsche seems to me to see him not as trying to propound his own variant theory of truth, but as formulating a new question. How and why does the will to truth come about? And claiming that this question is more interesting than, and doesn't presuppose an antecedent answer to Plato's question, what is truth? Finally, it is in some sense correct, as Habermas claims, that Nietzsche wishes to enthrone taste as the only organ of a cognition beyond true and false, good and evil. However, if, as I have suggested above, the elevation of the faculty of taste is not associated with a reduction of truth claims to mere claims of subjective preference, there is no reason to believe that this increased standing for taste need imply, as Habermas thinks it does, that contradiction and critique lose their sense. Taste may, in fact, be held to be more important than truth, and yet it not be the case that I can reject certain statements as untrue because they don't appeal to me. Section 3. Having cleared away some of the debris blocking access to Nietzsche's text, we can turn our attention to what he says about genealogy. Much of Nietzsche's later work is devoted to trying to give a genealogy of Christianity and its associated ascetic morality, and so this genealogy of Christianity seems a reasonable place to start. Like many other religions, Christianity has a bipartite structure, a set of antecedently existing practices, modes of behaviors, perception, and feeling, which at a certain time are given an interpretation which imposes on them a meaning they did not have. Footnote. Nietzsche seems to use meaning and sense more or less interchangeably, at least in the context that are relevant for the discussion of genealogy, and so I won't try to distinguish them. End footnote. Thus, in the specific case of Christianity, Nietzsche distinguishes a way of life or practice which is specifically associated with Jesus because he is thought to have instantiated it in a particularly high degree and in a particularly striking way, but which it is in principle livable almost anywhere at any time. A form of life, i.e., of instinctive practice, not a form of belief, which consists in the unconditional forgiveness of enemies, failure to resist evil, abstention from the use of force or the moral condemnation of others, etc. From b. a particular interpretation put on that way of life, as instantiated by Jesus, i.e., a set of propositions that eventually become the content of Christian belief/faith. The interpretation is more or less invented by Paul and contains various dogmatic propositions about the existence of God, the immortality of the soul, human sinfulness, and the need for redemption, etc. Paul did succeed in getting his reading of the meaning of Jesus' life accepted, but his dogmas did not fit very comfortably with the original form of practice Jesus instantiated. To be more exact, Paul's interpretation represents so drastic and crude a misinterpretation of Jesus' way of life that even at a distance of 2,000 years, we can see that whatever Pauline readings get the upper hand, and it has in general had the upper hand for most of the period in question, it transforms Christianity, as we can now call the amalgam of Jesus' form of life and Paul's interpretation of it, into what is the exact reverse of anything Jesus himself would have practiced, and essentially apolitical, pacifist, non-moralizing form of existence, is transformed into a church, a hierarchically organized public institution, just the thing Jesus preached against. Paul's interpretation of Jesus' life, which forms the core of what will eventually become Christian theology, is wrong in two ways. First of all, it is a misunderstanding of Jesus' way of life. For Paul, Jesus' life and death essentially has to do with sin, guilt, and redemption. But the message of Jesus' life really is that there is no sin, that the very conception of guilt is abolished. Second, Paul's propositional beliefs, taken by themselves and not as a purported interpretation of the meaning of Jesus' practice, are false. For Nietzsche, the whole notion of sin in its origin is a priestly misinterpretation of certain physiological states of debility and suffering, and the concept guilt in the full-blown Christian sense depends on the false assumption that humans have freedom of the will and can thus decide to exercise or refrain from exercising the various powers they have. Paul's hijacking of the form of life embodied by Jesus is one episode in what Nietzsche calls the genuine history of Christianity, but it shows with particular clarity the bipartite structure of form of life on the one hand and interpretation on the other, which was mentioned earlier. It is important to see that Paul's successful attempt to take over the Christian form of life by reinterpreting it is only the first of a series of such episodes. Each such event can be described as at the same time a new interpretation of Christianity as it exists at the given time, and as an attempt to take over or to get mastery of that existing form of Christianity. Footnote. Obviously, I see no reductionist implications in the claim that a certain event, such as, for example, the Protestant Reformation, can be seen at the same time an attempt to get a mastery of Christian life and an attempt to reinterpret it. End footnote. Each historically successive interpretation, coup de main, gives the existing Christian way of life a new meaning. Although Nietzsche at one point says that Paul's annuls original Christianity, this doesn't mean that Paul wishes to abolish wholesale the practices that constitute the primordial form of Christianity. Rather, he wants to impress on them the stamp of a certain meaning, give them a certain direction. Nietzsche thinks that such attempts to take over/reinterpret an existing set of practices or way of life will not in general be so fully successful that nothing of the original form of life remains, hence the continuing tension in post-Pauline Christianity between forms of acting, feeling, judging, which somehow eventually derive from Aboriginal Christianity and Paul's theological dogmas. Equally, once Paul's readings of Christian practice has given these practices a certain meaning, the historically reinterpretation will in turn find the Pauline meanings already embedded in the form of life it confronts and will be unlikely in giving a new interpretation of that form of life to be able to abolish Pauline conceptions and interpretations altogether. Historically, then, successive layers of such meanings will be, as it were, deposited. There will be some gradual change in the actual practices and form of life. Pauline Christianity will begin to develop a church organization which primordial Christianity doesn't have, and a rather more mercurial shift in the dominant interpretation given to the practice. But even the dominant interpretation won't have been utterly able to eradicate meanings that have previously accumulated, i.e., that have been imposed on Christianity by a series of past agencies. I write agencies advisedly because although I have, up to now, focused on an episode in which a particular individual, Paul, reinterpreted/attempted to get mastery of an existing forms of life, it need not be a particular human individual, i.e., a biologically singular animal, who is the agent. According to Nietzsche, one can perfectly well speak of the Church trying to get control of and impose an interpretation on certain ways of living, feeling, and acting, such that, for instance, the various mendicant movements that arose at the end of the medieval period. In fact, in this context, Nietzsche doesn't speak of agencies as I have, but of wills. Nietzsche uses the term will in a very flexible and expansive way to refer both to smaller and larger entities than the will of a biologically individual human being. One can, according to Nietzsche, look at what we would normally call my will as a kind of resultant of the struggle within me of various drives, impulses, and desires, and each of these can itself, in some sense, be called a will. Similarly, one can attribute a will to various entities that are larger than me. The University of Cambridge can have a will, so can the UK, the European Union, etc. The history of Christianity, then, is a history of successive attempts on the part of a variety of different wills to take control of and reinterpret the complex of habits, feelings, and ways of perceiving and acting, thereby imposing on this complex a meaning. Although the meaning imposed at any time by a successful will may in some sense be superseded by a later meaning imposed by a later will, the original meaning will in general not go out of existence altogether, but will remain embedded in at least a modified form in the complex we call Christianity. Part of the reason for this is that once a certain will has been able to impose its meaning on Christianity, it acquires a certain power of resistance to any further attempts on the part of other wills to impose their meaning on the Christian complex. Once Pauline theology has penetrated Christian practice, modified it, given it a certain direction, and a particular kind of coherence, etc., any non-Pauline will, which tries to impose a new interpretation on Christianity, as thus constituted, won't encounter, as it were, just a tabula rasa, but a set of actively structured forces, practices, etc., which will be capable of active resistance to attempts to turn them into other directions, impose new functions on them, etc. So each episode of reinterpretation will be a struggle between a will impinging from without, bent on mastery/imposition of a new meaning, and a complex way of life which will resist at least by inertia and evasion, and probably by more active measures. Christianity at a given point in time will be a synthesis of the various different meanings imposed on it in the past and which have succeeded in remaining embedded in Christian feeling, forms of action and belief, etc. There will be nothing necessary or even particularly coherent about such a synthesis. What meanings it will contain and how they will be related to each other will be just the result of history, and this history will be contingent in a number of ways. It will be contingent which wills encounter and try to interpret/master Christianity at what times and under what circumstances, and it will be contingent by how much force, energy, and success they will have in imposing their meanings. Footnote. Nietzsche's view is incompatible with any dialectical conception of history, at least one in the tradition of Hegel. A process can be described as dialectical if it unfolds endogenously according to an inherent logic. For Nietzsche, the wills that come to struggle over a form of life characteristically come from outside that form, and their encounter is contingent in that no outcome of it is more inherently logical than any other. On Nietzsche as anti-dialectician, cf. G. Deleuze. End footnote. The history of Christianity will crystallize itself into a kind of unity which is difficult to dissolve, difficult to analyze, and, it must be emphasized, utterly undefinable. One can't give a definition of Christianity if one means by that an account of a purported essential meaning or purpose or function which is invariably characteristic of Christianity. Only that which has no history is definable, because anything that has a will partake, like Christianity, in continuing struggle between wills attempting to impose their meaning or purpose on the item in question, a struggle with constant shifting outcomes. Instead of a definition, one must try to give an analysis of the contingent synthesis of meaning Christianity, for instance, represents. This process of disentangling the separate strands will take the form of a historical account. The reason for this seems to be that at an earlier stage that synthesis of meanings presents itself in such a way as to be more easily dissolved, that is, at an earlier stage the individual elements are more distinct. The appropriate historical account is a genealogy. Starting from the present state of, say, Christianity, or of whatever else is the object of a genealogical analysis, the genealogy works its way backward in time, recounting the episodes of struggle between different wills, each trying to impose its interpretation or meaning on the Christianity that existed at its time, and thereby disentangling the separate strands of meaning that have come together in a contingent unity in the present. Each episode is, as it were, the branching node of a genealogical tree. See figure on page 15. So there's a figure here, but I'll try to read it out because I think it can make sense. The primitive conceptions of justice as resortation of equality come together with psychological willingness of creditor to accept infliction of pain on debtor as equivalent to loss incurred by default on debt. So those two come together and they form psychological connection between having debts and being about to suffer pain. And this comes together with the idea that one owes the ancestors a debt of obedience to the customs they are thought to have established. And together they form expectation that one will suffer if one violates customs. And this comes together with physiological need to turn aggression that is prevented by urbanization from discharging itself outward against the self, and together they form pre-moral bad conscience. And this comes into connection with another strand of Paul's priestly will. So this starts at the resentment of slaves, the grammatical distinction between subject and predicate, and the noble distinction good/bad, and all three of those form basic moral distinction good/evil, and that comes together with the split of the ruling caste into warriors and priests, and everything so far comes together into Paul's priestly will, invention of concept sin as moralizing misinterpretation of physiological debility, associated mobilization of a moralized bad conscience to increase self-inflicted suffering. And this comes together with Jesus's radically non-moralizing form of life, and that all forms Christianity. So that's the whole figure, and it's a sort of branching tree structure, as hopefully that's clear. This diagram is intentionally just a sketch of Nietzsche's account, leaving out many details in order to exhibit more clearly the overall structure. At various points, the branches simply end, e.g., with the grammatical distinction between subject and predicate on the top right toward the top, but the endpoints are not absolute origins. The genealogy peters out there either because there is no more information available or because further elaboration of the genealogy at that point would lead too far afield. But in principle, if information were available and there were any reason to continue, one could carry on with the genealogy back behind any of the points at which Nietzsche in fact stops. This is true in particular for the endpoint I have designated Jesus's radically non-moralizing form of life. I said at the beginning of the discussion, page 9 above, that religions for Nietzsche generally had a bipartite form, a particular way of behaving or living on the one hand and a particular interpretation of that way of living on the other. In this case, there is Jesus' way of life and Paul's interpretation of it, and only both together constitute what we call Christianity. One might think that Having thus recognized the difference between Jesus and Paul, we could now strip away the Pauline interpretation, and we could get back to something that was not thus bipartite, not an interpretation of something, but the way of life itself, a final stopping point in absolute origin. That one can get back to the thing itself, unvarnished and uninterpreted, is an illusion. Unless one believes in miracles, Jesus' practice itself has historical antecedents which could be genealogically analyzed. Footnote. Although I must admit that there is one passage that might conceivably be read as incompatible with the view I present here. Nietzsche says that Jesus' good news is not something he had to acquire by struggle. It is there, it is from the beginning. End footnote. In addition, Jesus' way of life, although it is not constituted by explicit belief in a set of propositions of the kind Paul asserts, can be itself seen as a kind of interpretation. For Nietzsche, I am interpreting a situation by reacting to it in a certain way. If I recoil from it, I am interpreting it as repulsive. If I draw near to it, I am taking it to be attractive. If I pass by without reacting at all, I am treating the situation as irrelevant or insignificant. This presumably is one of the things Nietzsche means when he claims that life itself is a process of evaluating and giving preference. So Jesus' form of life itself, although not characterized by explicit theological beliefs of the Pauline kind, will have the same two-part structure. It will ultimately show itself as arising from an episode in which a certain will, with a certain interpretation of things, tries to take over a pre-existing form of living and acting, although the interpretation now won't, as in the later Pauline case, be essentially a question of affirming and believing propositions, but of acting, feeling, and perceiving in a certain way. I can't tell you what Nietzsche thinks this antecedently existing mode of living, which Jesus took over and reinterpreted, was, because he doesn't say, but in Genealogy of Morality, Nietzsche claims that Jesus' good news of universal love was not the reverse of Jewish hatred, but grew out of it as a crowning moment. It would be a mistake, I think, to interpret this as meaning that Jesus' love was not really love, but rather really hate. It would also be a mistake to identify this transformation of hate into universal love in the person of Jesus with what Nietzsche calls the slave revolt in morality, the transformation of evaluation based on the contrast good-bad into evaluation based on a contrast between good and evil. Paul is the central figure in the slave revolt, which lies in the main line of development of modern Western morality. Jesus, on the other hand, was for Nietzsche only very marginally associated with the genesis of our morality. Both arise out of the deepest and most sublime hatred that ever was on earth, but each transforms this hatred into a completely different direction. Paul into the form of a guilt-ridden, moralizing asceticism, and Jesus by becoming virtually a free spirit, avant la lettre, a man incapable of negotiating or refuting, with no conception of sin, guilt, or punishment. When Nietzsche sums up his campaign against traditional morality, the formula he uses is not Dionysus against Jesus, but Dionysus against the crucified. The crucified being, of course, the name of Paul's God. Section 4. Alexander Nehamas is doubtless right to claim that for Nietzsche, genealogy is not some particular kind of method or special approach, rather it simply is history, correctly practiced. So, why do genealogy means why do history? Nietzsche has a long early essay on the topic of the value of history, which comes to the conclusion that history, like all forms of knowledge, must be put at the service of life. If thus subjected to the demands of life, history has genuine, if strictly limited, value. If, on the other hand, history escapes from the supervision and surveillance of life and establishes itself as a kind of scientific discipline pursued for its own sake, it becomes a dangerous cancer which, if unchecked, can sap the vitality of the culture in which it arises. In The Genealogy of Morality, Nietzsche says he is trying to answer two questions. 1. What is the value of our morality? 2. What is the significance of ascetic ideals? The two questions are connected for Nietzsche because our morality is an ascetic one. The answer to the first question is that at the moment our morality has overwhelmingly negative value as a major hindrance to the enhancement of life. The rest of the full answer to this question, though, is that in the past, and perhaps in some special circumstances in the present too, traditional morality with its asceticism had the positive value of seducing inherently weak and despairing creatures who would otherwise have been tempted to do away with themselves into continuing to live, by giving their suffering, which actually resulted from their own weakness, an imaginary meaning. Any meaning, though, even a fantastic metaphysical meaning beyond the lies and gross misapprehensions, is better than none at all. Thus, ascetic morality in the past has been a useful morality for the weak, one that has allowed the maximal life enhancement possible for them, given their naturally limited possibilities. It is a trick life itself used to outwit the weak and preserve itself under difficult circumstances when drastic measures were the only ones that would work. Footnote. The attribution of what seems to be some kind of metaphysical agency to life in passages like Genealogy of Morality, section 3.13, and The Twilight of the Idols, Morality as Counter-Nature, section 5, seems to me one of the Nietzsche's least inspired and most unfortunate ideas. End footnote. To understand the second question, what is the significance of ascetic ideals, and Nietzsche's answer to it, one must recall his doctrine of significance. Things don't have significance or meaning, they are given it. So the question, what is the significance of ascetic ideals, is incomplete. The full version would have read, what is the significance of the ascetic ideals for, where the blank is filled in by some specification of a particular group of people, or what I earlier called agency. In the third part of the Genealogy of Morality, Nietzsche explicitly discusses this question, filling in the blank with two different ways. First, what is the significance of ascetic ideals for artists, philosophers, and others engaged in various creative endeavors? The answer is that a certain asceticism is part of the natural conditions under which certain forms of creativity flourish. If one wants to paint well, one can't quite be drunk all the time, so some minimal forms of self-restraint can be expected to be willed by painters as preconditions of their creativity. That then will be the significance of such ideals for them. The second form of the question is, what is the significance of ascetic ideals for religiously serious Christians? The answer to this is that for Christians, ascetic ideals have value in themselves. They aren't just seen as valuable because they are the natural conditions under which something else, for instance creativity, will flourish. To be more exact, the Christian wills ascetic ideals in order to undermine life, vitality, and the will itself. The Christian ascetic is a self-contradiction. There is, of course, a third way to ask the question, namely, what is the significance of ascetic ideals for Nietzsche? That is, given Nietzsche's account of the meaning of significance, how does he propose to get mastery of these ascetic ideals and impose upon them his own new function and meaning? In one of his unpublished notes, Nietzsche writes that he wishes to renaturalize asceticism with the goal of strengthening, not negating the will. Strengthening the will and enhancing life seem to be more or less the same thing here, so it seems that Nietzsche's intention is to take over the traditional way of life associated with the ascetic ideal and renaturalize its asceticism in the interest of the enhancement and affirmation of life. In this context, it is perhaps relevant to recall that for Nietzsche, science and the will to truth itself are instances of the ascetic ideal. Up to now, Nietzsche thinks the acquisition of scientific truth has been seen as intrinsically and absolutely valuable, but this demand that we know as much as the truth as possible derives from a prior demand that we always tell the truth, never deceive others or ourselves, and this is a moral demand. It is presumably an instance of the ascetic ideal because it requires that we tell the truth even when that is the contrary to what we would want and what would be good for us. So Nietzsche's program of renaturalizing asceticism for the sake of enhancing life would mean, for instance, in the case of science and the pursuit of truth taking over various habits, modes of thinking and acting, institutions, etc., associated with science and truth-telling, detaching them from the idea that they represent any value in themselves or of any absolute standing, and transforming them in such a way that they are turned into natural conditions of the enhancement of life, and are seen to be as such. The way asceticism was made to contribute concretely to the enhancement of life would then be its significance. Still isn't clear what role genealogy or history can play in this process. The purpose and effect of genealogy can't be to criticize values or valuations directly. Nietzsche asserts very clearly that nothing about the history of the emergence or development of a set of valuations could have direct bearing on its value. Neither can history support or legitimize such value claims, as tracing a pedigree presupposes, nor can any historical account of any way undermine a form of valuation. A form of valuation has the value it has, that is, for Nietzsche, it makes the contribution that it can make to enhancing or negating life, and its origin or history is a separate issue. To be sure, a genealogy can undermine various beliefs about the origins of different forms of valuation. If I have a certain form of valuation, I may need to believe certain things. If I am a Christian, I may need to believe certain things about the origin of Christian forms of valuation. So if those beliefs are undermined, I may feel my values undermined too, but this is, as it were, my problem, not the intention of the genealogy. For Nietzsche as a genealogist, the value, a prescription thou shalt, is completely independent of the opinions people might have about it and from the weeds of error with which it was perhaps overgrown, just as the value of a medicine is independent of what the sick person thinks about it. It is a particular and idiosyncratic problem of Christianity that it cultivates truthfulness and introspection and is a form of valuation which requires its devotees to make claims and have beliefs that won't stand up to truthful introspective scrutiny, such as that moral action arises from altruistic sources. This means that Christianity dissolves itself, and Nietzsche's genealogy will contribute to that process. That genealogy is experienced by the Christian as a form of criticism need not imply that it is how it looks from the perspective of genealogists themselves. For the Christian, it may seem a terrible indictment of Christianity that it requires its devotees to lie to themselves and others. For Nietzsche, it is a fact that Christianity is a tissue of lies, but this fact is of no particular evaluative significance. He has no objection to lying per se, but only to those forms of lying that in fact sap human vitality, turn the will against itself, denigrate life, or stunt the growth of the plant man. A genealogy of Christianity/modern morality/ascetic ideals won't in itself legitimize or justifies Nietzsche's new positive valuation of life/will, and isn't it in itself a criticism of alternative valuations. What a new form of valuation does, it will be recalled, is take over and reinterpret existing forms of living and acting. Science, in Nietzsche's wide sense of that term, which includes philology and history, is one part of our existing form of life. It has a value which is independent of its origin in the Christian ascetic ideal, because value is independent of origin. The same is true specifically of the gray science of history/genealogy, a science which makes extensive use of our sense for facts, the last and most valuable of our senses, to discover what is documented, what really can be ascertained, what really was there. Nietzsche's genealogy, then, can start from his own historical and philological training, and has at its disposal a rich pre-existing set of sensibilities, ways of proceeding, canons of evidence, notions of what is more plausible and what is less plausible. Nietzsche clearly thinks that he can give a historically more accurate and plausible account of the emergence and development of our Christian morality from the perspective of his own new positive valuation of life than Christians themselves can from the standpoint of their own ascetic ideals. Christian truthfulness and the apparatus of scientific history it gives rise to will do in the Christian account of the development of our morality, leaving the field for Nietzsche's account. If Nietzsche's account is in this sense better, he will, he thinks, have succeeded in taking over or gaining mastery of a significant part of our existing form of life. Nietzsche's genealogy of our ascetic morality doesn't yield a direct justification of his positive valuation of the life and will, but the fact that he can, from his perspective, give a genealogy that is more acceptable to the gray science, on that science's own terms, than traditional accounts are, might be thought to provide a kind of indirect justification of Nietzsche's valuation. Whether or not this is the best way to think about this issue depends very much on what exactly one means by justification. Nietzsche's ability to give a genealogy of Christian morality, which is historically superior to any other available, certainly doesn't show that his positive valuation of life is true. Value judgments about life, pro or contra, can, in the final analysis, never be true. They have value only as symptoms. There are, Nietzsche thinks, no non-circular, non-contextual standards with reference to which a value judgment about life itself could vindicate itself. In the final analysis, there is just self-affirmation of life, or the reverse. Nietzsche also clearly does not believe that in any way follows from this that our whole fabric of factual discourse is simply abolished, annulled, or reduced to some arbitrary play of volitions. History is the service of life, can and must be better history than history purportedly pursued for its own sake, for the sake of the truth, or as an end in itself. For Nietzsche, the success of his genealogy, the fact that it is a better history than alternatives, is a sign or symptom of the greater vitality of the perspective from which the genealogy was carried out. This is of great importance to Nietzsche because he judges things by the vitality they exhibit, and that the perspective which gives the highest value to life enhancement shows itself to possess the highest vitality is for Nietzsche no tautology or triviality. It might, in principle, have been that a perspective devoted to the pursuit of pure science for its own sake had the highest vitality, i.e. produced the greatest number of particular interesting hypotheses that turned out to be plausible and well supported by the evidence, gave fruitful guidance for the organization of social life, contributed to the flourishing of the arts, etc. For those of us not able to adopt Nietzsche's perspective and form of valuation, it would perhaps be sufficient that his genealogy gives a more plausible and well-supported account of our puzzling history than of other available alternatives, if that turned out to be the case. Footnote. I have profited from helpful comments on a draft of this essay by Michael Hardmanton, MIT, Michael Rosen, Lincoln College, Oxford, and Quentin Skinner, Christ's College, Cambridge. End footnote. Chapter 2. Kultur, Bildung, Geist. The attempt to say anything both in general and useful about the concept of culture might seem doomed from the very start. In their well-known discussion, Kroeber and Kluckhohn distinguish literally dozens of different senses in which the word culture is used. One might think that if the anti-essentialist line deriving from Nietzsche and the late Wittgenstein, which is now dominant in the humanities, has any plausibility at all, then surely here. If there is no single feature all games have in common, by reference to which they are all called games, then a fortiori it seems unlikely that anything much of interest can be said about the nature of culture in general. If it is further the case that different languages cut up the world differently, it might be thought merely to compound the difficulties of an already hopeless situation to discuss purported analogues to the English term culture in another language. That, however, is what I propose to do for reasons I will now try to explain. Human beings who have had some experience of our world have repeatedly made two kinds of observations about it. The first is that members of any given human group often behave in ways that are very much alike, yet differ systematically from the ways in which members of other groups behave in similar circumstances. As Herodotus points out, Greeks cremate their dead fathers and would be horrified at the proposal that they should eat them, whereas Indians of the tribe called Kalatae eat their dead parents and would be shocked by the suggestion that they should burn them. Children are generally brought up to conform with the habits of the group which they or their parents belong. We speak here of different traditional practices, folkways, customs, and so on. The second kind of observation humans make is that some people are better at engaging in certain valued forms of activity than others. Some can run faster than others, control themselves more fully under situations of stress, speak more convincingly, hit a moving animal with a missile more often, paint more beautiful pictures, and so on. At least for the past 2,000 years or so, people in Europe have noticed that at least some of the forms of activity performance can be improved by cultivating existing aptitudes. People begin to train for races, exercise themselves in forms of self-control, and so on. In practice, of course, folkways and forms of valuation are inextricably intertwined. One of the things that will be customary in a society will be to value certain things in a certain way and to cultivate certain forms of achievement. Herodotus's Greeks and Indians didn't just differ in their habits for disposing of dead relatives, but each group thought its own way better. Herodotus even claims that it is a general truth that people on reflection will always prefer their own customs. Customary forms of differential valuation will themselves be infinitely varied. In some cases, relatively clear and determinate criteria will be available. Some people can run consistently faster than others, and it doesn't seem hard to agree on who runs the fastest. But in other cases, even the crudest kind of comparison will be difficult and controversial. Who is the best painter? What particular form of self-restraint in what circumstances is better than what forms of flamboyance? Thinking about culture has been a series of attempts to put together coherently experience of the variability of human folkways with people's sense that some ways of doing things and behaving are better than others and deserve to be cultivated. Given the obscurity, indeterminateness, and complexity of the task, it isn't very surprising that the history of our thinking about these issues has been tangled and incoherent. For a number of very good reasons, we are suspicious nowadays of claims that one culture is superior to others, whether that means that the folkways of one group are overall better than those of another, or that a high culture is to be privileged over popular entertainment. Still, there is something self-deluded and hypocritical about some of the more extreme forms this suspicion has taken. As Nietzsche pointed out, Leben ist Abschätzen, and it isn't realistic to pretend we could go through life without choosing, preferring one thing to another, influencing those we come into contact with, or in one direction or another, cultivating certain of our abilities at the expense of others, and so on. It isn't altogether clear, though, what room there is between this suspicion and the realism. Perhaps one can make some progress here by considering a concrete historical example of ways in which people have thought about culture. I propose to see if we can find some enlightenment by looking at a body of theorizing that is not very far removed from us in space and time, but which contrasts sharply with some of the assumptions we are inclined to make, a tradition of theorizing which is consciously and explicitly based on the assumption that some forms of culture are superior and others are inferior. The example is the best way the sphere of culture was understood in Germany in the late 18th, the 19th, and early 20th centuries. Section 1. In German, there are three words that are used in place of our culture: Kultur, Bildung, and Geist. The first two of these terms have shadows, that is, terms that are semantically closely related to the original ones, but which gradually become more and more sharply distinguished from the original term until finally a contrasting pair arises. In the case of Kultur, the shadow is civilization. Kultur and civilization start at no great distance from one another and even have a range of more or less overlapping usage, but by the beginning of the 20th century the two terms have begun to be used as members of a contrasting pair. Civilization has a mild pejorative connotation and was used to refer to the external trappings, artifacts, and amenities of an industrially highly advanced society, and also to the overly formalistic and calculating habits and attitudes that were thought to be characteristic of such societies. In some highly developed versions, the two forms of civilization could be distinguished. One, the French form, concerned with the virtues of a courtly society, concerned for appearance, indirectness, diplomacy, and the other, the British form, with the virtues of commercial society, calculation, egoism, sobriety. Kultur was then used to refer to positively valorized habits, attitudes, and properties. During the period immediately before and during World War I, the contrast became a staple of German journalism. The French and British have civilization, Germans have Kultur. German honesty and directness are contrasted with French insincerity on the one hand and British calculation on the other. In the strongest version of this view, Kultur and civilization are actually considered opposites. Footnote. In the case of two well-known books written in German, the translator has seen fit to render Kultur as civilization, namely Jacob Burckhardt's Kultur der Renaissance in Italian, which becomes the civilization of the Renaissance in Italy, and Freud's Das Unbehagen in der Kultur, which is known as Civilization and its Discontents. For reasons I cannot go into here, both of these works stand outside the main line of development I am trying to sketch here. End footnote. Bildung has its shadow, Erziehung. Both Bildung and Erziehung and their associated linguistic forms refer to processes of training, education, and formalization. One linguistic difference between the two terms is that while Erziehung is used only to refer to the process of education or training, Bildung can be used to refer either to a process of formation or to the form imparted in such a process. A further difference is that Erziehung is generally used of a process that one person or group inflicts on another. Thus, a parent would be said to train a child to conform to certain social expectations, and observers would speak of the child's Erziehung. Bilden, the verb from which Bildung is derived, can also be used in cases in which one person imposes a form on another, but increasingly Bildung as a noun comes to be used for the process of self-cultivation and the results. Footnote. Note that Bildung is not etymologically related to the English word build. Bildung comes from Bild, sign, image, and so means the process of imposing an image or a form on something, or the results of such a process, whereas Bild comes from a completely different Indo-European root of having to do with dwelling. End footnote. In what follows, I would like first to say something about Kant's views on the general phenomenon of culture. These represent a kind of common European Enlightenment baseline against which I will try to delineate three lines of conceptual development which dominate thinking about culture in Germany during the 19th and early 20th centuries. Section 2. In his Critique of Judgment, 1790, Kant distinguished between what he calls Kultur and what he calls Zivilisierung. Kultur, he claims, is the process of rendering a rational creature serviceable for any purposes whatsoever, or the result of such a process when it has been successful. Footnote. The Latin cultura, of course, just means taking care of or cultivating something, with the something often added in a genitive, as in agricultura, horticultura, and eventually animacultura. This general sense of cultura was dominant for a long time. End footnote. A rational creature is, according to Kant, serviceable for various purposes to the extent to which it satisfies two conditions. A. It has acquired skills, and B. It has discipline. Discipline or Zucht, which for Kant means that the rational creature in question has a will capable of resisting the despotism of desire. Footnote. The word Zucht could also repay study. It contains the same ambiguity as the English breeding, meaning both control of the mating behaviors of animals, horse breeding, dog breeding, and so on, and having good manners. This ambiguity makes the term especially attractive to social Darwinists or those eager to extol the virtues of hereditary aristocracy. For discussion of medieval books on good behavior at the table, see Norbert Elias. It is important not to be anachronistic in tracing what might seem to be early references to German culture. Thus when the 13th century poet Walter von Vogelweide, in his poem Erzählt Sprechen Willkommen, describes his experiences of various countries and their dwelling customs, cite, and declares that Situi Zut got for an Allen, which I take it means, in all the countries I have visited, German breeding is preeminent. This is presumably not just a reference to a nationally specific form of German culture, rather just a claim that Germans are, in general, more well-bred by the commonly accepted Western European standards of such things. This may be a false or self-serving claim, but it is a completely different kind of claim from those one would find around at the time during the First World War to the effect that there was a specifically German form of culture which was at the same time unique and superior to other forms of feeling, acting, and valuing. Walter, like everyone else, noticed a difference in customs between different countries. How could one fail to notice that? And also notice differences in level of breeding in different places. What he does not do, and what no one does until the end of the 19th century, is connect these two observations in a systematic way that later came to seem obvious, namely by reference to varying national cultures. End footnote. This notion of Kultur is completely asocial. Robinson Crusoe on his island could discipline his will as firmly as a person who lived in a large 19th century city. Indeed, he might be more likely to acquire a large and varied body of skills than a city dweller, if only because he would be more highly motivated to do so. Kultur as general cultivation of one's faculties is at least in principle equally accessible to all rational agents according to their particular social circumstances. Zivilisierung, on the other hand, is for Kant a specifically social property. I am a zivilisiert to the extent to which I have the inclination and skill to communicate to others the pleasure I take in certain objects. A zivilisiert person wishes to have pleasure in an object which can be shared with the community of others. Kultur and Zivilisierung seem thus to be distinct, but they are by no means mutually exclusive, much less opposed to one another. I might well have both skills and have a disciplined will, and incline to those forms of pleasure I can enjoy sharing with others. For that matter, given that skill in communicating my pleasure also increases my serviceability as a rational creature, the cultivation of rhetorical or literary talent might make me both more cultured and more civilized. Section 3. The first of the three strands of development away from this position which I wish to discuss gets started when Herder begins to claim that there is a plurality of different nationally specific ways of living, each with its own particular way of viewing the world, its own characteristic virtues and achievements, its own desires, ambitions, and ideals, and each in principle of equal value. Herder very much stresses the internal coherence of each of these ways of life. Such a way of living is not just a random collection of traits, but rather a unified whole of parts that fit together. He doesn't have a single term, such as Kultur or Geist, which he invariably uses to designate these plural distinctive ways of living, experiencing, and valuing. He doesn't in general share a penchant for creating a distinctive technical vocabulary. His view of the multiplicity of human ways of living is, as it were, mirrored in his flexible linguistic usage. He speaks of different forms of thinking, Denkart, forms of different customary morality, Sitten, different forms of education, both Erziehung and Bildung, different national characters, national Charakterike, and even of different forms of national happiness, national Gleichenskeit, arising from the satisfaction of different national inclinations, Nationalitätsken. Despite the pluralism about the natural ways of life, Herder's use of the term Kultur is still that of Kant and the Enlightenment. It refers to the general state or level of culturation of human faculties. As has been pointed out, Herder never uses the word Kultur in the plural. In the early 19th century, this Herdian conception of plurality of nations, peoples, and folkways gets taken up, but usually without Herder's assumption that each nation has a center of gravity in itself and its own value, and also generally still without the use of the term Kultur to designate in a theoretically emphatic way what it is that makes for the difference between nations or peoples. One of the most important political issues in Central Europe at the beginning of the 19th century is what attitude to take toward the ideals of the French Revolution and toward the fact of Napoleon. Pluralist arguments like those one finds in Herder come to be deployed as forms of resistance to the French. Local German legal codes are not inferior to the Code Napoleon, although by Enlightenment standards they may seem less rational. After all, the legal code of a society should be suited to the historically rooted characteristic attitudes, inclinations, beliefs, and customs of the population, and there are different in France and in the various parts of territory uninhabited by speakers of German. Eventually, the claims that German institutions and ways of doing things are as good as French, just different, get turned into claims of national superiority. One important step in this long process is the series of lectures the philosopher Fichte in the French-occupied Berlin in 1807, the Reden en die Deutsche Nation. Given the political situation, Fichte has to express himself with some circumspection, but the basic point is still unmistakable. The German nation is superior to the French on the grounds of its greater primordiality, and this primordiality is a more or less fixed trait of the national character, which finds its various expression in customs, ways of feeling and thinking, attitudes, and so on. The terms in which he couches his reaction to things French are not original to Fichte. In the 1760s, Lessing, in his Hamburgische Dramaturgie, had contrasted the contrived, artificial, shallow plays of Voltaire with the more realistic, spontaneous, directly forceful works of Shakespeare. His intention in doing this had been to put an end to the monopoly French plays and bad imitations of French plays had exercised over the German stage at a time, and to propose Shakespeare as a more appropriate model for the future German theatre. It seems unlikely that it would have occurred to someone like Lessing that this could be taken as implying a general superiority of the German or English nation over the French. Claims about the superior, rude vigor of the Germanic peoples goes back, of course, at least to Tacitus. Footnote. For Tacitus, the vigor of the Germanic peoples wasn't part of a project of imaginary self-aggrandizement in a state of real, vivid, experienced political and military debility, as it was for Fichte, but part of the self-criticism of a Roman society still militarily secure and self-confident. End footnote. The basic properties of a people which are primordial for Fichte is vitality, sincerity, lack of egotism, diligence, and independence. Footnote. Language plays an especially important part in Fichte's discussion of primordiality. The greater etymological perspiciousness of terms for abstract properties in German compared with the Romance languages is taken to indicate a cognitive superiority. The doctrine of the greater primordiality of the German language was one which was to have a long, if not distinguished, career, reappearing in the 20th century, for instance, in a very vivid form in the work of Heidegger. End footnote. One should not make the mistake of thinking that because the attitudes, habits, and beliefs that are authentically German are primordial, they will arise and maintain themselves spontaneously, at least under modern circumstances. Fichte proposes that in the Reden a comprehensive system of national education, which was not to be restricted to the old educated classes, but to encompass all members of the Volk, and which it would inculcate in them the correct primordial German attitudes. Fichte develops this nationalist program without actually using the term Kultur at all. Rather, he speaks of various forms of education, and especially of the above-mentioned Nationalisierung. In retrospect, it is the relative absence of the term Kultur in the period of 1800 to 1870 that is most striking. I strongly suspect that this absence is not unrelated to the pervasive influence of Hegel and his followers in the 1820s, 1830s, and 1840s. Hegelianism tended to prevent the term Kultur from establishing itself because Hegel's notion of Geist preempted the conceptual space in which uses of Kultur could take root. Footnote. Note, I am not making the claim, which I think is false, that there is a natural teleological development accumulating in our use of culture, and thus that only failure to develop in this direction requires explanation. End footnote. Hegelianism acknowledges the superficial plurality of historically specific folkways, forms of art, sociability, religion, and so on, but sees them all as having an underlying unity, as being mere forms of historically developing structure, Geist, whose internal structure Hegel's philosophy articulates. In such a scheme, there is no place for a separate concept of Kultur. Only in the 1870s, when Hegel's star has long since set, does the term Kultur begin to be used to refer to a plurality of nationally distinct ways of living, thinking, and valuing. In Menecles, Azumenecles, Nietzsche discusses various different national cultures in the context of trying to find some principle for rank ordering them, and in fact the first of the Usengenmasse Betrachtungen, he had felt obligated to argue against the view that the outcome of the Franco-Prussian War represented a victory of German culture over French culture. Footnote. In one of his last writings, Nietzsche claims that Kultur and the state are antagonists. End footnote. By the time of the First World War, this kind of usage had become common. That Max Weber in 1915 could blithely write, all culture today is and remains bound to a nation, ist und bleibt durch das National gebunden, indicates the distance that had been traveled from Kant's use of the term Kultur. Footnote. Weber emphasizes the inherent indeterminacy of the concept of nation. So this statement doesn't yet definitively settle the question about the relation between culture and the state, the concept of which Weber thinks is very clearly defined. End footnote. Another footnote. Note that, taken out of context, this claim might seem to be ambiguous as between A. We all agree that, for instance, literacy in some language, be it Latin, Old Church Slavonic, or vernacular, is an essential part of what we mean by culture, and only a nation organized as a state can provide the extensive public schooling needed to ensure universal literacy. B. We all agree that literacy in the vernacular is an essential part of what we mean by culture, and that that vernacular will be the vernacular of some particular nation. And C. Some nations think literacy is an essential element of culture, others think forms of meditation or religious observance or cooking or dressing or whatever, and constitute culture. So what kind of culture exists will depend on the nation. I'm suggesting that a lot of the early 20th century discussion of culture trade on this ambiguity. End footnote. Section 4. The first of the three strands of development was about culture as a collective phenomenon, even if, as I claim, the word Kultur was not used. Now I would like to go on a second line of development, which I will associate with Wilhelm von Humboldt and Goethe, which centers around a notion of culture that is individual and progressive. The term is most usually used for this notion is Bildung. Humboldt, in his famous essay on the limits of state action, claims that the goal of humanity is the development of the powers of each human individual. In itself, at least in its vague and unspecific form, this is not a terribly original claim. In his Critique of Judgment, Kant had asserted that our natural end was to develop our powers and capacities. Kant calls this process of development and its result Kultur. Humboldt calls it Bildung and goes on to claim that since each individual has a unique configuration of powers, if each person were able to participate in the fullest process possible of Bildung, the result would be just so many different highly individuated persons. Humboldt uses this as an argument for a positive valuation of the role of social diversity and a limitation on the role of the state in providing for the welfare of citizens. The more the circumstances which individuals encounter their lives differ, the more possible those individuals will be motivated to develop their diverse powers and capacities. State action directed at providing for the welfare of citizens will both prevent the individual citizens from being self-active and will tend to create uniformity of conditions. This will have a deleterious effect on the Bildung of the individuals in the state. At about the same time that Humboldt was writing his essay on the limits of state action, Goethe was at work on a novel that would initiate a new subgenre of German literature. The novel was Wilhelm Meister, and the subgenre was that of the Bildungsroman. Wilhelm Meister wasn't just about a hero's cultivation and development of his powers and capacities, but is at least as much about his attempt to orient himself realistically in the world, to discover what is in fact possible and what he wishes to do with his life. Of these three elements, development of one's powers, discovery of one's true wants, and realistic acceptance of the world as it is, the early Romantics eagerly embraced the first two, but exhibited greater or less skepticism about the third. After an initial period of enthusiasm for Goethe's novel, Novalis undertook to write a kind of anti-Wilhelm Meister, his unfinished novel, Heinrich von Oftingen, which would show the hero progressing not from unrealistic adolescent dreams to an acceptance of the possibilities offered by the real world as it is, but rather as moving from conventional absorption in life as it is a more poetic form of existence. Obviously, one will get a very different versions of the ideal of Bildung by emphasizing one or the other of these three components. In the political realm, emphasis on self-development and self-discovery might be thought to point to the direction of some form of liberalism. Emphasis on realistic adjustments to the world as it might, on the other hand, be thought to have rather more politically quietist consequences. Section 5. The third strand I want to mention is one which places aesthetic experience and judgment in the center of discussion. The main source of this is 19th century German was the work of Friedrich Schiller, many of whose chief ideas, however, are just modifications of Kantian theses. What I am calling the third strand is itself an attempt to put together two things that don't prima facie seem to have much to do with each other. The first of these two things is the view that aesthetic experience is the experience of a certain state of harmony between different parts of our mind or different components of our cognitive faculties. Roughly speaking, this line of argument begins with the Kantian thought that more or less any kind of human experience requires the cooperative activity of various different human faculties. For Kant, these include a certain faculty of direct apprehension, the imagination, and the faculty of conceptualization. The objects we encounter in the world can be of such kinds as to make the cooperation of our faculties different and laborious, or easy and fluent. An object is aesthetically pleasing if the play of our faculties which constitutes our experience of it as a smooth, harmonious, and free. When we see a beautiful natural object, it, as it were, effortlessly gives itself to our apprehension. It is as if we have specifically been formed as to make the apprehension of it easy. A work of art, of course, on this view, actually has to be formed so as to make our apprehension of it fluent and free. Schiller also accepts a basically Kantian view of ethics. An action has positive moral value if it accords to what reason demands and is performed by the agent because it is known to be what reason demands. However, Schiller argues, this Kantian analysis of morality, although correct as far as it goes, fails to address an issue that is in fact of great importance to us. For Kant, the actual configuration of my empirical desires is not relevant to a determination of the moral quality of the action I perform. If reason requires me to do X, it makes no difference, at least to the moral evaluation of the act, whether I detest doing X and must force myself to do X because it is what reason demands, or whether doing X accords with my own spontaneous inclination. Perhaps, Schiller admits, it makes no difference to the strictly ethical evaluation of an action whether I perform it with repugnance or zest, provided I perform it because it is what reason demands, but surely it does make a difference to what we consider to be the ideal form of human life and the ideal person. An ideal person leading a truly good life would be one who spontaneously wanted to do what reason demands, that is, whose actions were in unenforced harmony with the demands of reason. Kant, to be sure, had the thought of what we will call a holy will, a will whose actions of themselves necessarily conformed to the dictates of reason, but the presence of the word necessarily in his account of the holy will means that it couldn't be a realistic description of the will of an empirical human individual. When Schiller and others speak of an uncoerced harmony between inclination and the demands of reason, they don't mean a case in which the actions of an agent in question necessarily conform to what is fully rational, so that the agent couldn't possibly do anything other than what is in accordance with reason. Rather, the idea is that through various processes of education and development, a human might arrive at a state in which he or she could, in whatever sense of could is appropriate for human action, act against the demands of reason, but would have to act against their inclinations to act in a way that reason would not finally endorse. Footnote. Kant has a reply to this line of thought. Although no human could have a holy will, we stand under a kind of second-class moral demand, what Kant calls a postulate of practical reason, to aspire to approximate the unattainable ideal of holiness of the will. Schiller's mistake, of course, was to swallow Kant's doctrine of the moral evaluation of actions whole, and then try to fiddle with the details of moral psychology so as to allow room for his preferred views about aesthetics. End footnote. This is the point at which aesthetics re-enters the discussion. Aesthetic education can produce a kind of harmoniousness among my human faculties which predisposes me to do what reason requires easily, readily, and naturally, that is, without coercion by others or by myself. Aesthetic experience and education can then be seen as a propedeutic to morality. One of the most important tasks of Kultur, then, is to make a man aesthetic. Furthermore, if I am the appropriately harmonious state with spontaneous inclinations conformable to the demands of reason, then my moral action itself will have aesthetic properties. In performing my duty, that is, doing what reason requires, I will also be, and seem to be, spontaneously and naturally following my deepest inclinations. My action will have the highly valued property Schiller calls grace. That is the first line of argument I wish to discuss under this third rubric. The second line of thought focuses not so much on the aesthetic experience as on aesthetic judgment, or judgments of taste. A specifically aesthetic judgment, it is claimed, is not like either a descriptive or ethical judgment. Both descriptive and ethical judgments, to some extent and perhaps in very different ways, demand my assent. A judgment of taste rather invites my agreement. It is essential to our notion of an aesthetic judgment, it is claimed, that we think that such a judgment can be communicated to others and thus shared with them, but that others' assent to it must be completely free and based on their own immediate experience. When claiming that something is beautiful, we are tacitly claiming that this judgment of ours would be the object of free, universal agreement. Art is a realm of shared, self-regulating subjectivity. Footnote. Marxists see in this ideal of art as the specific realm of free, self-organizing subjectivity, a sign of Germany's political backwardness. The West had concrete conceptions, if not of what we would call full political democracy, at any rate of some form of free constitutional political life, but such notions would have been so utopian in 19th century Germany that aspirations to free sociability had to be transferred to the world of art and aesthetic judgment. End footnote. The two lines of argument I have just described are sufficiently suggestive, each is sufficiently unspecific, and their conception is sufficiently loose and unclear to allow great scope for further interpretation and reinterpretation. In short, this is an ideal framework for an ideology. Indeed, until World War I, much of the popular theorizing about morality and art in Germany consisted in bringing cases upon the themes found in these two lines of argument. The concrete socio-political embodiment of the idea of a self-regulating aesthetic society was the so-called Bildung, the educated middle class, who, although excluded from the exercise of serious forms of independent political power virtually everywhere, used their purported position of a cultivated faculty of aesthetic judgment, their taste, to legitimize the retention of a certain politically privileged social position. Membership in this group, the Bildungsgruppen, was not supposed to be guaranteed by noble birth, inherited wealth, or economic success, but was to be granted by the free recognition of one's good taste on the part of others who were themselves in a position to judge. The Bildungsgruppen was a self-co-opting group whose collective taste was a tacit warrant almost of moral superiority. Section 6. The creation of the Second Empire in 1871 transformed a plethora of small political units, many of them still ruled dynastically, into something that wished to present itself as a German nation-state, although it included large numbers of native speakers of Polish in the eastern bits of Prussia and excluded the German speakers in the Habsburg lands and in Switzerland. The world of nation-states, however, had by the beginning of the 20th century become a complex and highly competitive one and generated a perceived need for a set of terms to serve as vehicles for differential national congratulation. Full success could be attained only by finding a set of terms that could be used to assert superiority on both of two fronts, against the French in the West and the Slavic peoples of the East. Herder would be utterly useless in this context because he lacked, or rather explicitly rejected, the notion that a nation could be superior to others in its form of life. De facto, his worth served to legitimize the incipient nationalisms of various Slavic peoples. Footnote. In 1778, Herder published a collection of Volkslieder, including a number translated from Slavic languages. Although, as Konrad Bittner has pointed out, only 4 of them are in any sense authentic folk songs. The last poem in this collection was the Klagen von der Edlen von des Asan Aga, which Herder characterizes as Morlackish. The actual identity of the Morlacks, or Morlocks, is unclear, but in this case they must have been South Slavic-speaking Muslims living in the border area between Herzegovina and central Dalmatia. This poem is of particular significance because none other than Goethe, using a existing German prose translation by Werthes of the Italian translation published by Fortis in Venice 1774, provided Herder with the verse version that was printed. Goethe repeatedly expressed his high regard for South Slavic poetry, and his cultural prestige, at least in German-speaking countries, was sufficient to give this judgment significant weight there. The famous 4th chapter of the 16th book of Herder's Ideen zur Philosophie der Geistheit der Menschheit deals with the Slavic peoples and ends with a direct address to them, predicting their liberation from the Adriatic to the Carpathians, from the Don to the Mulde. This last a tributary of the Elbe, running from south to north between Leipzig and Dresden. Bittner's book, cited above, deals mainly with the influence of the Slavs on the formation of Herder's philosophy of history. Sundhausen comes to the not surprising conclusion that the influence of Herder on the actual generation of Slavic nationalisms has been exaggerated. This, of course, is compatible with the view that Herder had an important effect within the German-speaking countries of legitimizing the various Slavic nationalisms. Note also that the Russian Slavophiles in the late 19th century were apparently very cool and distanced in their attitude towards Herder because they found in him no support for their claims to a unique superiority of Slavic culture. End footnote. The concept of Bildung, which had been so prominent in discussions between 1790 and 1870, also is not useful for marking the appropriate distinctions. Despite its use in compounds like Bildungsbeikertum, the term Bildung never shed its strongly individualistic associations and wasn't ever taken completely over into the nationalist program. Not even the most rabid nationalists could claim that all Germans were Gelbedet in anything like the sense the term had come to have in normal parlance, and it would have been equally difficult plausibly to deny that there is at least some members of the other national groups were Gelbedet. Kant's distinction between Kultur and Zivilierung would also not do the job. First of all, Kant's distinction was not a sharp and exclusive one. Then also perhaps the French were more sociable and communicative, and the Germans more skilled and disciplined, but the contrast was hardly one to make the heart beat quicker or send millions of men into the trenches. In addition, since Kant was a conscious cosmopolitan, his position as a whole could have been at best limited attraction for nationalists. The solution that was found was essentially to take over a central part of Fichte's views about the greater primordiality, spontaneity, sincerity, vigor, and so on, and greater self-discipline of the German nation, while silently passing over Fichte's emphasis on individual Selbstkeit, and to express this view in terms Fichte himself did not use, as the superiority of German Kultur. The canonical way of making the nationalist contrast between Germany and the Entente at the time of the First World War, then, is in terms of a tripartite division between civilization, France, Kultur, Germany, and Barbarei, Russia. Footnote. This schema was still very much alive through the 1920s and 30s, as witnessed to the popularity of Thomas Mann's novel Der Zauberberg, where the central character, Hans Castorp, a budding marine engineer from Hamburg, is placed between barbarous Russians who copulate in the morning and let the door slam and the eloquent Italian rationalist Settembrini. It is important to qualify views like that expressed by Fernstern when he claims that the idea of establishing a sharp dichotomy between civilization and culture was born at the time of German idealism and has played an important and pernicious role in German thought ever since. Born at the time of German idealism does not mean developed as a characteristic and integral part of German idealism, because for Kant the distinction between Kultur and civilization is not a strictly exclusive one, and it is completely different from early 20th century versions of this distinction. Hegel's philosophy has no role whatever for any distinction like this, and although Fichte does have the germ of something like this which later develops in various ways, he doesn't use the term Kultur or civilization to express it. End footnote. Section 7. The conclusions I am able to draw from this excursion into conceptual history are meager and anodyne. We can't escape acting in preferential ways, valuation and choice, and such valuation is complexly related to its social context. The nation-state might be as alive and well as it ever was, but the idea that the final framework for valuation is and must be the nation-state seems merely quaint in the 1990s. Many of the preferences and valuations that give my life structure will be aesthetic, if by that is meant that they won't impinge in a sufficiently drastic and clear way on others for it to be reasonable to subject them to binding forms of organization. They won't, however, be aesthetic in the very specific sense given to that term in the Kantian tradition. In some context, it is important for the members of a group to become concerned about the coherency of their way of behaving and valuing, or about their differentiation from other groups. However, important as such things sometimes are, it is also important not to make them occasions for excessive self-congratulation. Chapter 3. Equality and Equilibrium in the Ethics of Ernst Tugendhat. Analytic philosophy began to get a toehold in Germany in the early 1970s. A key figure in this process was Ernst Tugendhat, who held one of the chairs in philosophy at Heidelberg and then later at the Free University in Berlin. Tugendhat's original interests were in epistemology and the philosophy of language, especially discussions of the concept of truth, but during the course of the 1970s he began to work increasingly on ethics. Wohlenzügen über Ethik is his most substantial and systematic treatment of the subject. In Wohlenzügen über Ethik, Ernst Tugendhat distances himself from one of the central tasks of moral philosophy in the Kantian tradition, that of giving an absolute grounding or justification for morality. Not only, he claims, can no such absolute or unconditional justification be given, the very idea of an absolute ground of morality is incoherent. The apparent need some people seem to feel for the absolute or the unconditional in morality is not something to be taken at face value, but may rather be a breeding ground for decidedly suspicious authoritarian attitudes. At best, it is likely to be no more than a residue of experiences from early childhood which you would do better to try to get over rather than use as a guide for philosophizing. The central component of morality is a series of propositions or judgments expressing a certain kind of necessity. The central predicate in such propositions is not, as Kant and others have thought, should or ought, but must. Ought or should, after all, can characteristically be used in giving people good advice of a non-moral prudential kind. You ought to read that book, you ought to eat more vegetables, you should get more sleep, etc. The categorical force of morality, as we usually conceive of it, is better caught by must. You ought to get more sleep, but you must not kill, lie, etc. Propositions about what I must do, however, although they present themselves as categorical in their force, are meaningful only if there is an immediate answer to the question, and what if I don't? And the appropriate immediate response will take the form of the specification of the sanction that will come into effect if I fail to do what I must do. Thus, I must pay my taxes is meaningful, Tugendhat claims, only if the answer to the counter-question, what if I don't, can be specified. Her Majesty's tax officers will institute legal proceedings against you. The traditional idea of an absolute grounding for ethics, however, requires either a sanctionless must at the basis of our ethical beliefs, or at any rate a completely freestanding sanction that was the ethical equivalent of a cause soi. And since the very idea of such a thing makes no sense, so the traditional project doesn't either. Justification in ethics, then, can at best be a process of trying to argue for the plausibility of claims about what I must do by locating these claims in a thickly woven network of reasons, motives, expectations of varying kinds that collectively give the demands of morality a hold on us by at least notionally providing the must of ethics with an adequate sanction. Morality, for Tugendhat, is always a social phenomenon. As members of society, we make demands on each other, we impose sanctions on anyone who fails to accede to those demands, and call those who satisfy them morally good. The basic requirement of morality, then, is that we all be cooperative members of society. Tugendhat now claims that the best way to be a fully cooperative member of society, no matter what kind of society that is to subject oneself voluntarily to the categorical imperative, but holds, contrary to Kant, that the justification for the categorical imperative does not lie in an a priori reflective argument about the conditions of the possibility of practical reason, but in a series of overlapping and, it is to be hoped, mutually reinforcing, presumably probabilistic arguments about, in the final analysis, will appeal, among other things, to complex empirical facts about the nature of human emotions and the demands of human sociability. There are at least two kinds of questions this line of argument immediately raises. First, one might wonder whether the moral good can always be construed as a kind of social cooperation. It is a commonplace about the history of ancient Greece that at a certain point there seems to be a shift to an ethic based on glorification of the virtues of social cooperation from an earlier heroic ethic based on competition. This is sometimes connected with changes in the military structures, with the introduction of hoplite warfare, which put a premium on coordination and discipline among men in line who were equally armed and depended on each other for mutual defense rather than on the exemplary single combat which was characteristic of older forms of heroic warfare. Heroic virtue is not unconnected with or completely independent of forms of social cooperation, but it would seem very perverse to claim that for ancient aristocrats, being good didn't, at least or also in some part, mean being better than others, distinguishing oneself from others, or beating them out of competition. Heroic virtue is not just one more form of social cooperation among others, and so parallel to the egalitarian virtues of the ideally cooperative citizen of the polis. Christian saints, too, didn't seem self-evidently always to be instances of the good by virtue of their specifically cooperative properties, at least if these properties are understood relative to any possible terrestrial human society. More mundanely, many social, not just individual goods, demands non-cooperation with real existing communities. Examples from the totalitarian societies of the 20th century come easily enough at hand. If one way of being good is to contribute to the social good, it isn't obvious that the best way to do that is by being maximally cooperative. Perhaps devotees of the heroic ethos and of Christianity are simply wrong about the good, or perhaps one can reconstrue what seem to be non-cooperative forms of behavior as really in some hidden way cooperative, e.g. non-cooperative vis-a-vis the actually existing forms of society, but cooperative vis-a-vis some imagined ideal society. In any event, the case would have to be made, Tugendhat doesn't address these issues. Second, it is well known that Kant gives a number of apparently rather different formulations of the categorical imperative. The version of the categorical imperative Tugendhat favors reads, "Act so that you never use humanity, either in your own person or in that of any other, as a mere means, but always also as an end." This formula is undoubtedly edifying, but also more or less completely indeterminate, as Tugendhat realizes, for he tries to go on to gloss the formula first as "do not instrumentalize the other," and then as "take account of the purposes of the other." One might perhaps be forgiven for thinking that even this final version was less than fully specific. What exactly does it mean to take account of, or to take consideration others' ends or purposes? Surely not that I do what I think will further those purposes, or what they tell me will further those purposes. Suppose my neighbor is a burglar, a pimp, a drug dealer, or a developer. Do I take account of others' purposes if I put them into my calculation of how to act, but almost always allow them to be counterweighed by other factors, for instance my own preferences? At this point, Tugendhat appeals to the notion of equality. I am not taking equal account of others' purposes if I always allow consideration for them to be outweighed by my preferences. Tugendhat seems to take equal account of all other purposes, take all others into consideration equally, and respect all others equally as rough equivalents, and seems further to assume that if we understand sufficiently what is meant by respecting others and taking them into account, give equal consideration to the purposes of all others is his basic ethical principle, and he calls his view an ethics of universal and equal respect. The idea that the demands of morality must bear equally and in the same way on all people is so deeply entrenched in modern Western societies that we have great difficulty in freeing ourselves from it even in imagination. The kind of universal egalitarian morality we naturally accept as the framework for our moral thinking is by no means the one that has existed. In many earlier societies, it was thought especially important precisely to distinguish between different kinds of people: slaves and free persons, citizens and non-citizens, those with a criminal record and those without, women and men, those who attained majority and those who didn't, constituted distinct classes of people who did not have the same status, rights, and privileges. It would have been thought a moral mistake to give equal respect, equal consideration, or indeed equal treatment to members of such self-evidently different groups. Moral egalitarianism is a fact of modern life. That seems beyond reasonable doubt. The question is, though, what the standing of that egalitarianism is, whether convincing grounds can be given for it, and, if so, what those grounds would be. Is it just a fact of how we do things, or can we be given some argument or arguments to show that it is not just, for instance, one reasonable way of organizing our moral lives among a number of possible others, but has some special salience? If it has such salience, how is it to be understood? Furthermore, from the fact that we all now, in some sense, accept egalitarianism as the unquestioned framework for morality, it by no means follows that there is an agreement about what equality means or how it can be best institutionalized. Utilitarians hold that the egalitarian ideal would best be realized by the maximization of social utility. In the utilitarian calculus, each person has one vote and all votes have equal weight. That minorities can be constantly outvoted is no objection, only sentimentals would think it was, but rather an integral part of the proper institutionalization of equality. Some philosophers, including many who think of themselves as followers of Kant, have disagreed and claimed that all human beings must be seen as the bearers of a set of inalienable human rights which limit the extent to which things can be done to them in the name of increasing the total amount of social utility. These philosophers believe that a system of such equal individual rights realizes the ideal of equality appropriately. The small group of heretics in the 19th century who refused to join in the general chorus of praise of equality included Karl Marx and Friedrich Nietzsche. Oddly enough, given their very considerable differences of opinion on most other matters, Nietzsche and Marx agreed in explicitly and forcefully rejecting the egalitarian ethical ideal. Nietzsche thought that a kind of rudimentary measuring and the comparative weighting up of alternatives, and thus a certain eye for equality/inequality, was a very deeply rooted feature in human life, prior, he says, to even the most elementary form of social life. However, he also thought that social egalitarianism destroyed the capacity of a society had to generate new values. Since inability to generate new values, what he called decadence, was for him about the world's worst defect a society could have, he was naturally an opponent of equality. One can trace two strands of Marx's opposition to equality. Footnote. There is actually a third strand to be found especially prominently in some of the early works which connects the desire for radical equality with forms of envy. End footnote. The first is based on a series of historical claims. Just as a feudal society in which production is based on the hierarchy-ordered relations between master and serf secretes around itself an ideological carapace founded on an obsession with honor, so for Marx our contemporary obsession with equality is a simple reflection of the alienating demands of the capitalist mode of production. Capitalism subjects all individuals to the division of labor and reduces all work to a series of inputs and homogeneous equal units of abstract labor time. We won't be able really to rid ourselves of a compulsion to strap human individuality down to a Procrustean bed of equality without getting rid of capitalism. Note that one could in principle continue to hold this view even if one thought Marx was wrong to believe that there was a productively superior mode of social production that will, eminently or eventually, follow the demise of capitalism. Even if capitalism were to be our final fate, i.e., if there were to be no realistic alternative to it for the foreseeable future, it might still be the case that the enormous initial plausibility that attaches to egalitarian forms of morality in the modern world is connected with the demands of our economic form of life. Note, too, that this line of argument could perhaps be construed as yielding something like a kind of ground for egalitarian morality if it could really be plausibly shown that such morality was not just a reflection of our economic forms, i.e., not just an epiphenomenon, but that its widespread acceptance was necessary, or at least very highly conducive, to the continued efficient functioning of our economy. The second of two strands one can find in the works of Marx emphasizes the inherent indeterminateness of the abstract concept of absolute equality, and thus its uselessness as a political or ethical ideal. There is no such thing as absolute equality. Equality/inequality are a pair of concepts of reflection, and as such are intimately interconnected. They can be sensibly applied only when some specific dimension or respect of comparison is stated or assumed. Two oranges can be equal as sources of vitamin C, but unequal in that one is strikingly more beautifully shaped than the other, costs more, has more or fewer internal sections, etc. We can ignore this quality in daily life because we generally have a good idea of the usual purposes people have in comparing everyday objects, but that doesn't mean that the qualification isn't important, as one can see by observing the confusion caused by unthinkingly egalitarian forms of political action. The social project of enforcing equality always in practice means enforcing equality in some one specific dimension at the cost of increasing inequality in some other dimension. This doesn't, of course, mean that one can't have very good reasons for preferring and trying to attain some specific kind of equality, that is, equality along some particular dimension, even though that will mean inequalities along some other dimensions, but it does mean that absolute egalitarianism is an incoherent project, and that the discussion should shift from abstract rationalization about the relative merits of equality and inequality into a consideration of why equality in some particular dimension of human life is so important that we ought to be willing to pay the price we will have to pay to attain it, and even though it will increase the inequalities between humans along other, less highly prized dimensions. This line of argument does not give much comfort to those looking for some rock-solid grounding for egalitarianism in ethics. In Tugendhat's Vorsagen über Ethik, one can find traces of at least three distinct arguments for a morality centered around the idea of equality. One argument deploys certain considerations drawn from the philosophy of language, a second depends on certain views about psychological health, and the final line of argument makes the appeal to the notion of theoretical simplicity. Although I have said that the first of these three lines of the argument starts from a discussion of some theses in the philosophy of language, actually it isn't so much dependent on a specific view of language as on a theory of judgment. One can think of the argument here as proceeding in 5 steps. 1. Moral judgments always make a claim to objectivity. Without this, they would lose their specific force. 2. An objective judgment is one that could in principle be affirmed by anyone. 3. No one can expect it to be agreed to a judgment which fails to take adequate account of his or her interest and purposes. 4. That a judgment takes adequate account of my interest and purposes should reasonably be taken to mean that my interest and purposes are considered as much as those of any other person, i.e. that the interest and purposes of all are given equal consideration. 5. Therefore, only moral judgments that give equal consideration to the interests and purposes of all have objectivity. This general way of approaching objectivity, or alternatively truth, namely that objectivity or alternatively truth is to be defined by reference to potential universal agreement, is one that was pioneered, or at any rate popularized, in the later 1960s and early 1970s by Habermas, who seems to have thought he was interpreting C.S. Peirce. It has always struck me as one of the least enlightening fixtures of much recent German philosophy. Obviously, for this line of argument to have a chance of getting started, one would have to have a very detailed and plausible account of the could in the phrase could be affirmed. One wants to ask, could be affirmed under what circumstances? Specifying these circumstances seems hopeless from the start. It makes things no easier that there is often an unacknowledged shift between could be affirmed by anyone and would be affirmed by everyone. I can't pursue this any further here, but suggest that until this rat's nest is untangled, it would be appropriate to be skeptical about this whole approach. Furthermore, Tugendhat himself undercuts the position he has just staked out and provides the conceptual means for seeing that this argument from objectivity won't work. Assuming we accept that this discussion is to be conducted in terms of the concept of objectivity, hasn't yet been proved that objectivity requires that strictly everyone would or could affirm the judgment in question, especially if objectivity just means the opposite of arbitrary, merely personal, idiosyncratic. This means to be too stringent of a requirement. Perhaps it is sufficient that the judgment in question would be the object of consensus among competent judges. To use Tugendhat's own example, we might think that the objective of a piano competition were in some sense objective if the competition was well conducted, i.e., if certain rudimentary rules of fairness were observed, if the judging was done by a panel of people who had shown themselves to be especially competent, etc. We might deny that such a result was arbitrary, whimsical, idiosyncratic, even if not everyone would affirm it. The panel may decide by majority vote, not universal consensus, and after all, some humans are tone-deaf or uninterested in music. Not only are the tone-deaf incompetent to judge, but the competent judges have no reason to take account at all of the interest of the unmusical in this context. So perhaps step 2 of the argument needs to be revised to read, 2 star. An objective judgment is one that would be the majority decision of a panel of competent judges deciding under conditions that satisfy certain rules of fairness. To get from 2 star to 5 would then require at least the further assumption that all humans are competent moral judges. Unfortunately, it hasn't been proved that all humans are competent judges either about questions of morality in general or even about their own true interests. After all, Western philosophy in some sense gets started when Platonic Socrates in Protagoras and Gorgias denies that the average Athenian citizen is a competent moral judge. If one wants, therefore, as Tugendhat presumably does, to argue that the ethical principle, take equal account of the purposes and interests of all, is not just an expression of our way of doing things, we've settled this for ourselves, although it was for Plato a question that he felt he needed to discuss, but is grounded, it wouldn't do to argue from the assumption that the meaning of ethical judgments requires that they be made acceptable to all agents simpliciter. To make that assumption comes very close to presupposing a version of the moral egalitarianism the argument was supposed to demonstrate. Tugendhat diagnoses an error of exactly this kind at the heart of Habermas's discourse ethic, but variants of the considerations he mobilizes against Habermas tell equally against his own view. Tugendhat's second argument for moral egalitarianism attempts to show that there can be good reasons and strong motives for any agent to conceive of himself or herself as a subject to whom the demands of universal equal respect apply and who internalizes these demands. The consistent egoist, Tugendhat admits, cannot be argumentatively refuted. If I consistently allow my action to be determined exclusively by my momentary impulses and transitory preferences and recognize no external moral authority of any kind, no mere argument will be able to convince me of irrationality or any other cognitive failing. Nevertheless, Tugendhat thinks that he can extract from the writings of Erich Fromm a theory of psychic health which will show that any agent should have a strong motive to enter the moral world. The consistent egoist, who takes account of no one else, will in fact always be suffering from a form of pathological loneliness, which can be overcome only by developing an identity of a certain kind, the identity member of a moral community. Radical egoism/morality is an exclusive alternative, and morality is not like a taxi which will take us just as far as we want and then let us off. It is more like a flight on a scheduled airline, where once the plane is taken off, I can't, unless I wish to try my hand at skydiving, suddenly decide to get out before we have reached our announced destination. Anyone who wishes to overcome loneliness and egoism will have to adopt a thoroughgoing moral attitude toward other people, but that means always giving equal consideration to the purposes and interests of all others. Psychic health, therefore, requires us to internalize a universal ethic of equal respect. One might wonder whether morality really must be understood as a kind of monolithic, integrated system proposed here. The argument for the claim that radical egoism/universalist ethic is a strict alternative is also not convincing. It runs, If one wants to escape egoism, one can't be choosy, because to the extent to which you are the one who determines to which of your fellow creatures you will give consideration and which you will not, you will be using your own discretion to determine who was to be respected and who was not. That is, you would be doing this from your own egoistic perspective. One is tempted to reply to this with a cheery, "So what?" This argument seems to presuppose that the radical exhortation of egoism and value in itself, and that one could coherently speak of a radically non-egoistic form of human action, perhaps one in which God was acting through the purified human soul and body. Various religious thinkers have made the claims of this type. In secular philosophic contexts, however, one would like some reason for the extraordinary claims. Can the metaphysical loneliness which is at issue here really be overcome by accepting the demands of a universalist ethic? Is it even obvious that metaphysical loneliness is always a sign of poor psychic health? Can it be overcome only by radical extirpation of egoism? After all, Tugendhat himself admits that less radical measures may be effective against normal everyday socio-psychological loneliness. In many countries, pubs serve this function. Naturally, I will be the one to decide whom I will respect and whose interest I will take into account of under what circumstances, just as I would be the one who would decide whether I wish to enter the moral world of universal equal respect. From the fact that I don't initially decide a priori to respect all equally, it doesn't follow that my decision to respect some, but not others, is arbitrary, or that I am simply allowing my momentary impulses to dictate my policy. To the extent to which I am committed to taking systematic account of the interests and purposes of even one other person, I would seem to have left radical egoism behind, without, as far as I can see, in any way having sold my soul to an ethics of universal equal respect. To claim, you must either adopt once and for all an ethics of universal equal respect, or you will be condemned to a life of complete arbitrariness and egotism, seems to me not so much a constructive development of Fromm's theory as an instance of the fear of freedom Fromm analyzed in his well-known book. The third attempt to ground an ethics of equality forms part of Tugendhat's discussion of the concept of distributive justice. Tugendhat distinguishes two opposing positions in the debate about the correct way to conceptualize justice. A. An egalitarian conception of justice as equal distribution, and B. An Aristotelian conception which holds that justice is distributed proportional to or relative to something else, e.g., justice is distribution proportional to merit. The egalitarian conception, Tugendhat claims, is characterized by greater theoretical simplicity because even the Aristotelian, quote, presupposes the egalitarian conception as the basis. The Aristotelian, too, holds an equal distribution is a just distribution as long as there are no reasons to depart from it. It is therefore false to try to designate the egalitarian position as the one that it must try to in the first instance justify itself. In itself, the egalitarian position requires no justification. The need for justification, the onus probaendi, lies on the other side. The privileged position of equality results from the fact that it is the simplest rule of distribution." Unquote. I wish to suggest that if one fully appreciates the point Marx makes very forcefully and with special reference to issues of distributive justice in Critique of the Gotha Program, that equality and inequality are a pair of concepts of reflection and necessarily belong together and are correlative in their application, any distribution will be both equal and unequal. It becomes difficult to see claims about the purported greater theoretical simplicity of equality over inequality as anything other than confusion. One can't break one concept of such a correlative pair and sensibly claim that it has priority over the other. The 20th century philosopher who has seen this point most clearly and tried most consistently to develop it is Adorno. Most of his discussion is couched in terms of the identity, not equality, but most of the points he makes about identity are transferable. Perhaps the most striking claim Adorno makes is that judgments of identity, and thus I suggest also of equality, can be seen as located within a social, political, and theoretical apparatus which is geared toward producing identity. To claim that X and Y are identical is to be engaged in trying to make them more and more alike, and that the existence of such an apparatus is not an unmixed blessing. The apparatus can be used repressively to crush out difference, non-identity, or inequality. In particular, overlooking or explicitly denying, as Tugendhat does above, the reflective nature of judgments of identity/difference or equality/inequality, virtually ensures that in the long run the apparatus will be used for repression. Hence, the necessity of trying to rehabilitate reflection and give both identity and non-identity, equality and inequality, their due. Footnote. Adorno also wishes to overcome the assumption Tugendhat seems to make that in an ethical controversy one side will always have the onus probandi. The onus probandi will always be taken to lie with those who wish to change the status quo, Adorno thinks, so setting up the discussion in this way builds into it a conservative bias. End footnote. Unfortunately, Adorno tends to confuse this perfectly reasonable line of argument with another more radical and less promising one. Namely, he sometimes seems to argue not that we should redress the balance between identity thinking and awareness of difference, but that we shouldn't aspire mimetically to represent the non-identical. Tugendhat's discussion of distributive justice brings to light very clearly this oddly constricted relation to Rawls. Tugendhat himself asserts that egalitarianism requires no special justification, but at the same time complains that Rawls simply presupposes an egalitarian concept of distributive justice. I take that Tugendhat is not objecting to the egalitarian content of Rawls' views, but rather has some reservations about Rawls's method. Tugendhat claims that the method of reflective equilibrium Rawls uses cannot give an adequate grounding for ethics, but can at best reflect and organize our existing moral intuitions while leaving them finally hanging in the air. Since Tugendhat himself rejects the possibility of an absolute grounding for ethics, it is hard to see what he finds so objectionable about Rawls's method. To translate Rawls' procedure, as far as I understand it, into the terminology favored by Tugendhat, a conception of morality is justified or grounded to the extent to which it is part of the contention of a state of equilibrium that has been attained through reflection. Since, as Rawls and Tugendhat agree, absolute justification isn't possible, being justified or grounded will be a question of degree. The justification or grounding is firmer or more secure, the more robust and stable the state of equilibrium attained is. An attained state of equilibrium is the more robust and stable, a, the greater the number of elements that have been encompassed in the process of reflection, intuitions, arguments, theories, and b, the freer, more cogent, and more imaginative the process of rendering these elements coherent with each other has been. I wonder if Tugendhat's rejection of Rawls's method of reflective equilibrium doesn't stem from a misunderstanding on his part of the term intuition. Tugendhat claims that Rawls's method of reflective equilibrium excludes the possibility of a comparison of our intuitions with other sets of theories and intuitions or with the theories and intuitions of other people. Intuition is a highly vague and ambiguous term, but I take it that in Rawls it is being used as a part of a contrasting pair, intuition/theory. The original contrast is between two ways of making moral judgment. I am judging intuitively if I spontaneously and unself-consciously expressing my immediate moral judgment of, perhaps we would say, my immediate reaction to an individual case. On the other hand, I am judging theoretically if I am deploying a consciously and explicitly held of general propositions, which I am willing to defend argumentatively and deducting from them a moral judgment about an individual case or class of cases. Derivatively, then, an intuition in the spontaneous individual judgment I make when I am judging intuitively, and a theory is a set of discursive general propositions I deploy when I am judging theoretically. Finally, I can generalize further and use intuition to refer not to a spontaneous moral judgment some individual makes about a particular case, but to the kind of judgments people make in a certain society habitually or characteristically make about certain kinds of cases. Obviously, the distinction between an immediate or spontaneous judgment and a reasoned theoretical argument won't be hard and fast, and there will be lots of cases that it won't fit easily into one category or the other. I don't see this as a particular difficulty as long as the distinction is useful for the purposes for which it was introduced. Furthermore, it is obvious that intuitions in this sense can and do vary enormously between individuals in the same society and between societies, and they are also obviously historical magnitudes that change greatly over time. They arise as a result of complex interaction of a variety of causal factors. These factors could in principle include economic, social, and political change, the rise and fall of various forms of religious belief, shifts in population, and in short, any of the myriad things which form the bread and butter of the historian. One of the historical factors that may be responsible for the existence of an intuition, either an intuition some individual has or one that is widespread in a certain society, may be the existence of a theory. Intuitions may be part of the residue or historical sediment of theories. When utilitarianism has been around for a few generations, is discussed, written about, taught in the universities, etc., this may eventually come to warp, or as a utilitarian would see it, enlighten people's spontaneous moral judgments. This doesn't, of course, imply that I accept a general theory. If tomorrow I decide that utilitarianism is the correct moral theory, I will immediately find myself equipped with appropriate moral intuitions. In fact, I assume that this is the origin of the whole interest in a distinction between moral intuitions and theories. People are presented with elaborated theories like utilitarianism or Kantianism, armored at all points. In initial general discussion, either one can seem plausible. However, at some point one is likely to begin to try to apply the theories to cases. Then one can be confronted with cases like the one Kant analysis to show that one should never lie even to save someone's life, or that one of the more vivid versions of the case about redistributing body parts to increase collective social good that makes some utilitarians uncomfortable. Some people, then, will be tempted to say that in their judgment, in some cases, one should lie to save one's person's life, or that one ought not to carve up a neighbor, even if redistributing his body parts would mean a significantly increase in overall social utility. They know that this judgment about an individual case does not conform with what the theory prescribes, and they may have no alternative theory which allows them to give an adequate discursive account of why they think that lying might sometimes be preferable, or that bodily integrity is an overriding value. Intuition is just the name made up of this kind of judgment which an agent makes despite its incompatibility with some theory which is on offer, and despite the fact that an agent at the moment can offer no alternative theoretical justification for the judgment. Intuitions don't just change, they are also to some extent malleable. Within what limits we don't know, that is, we can work at changing them with some hope of success. It is an important fact that we don't know what the limits of malleability are, if indeed there are any, and not all intuitions at any given time are easily malleable, even if we could in principle eventually transform them, and that we generally don't have methods for trying to change our intuitions that are at all effective, reliable, or fine-grained, and many of the apparently more effective methods, training up the next generation of young people in a very intense and systematic way, work only very slowly. Intuitions, then, arise and change historically under circumstances, and as a result of pressures we can begin to understand, to the extent to which we can understand the origin and development of anything in history. They are malleable, but they are not at our disposal. If either of two ways of thinking about ethics and the potential role of intuitions and theories in ethical thought were to be correct, trying to reach reflective equilibrium would be a pointless or hopeless undertaking. First of all, one might deny that mere intuitions had or ought to have any standing in ethical thought at all. What are called intuitions would just be prejudices, and people with intuitions should, as it were, be encouraged to come back when they had got some theories, or at the very least arguments. If we didn't at all have to take into account of even widely held, historically robust intuitions that mattered intensely in the individuals who had them, then we wouldn't, of course, have to try to attain a reflective equilibrium between such intuitions and our theories. It is hard, however, to see how one could adopt this policy of neglect systematically, given that at some point virtually all ethical argumentation will have to deal with the analysis and judgment of individual cases. The second approach that would scotch the project of trying to attain reflective equilibrium would be one that claimed that intuitions were fixed and immutable, or even worse, incorrigible. If our intuitive judgments were the result of the operation of an infallible or incorrigible faculty of moral insight, then the whole project of trying to educate them and make them compatible with the various theories we develop would be pointless. What we ought to be doing is not trying to get equilibrium between two kinds of items, theories and intuitions, both of which are at least in principle changeable, but we should, or rather must, just stick to our intuitions as fixed points, and try maximally to accommodate any theories we might wish to develop to them. The point of method of reflective equilibrium, however, if I have understood it correctly, is to do two things at once. A, revise our theories so that they are compatible with our intuitions, and B, to cultivate and educate our intuitions so that they conform with our theories. This is where I think Tugendhat's error lies. I suspect he thinks that intuition in Rawls means not the sort of thing I have tried to describe above, a relatively unreflective, spontaneous, but in principle variable individual moral judgment, but rather a Kantian faculty buried in the depths of human soul which issues fixed, unchangeable, incorrigible moral judgments. Of course, if that is what Rawls did mean by intuition, one could see why Tugendhat thought Rawls's view excluded the possibility of comparing my intuitions with other people's intuitions and in general made the comparison of different theories with each other seem pointless. If one has incorrigible intuitions, why bother about other people's illusions? Why bother about theories at all? One can also see why Tugendhat would reject that. He is himself very careful to try to discuss as many alternative theories as possible and compare their strengths and weaknesses, and it is perfectly understandable that he would want to object to a view which failed to appreciate the importance of this activity. He is just wrong in thinking that Rawls's method of reflective equilibrium is such a view. The reflection, which, if successful, leads to reflective equilibrium, will generally have as one important component a comparison of various ethical theories that have been propounded. Even a cursory glance at any of Rawls's published writings will suffice to show that he practiced what reflection requires. His misapprehensions prevent Tugendhat from realizing how close he is to Rawls. Tugendhat has very modest views about what philosophical ethics can achieve. What we can do in philosophy is no more than render comprehensible our ordinary moral consciousness by analyzing its assumptions. Other philosophers have made more ambitious claims for the power of reflection. As has already been mentioned, Tugendhat thinks that Kant's attempt to give an absolute reflexive grounding of ethics is hopeless, and, having dispatched the critical philosophy, he has equally little time for the critical theory of society. The proponents of the critical theory, too, wished to reactivate reflection and bring it to bear on society in a way that went beyond analyzing our ordinary moral consciousness. Their ambition, however, was not to justify ethics, but to criticize society. Horkheimer, Adorno, and Marcuse believed that it is impossible to attain a reflective equilibrium in a society like ours. Any more or less well-informed and more or less systematically conducted reflection would lead to the conclusion that our normal moral consciousness was so fragmented, disparate, and contradictory that no process of mutual accommodation between intuitions, arguments, and theories could ever be expected to end in a state of equilibrium. The reason for this was that our ordinary moral consciousness was just the product and thus reflected an irrational and contradictory form of social and economic life. Capitalism, Horkheimer, Marcuse, and Adorno believed in the 1930s, was an inherently contradictory social formation, and as long as the real contradictions in capitalist society were not abolished, it was fatuous to expect ever to fully obtain a coherent and consistent form of ordinary moral consciousness that could be shared by most members of that society. One way of thinking of this is as an expansion of Rawls's method of reflective equilibrium. Footnote. Obviously, I don't mean to suggest that historically the procedure used by the critical theorist arose as a generalization of Rawls's method of reflective equilibrium, since the canonical works of the critical theory were written in the 1930s, drawing on a tradition of theorizing that went back into the 19th century. Rawls published nothing until well after the Second World War. End footnote. If Rawls thinks that one must start with our most firmly embedded intuitions, most cogent arguments, and best supported theories to try and through reflection to reach a stable state in which revised versions of these various components are compatible with each other, the critical theory takes very seriously the claim that theories, arguments, and intuitions don't stand freely in the realm of their own, but arise out of historical circumstances and in turn influence the course of history. Whether or not one will at all be able to reach a stable reflective equilibrium of the kind Rawls aspires to induce will depend, it is claimed, not just on our ingenuousness in revising our theories and success in educating our intuitions, but in the actual state of society. When one has recognized the role of the real state of society plays, however, it becomes obvious that the process of reflection can't just be a process of tinkering with our theories and intuitions. If one wants to attain equilibrium, that will require changing any social institutions that might systematically prevent such equilibrium from being attained. The critical theorists think they have reason to believe that capitalist form of economic production is one such institution. To show this would be to criticize capitalism. Tugendhat discusses only one aspect of the critical theory, and that is its claim to give a criticism of society that was independent of any particular form of philosophical ethics. He develops two objections against this claim. Unfortunately, since he misunderstands the essential structural features of at least the version of the critical theory that one finds in the writings of Horkheimer and Adorno, both of these two objections completely miss the mark. The first objection runs, in order to criticize a society, one must measure it against certain moral judgments, which one must oneself consider to be correct. Thus social criticism presupposes that one can give an account of one's own moral standards. The clarification and justification of moral judgments, however, in the first person, is the task of philosophical ethics. Thus, criticism of society is dependent on an antecedent elaboration of philosophical ethics. As a general line of argument, this seems to me false, and it ignores what is one of the central claims of the critical theory. It is true that I can try to criticize society by first elaborating and defending my own ethical position and then bringing that to bear on social phenomena. That is one possible way of proceeding. I won't comment on its usefulness as an approach to radically social criticism, but it is also the case that from the very origin of Western philosophy, there has been a completely different model of how to engage in philosophical criticism. This is the form of criticism more Socratio than and has been a completely different structure of the one Tugendhat describes. As a Socratic critic, I take over, for the sake of argument, the normative conceptions of the person or society in question, without necessarily affirming them or being committed to them myself. The criticism consists in pointing out internal incoherencies and contradictions in these normative conceptions and associated material. In principle, I wouldn't need myself to be committed even to a principle of non-contradiction, provided the person with whom I am arguing, or the society I am criticizing, is committed to that principle. The Hegelian demand that criticism must be internal is the development of the Socratic procedure, and the critical theory is yet a further development of the same general approach. The proponents of a critical theory explicitly claim that what they are trying to do is to criticize contemporary society by confronting it with its own contradictions. This project is not unproblematic, but Tugendhat's objection doesn't even engage with it. Tugendhat's second objection is that the critical theory tacitly attempts to give what is in effect a moral criticism of certain normative judgments by pointing out their socio-economic preconditions. Tugendhat, however, accepts the version of the distinction between factual statements and moral or normative statements, and so believes that no fact one might discover about the actual state of society or about the conditions under which certain normative judgments come to be accepted could have any bearing on the moral standing of such judgments. Prima facie, the distinction between facts and norms, or moral claims, does seem to have some plausibility. It might well be the case that we ought not to steal, even if we live in a mafia culture where theft is rife and not even in itself an object of any special social disapproval. However, what plausibility this distinction might seem abstractly to have tends to dissolve in context of concrete moral argumentation, and I don't think that this is just because people confronting pressing practical problems often have no leisure to respect nice conceptual distinctions. The distinction exercises the greatest imaginative hold over mind when we consider an isolated individual moral judgment and wonder how any possible configuration of the world could support or confute that judgment. The difficulty here, though, is perhaps less the result of a split between the normative and factual than of the fact that one has begun the exercise with an isolated individual moral judgment, and that is an appropriate representative of the moral and the normative. Morality is not a collection of disconnected individual judgments. That is, perhaps, by the way, another reason for rejecting certain more extreme forms of intuitionism, but rather we speak of the human morality in an interesting sense only if there are connections between the concepts used, arguments that purport to join particular claims and other claims, and only if some attempt is made to relate some of the claims to the requirements of human action and forms of human feeling and sociability. At this point, the path might seem to fork, the right branch leading off to Hegel and a conception of morality as a more or less unitary whole, ideally like a system of Sittlichkeit Hegel believes is realized in modern states, the left curving off in the direction of Nietzsche's claim that moralities in general, and modern morality in particular, are jerry-rigged, non-unitary structures composed of subsystems that retain a considerable amount of their original independence. Despite some very significant differences between a basically Hegelian and a basically Nietzschean approach, neither one is committed to atomism in studying morality. One can think, then, of moralities as systematic in that the connection between their various parts is important without committing oneself to an issue of whether each morality, or even any morality, is a single unitary system. If one decides to proceed in this way, it is less clear that factual claims can play no role in the evaluation of the morality as a whole. To put the point perhaps slightly less abstractly, really existing moralities very frequently make very strong assumptions about the nature of the social world, about facts of human motivation, about the likely consequences of acting in one way rather than another. If a morality prescribes certain kinds of actions and gives a part of the ground for this prescription some claim about the real world, then obviously showing that the claim about the real world is false and, in some sense, can count as a criticism. If the morality in question systematically presupposes a set of purported basic facts about the world, and its prescriptions rely on those presuppositions, then showing that the purported facts are no such thing would presumably count as criticism of the morality. By criticizing the morality in this way, I haven't, to be sure, necessarily shown that any individual prescription this morality might make is to be rejected. From the fact that the grounds cited for a particular prescription are false, it doesn't follow that there might not be other, fully adequate reasons for following that prescription. But Tugendhat's focus on the individual moral judgment is in any case not one of the proponents of the critical theory share. They are not really so concerned with individual moral or ethical judgments, but rather with certain systematic features of widespread forms of contemporary morality. The main difficulty here for the critical theorist is to make out the case that a form of morality really does presuppose certain factual claims. Often this will require a considerable amount of constructive interpretation, which proponents of the morality in question may well be disposed to reject. Still, this seems to have to do with the details of how to make a particular critical argument stick, rather than with some inherent defect in this way of going about social criticism. Note, finally, that none of this implies that the distinction between fact and value is meaningless, or even that it is useless in all contexts. The Neo-Kantianism, which in the works of Jürgen Habermas celebrates its resurrection from the dead with a great shout and a clatter of many timbrels, succumbs to Tugendhat's criticism of the circularity in his attempts to give an absolute grounding for ethics, but the original critical theory of the 1930s was anti-Kantian, opposed to all forms of Erpensung philosophy, and would have no more truck with transcendental pragmatics or theories of practical discourse than the transcendental subject or the a priori forms of pure practical reason. In the discussion above, I have tried to put the project of the original critical theory in a way that is accommodating to Tugendhat's as possible, even at the price of slightly distorting Horkheimer's, Adorno's, and Marcuse's actual views, for instance, by assuming that one can blithely speak, as we do in ordinary parlance, of social facts without analyzing in greater detail what we could mean by that. If Tugendhat wished to enter into a discussion of the formal form of critical theory, he would have to begin by trying to give some more serious consideration to the strand of ethical thought that starts, as far as we can tell, with Socrates, threads its way through Hegel's ideal of internal criticism, and cumulates in Adorno. Tugendhat's modest suggestion that the point of philosophical ethics is to render comprehensible our ordinary moral consciousness is naive if it implies that he thinks that consciousness is antecedently determinate, coherent, and fundamentally in order, and simply needs to be made transparent. It is unlikely to have escaped Socrates' notice that analyzing forms of moral consciousness is continuous with criticizing and transforming them. It certainly doesn't escape the notice of those who accused him of corrupting the youth. It is one of the great advantages of Rawls's approach over Tugendhat's that he is fully aware of this point and has been able to incorporate it into his philosophical project. The early critical theory is just a bit further down this road. It isn't for nothing that Nietzsche, who, in some of his moods, tried to get as far away from discursive philosophical ethics as possible, and who aspires perhaps even to dispense with justificatory thinking and morality altogether, had a fascination with the figure of Socrates as his only worthy opponent. Chapter 4. Art and Theodicy. In this essay, I would like to consider a strand of thought about art that was influential in Central Europe during the 19th and early 20th century. This is a strand which attempts to see art as in some sense cognitive and connects it very closely with religious and theological concerns, especially with the kind of concern that gives rise to the discipline of philosophical theology called theodicy. Although there are some anticipations of this approach in Kant, especially in his doctrine of beauty as a symbol of morality, and also in various early romantics, including, notably, Schelling, I will begin a discussion of Hegel's views because he seems to me to pose the issue in a way what is philosophically fully developed and which has had a continuous history of influence from the time it was originally proposed. Unfortunately, Hegel's views are both very complex and so integrated that it is hard to isolate any part for separate consideration, so I must begin by taking a step backward and expounding some of general features of his philosophic approach that one needs to understand to follow his account of art. When Aristotle speaks of the origin of philosophy in wonder, I take it that the tacit effect he had in mind is the natural concomitant of this wonder was that of fascinated admiration of what is so remarkable as not to be immediately comprehensible. The story was told in the ancient world that the Athene Myron walked into the stadium one day carrying a newborn calf. Each day he repeated this performance, and each day the calf grew bigger and heavier until finally Myron came into the stadium carrying a full-grown cow. If I see Myron walking to the stadium carrying a weight that seems impossibly heavy, e.g. a full-grown cow, I may experience a generous feeling of pleasure at the spectacle, how marvelous, and may be drawn to keep watching it, but may also have to need to understand how it is possible. I may try out various explanations. Myron comes with a family that has long been known for producing good weightlifters and so is thoroughbred. Myron eats a special diet no one else eats. Myron trains in a special way. Myron is inspired or possessed by a god, or a god has actually taken Myron's place. The whole thing is a fraud because the cow has been tampered with. There is, Aristotle would then seem to be suggesting, a natural progression from how can he lift such a heavy weight to how is it that eels always beget other eels, and e.g. not cows, to how is one related to the many. Some philosophers, however, have claimed a different origin for philosophic speculation. They have thought that philosophy and religion arise out of a certain kind of strongly negative affective human experience, an encounter with a world that is radically defective, disappointing, or unsatisfactory. Children and reflective adults who look around their world will find much of what they see painful, absurd, or revolting. Thus Prince Gautama, brought up in an artificial environment where everyone was young and healthy, is shocked by his first encounter with old age, sickness, and death, and this shock and revolution may give way to a sense of puzzlement and a need to understand how such things are possible, and what, if anything, can be done about them. If our reaction to Myron is, "That is much better than I expected, how wonderful," Gautama's reaction to what he sees outside the royal compound is, "That is much worse than I expected, how awful." Historically, there have been a number of variants of the second, Prince Gautama's negative reaction. In some versions, emphasis will be put on the deficiencies of the world. In others, our own failings. Footnote. Thus Feuerbach explained the origin of religion as a reaction to the experience of our own inadequacy, frustration, and powerlessness. To compensate for experienced failure, we fantasize an entity who has an abundance of powers we just have to be shown in lack. End footnote. Some versions will focus on the cognitive dimension, difficulties we might have in seeing the world as comprehensible, rational, meaningful, coherent. Others, on more strictly moral or psychological issues, the failure of the world to conform to our moral standards or to be amenable to the realization of our desires and interests. If, then, philosophy arises from the experience of a discrepancy between what we are vividly forced to see is the case and what we think in some sense ought to be the case, between reality and expectation, then success in the philosophical enterprise would come about in at least two possible ways. Either philosophy could show us that, contrary to the first appearances, reality does conform to our expectations. The wicked really are punished for their wrongdoing in some recognizable sense of the word punish, although the punishment takes place in ways that are not immediately evident. Or it could show us that, and ideally how, we can and should change our expectations to accommodate reality. Footnote. Obviously, how far we really can change some of these expectations is unclear. End footnote. In more interesting versions, both of these practices are thought to take place together. Thus, in certain forms of Christianity, the claim is made that the wicked are punished, so the moral economy of the world is vindicated, but also that the nature of the punishment is sufficiently different from what we might antecedently have understood as punishment, e.g. deprivation of the beatific vision, that we are required to change the standards we use for judging when the world can be said to be morally in order. Footnote. Hegel criticizes Leibniz's attempt to give a theodicy on the grounds that Leibniz incorrectly assumes that the standards used in such a theodicy are antecedently given and fixed. End footnote. Hegel is best understood as a philosopher who stands in the second of the two traditions outlined above. As human beings, we have a fundamental, in fact Hegel calls it an absolute, human need to be genuinely at home, either zu Hause or bei sich, in the world, where the world includes not just the natural universe, but also the social, cultural, and political world in which we live. Footnote. This isn't exactly correct, because the basic entities for Hegel are not humans, but forms of Geist. All humans are, for Hegel, essentially Geist, but Geist is a category that is in principle more encompassing than human is. There are, for instance, not just finite, but also infinite Geister, for Hegel, e.g. God. To put the matters as I have here covers over the distinction between Hegel on the one hand and the naturalization of the Hegelian position in Feuerbach and the early Marx in the other. But this distinction is not of direct relevance for the points I wish to make here. End footnote. We usually use the term need in a relative way, with reference, at least tacitly, to some other purpose to which the thing I need contributes essentially. If I say I need something, it usually makes sense to ask what I need it for. I may need another nail to hammer down the roof of the potting shed firmly, or a new tire so that I can use my bicycle again, or more time to finish a project, or a continuing supply of fresh water so that I do not suffer from thirst. Hegel claims that the need to be at home in the world is absolute and that it is not relative to any other set of possible human purposes. We humans want to satisfy this need for its own sake, i.e. just because we are human and it defines what it is to be human. We can't find any purposes outside itself to which the satisfaction of this need contributes or give any reason for trying to satisfy this need that wouldn't eventually become circular, i.e. that could be fully specified completely independently of reference to the absolute need itself. This absolute need gives rise to an associated set of expectations about how the world ought to be, a set of expectations that aren't automatically satisfied in human life as we know it. Especially in more complex human societies, humans will easily fail to find their social world comprehensible or will feel alienated from it. Oddly though, then, being at home in our world, although part of what we absolutely need, is not, at least for inhabitants of the modern world, our natural state, i.e. it isn't the state we would find ourselves in if we, as it were, failed to exert ourselves. Footnote. There's another part of the story which tells how this modern world of abstract institutions confronting highly individualized persons comes into being historically. Originally, humans lived in a state of what Hegel calls unmediated unity with nature and the surrounding world. End footnote. Philosophy, art, and religion are for Hegel all forms of what Hegel calls absolute spirit. They are, he thinks, just various ways of trying to satisfy our absolute need. For this absolute need to be fully satisfied, at least two conditions must be fulfilled. First of all, it must actually be the case that the world we live in, including our social and political world, is basically rational, comprehensible in principle, and commensurate to us in the sense that it is amenable to allowing us to realize our deepest human interests and aspirations. Obviously, it is the very opposite of a trivial task to ensure that this condition is met. Thus, Hegel believes no society that allows slavery can be one in which humans can genuinely be at home because its basic institutional structure is one that thwarts some of our deepest human aspirations. In fact, only since the French Revolution and the ensuing incipient institutionalization of the idea that human political life should be directed at attaining a specifically modern kind of rational social freedom has our political and social world become commensurate to us to a sufficient extent to allow us to be at home in any appreciable degree. Footnote. For Hegel, virtually everything is a question of degree. Generally, a person isn't free or unfree, but free to some extent, etc. End footnote. On the other hand, once we have eaten of the fruit of disappointment with our world of ourselves, and given history and what it is to be human, we have all in one way or another done this. It won't be enough to satisfy our absolute need that the world just is in order and good, but something must show or make visible or represent to us that our world is good, rational, comprehensible, etc. For us, an integral part of being at home is coming to see that we are at home. As Hegel puts it, to be at home is for us requires that we have been reconciled to our world. Philosophy, religion, and art are three ways of trying to attain this reconciliation. Footnote. An aspect of Hegel's theory that will play no role in my discussion is his view that to attain reconciliation means at the same time to have become free. End footnote. One great stumbling block to our attempts to be reconciled with the world is the existence of evil, which seems to be a feature of our world that we can't do away with by any non-utopian transformation of our political and social world. Christianity was faced with the problem of how to understand the existence of evil in an especially vivid form, given that it also believed that the world and everything in it were the creation of an omnipotent and benevolent deity. Theodicy, in the strict sense, is the name for the theological discipline which attempts to show that the existence of evil is compatible with the claim that the world was created by a benevolent and omnipresent God. Hegel takes over the term theodicy from Christian theology, but construes it in a somewhat more encompassing sense than the narrowly religious one in which it had its origin. For Hegel, the full task of theodicy is not just to solve the problem of evil, but to discourage the whole program of showing us that our absolute need for reconciliation with the world as a whole, as described in the last few paragraphs, was satisfied. To give a successful theodicy in this sense is the central goal of philosophy, art, and religion. If one really can distinguish, as I have above, two conditions that must be satisfied for there to be a fully satisfactory theodicy, namely that a. in a world that basically is rational, good, and commensurate to us, b. the theodicy shows us that a. is the case, then this suggests that we might countenance the possibility of a deceptive or false theodicy. Such a theodicy would be one which presented a world in which our deepest interests weren't and couldn't in fact be satisfied, as if it were one in which we were at home. This depends on taking show in B above in a merely phenomenological sense, to give it an appearance which in fact persuade us, without any commitment to the ultimate truth or well-groundedness of the appearance in question. Footnote. This idea that a society might have forms of art, religion, and philosophy which falsely exhibited the society as rational and good is one of the origins of the traditional Marxist concept of ideology. End footnote. A true theodicy, by contrast, would be one with reference to which we could take show to mean correctly exhibits. Footnote. At the end of the lectures on philosophy of history, Hegel refers to philosophy, presumably his own philosophy, as wahrhafte theodice. Wahrhaft, genuine, i.e. true, in the sense in which someone can be called a true friend, doesn't, of course, in general mean wahr, true in a cognitive sense. Also, Hegel is here in the first instance contrasting philosophy with religion, which, as we will see, keeps trying but failing to be a theodicy. Still for Hegel, given what a theodicy is and aspires to be, a genuine one can only be one that is true in the cognitive sense. End footnote. Obviously, then, a true theodicy would be possible only if our world is fundamentally in order. Since, as has been mentioned, this for Hegel is not the case through the whole of human history up to the French Revolution, theodicy in the full Hegelian sense, i.e. attempting to give a true theodicy, is a hopeless undertaking for most of human history. From the fact that the revolution establishes the basic principle that society should be rationally organized as to realize universal freedom and sets out to implement this project, it doesn't follow that the revolutionaries actually had a complete, correct, and perfect understanding of what this would imply, or that the correct principles were fully diffused throughout society and society totally restructured so as to embody them. Much less does it follow that everyone who lives in the post-revolutionary society correctly understands that it is now appropriate to be reconciled to society in a way in which it would not have been appropriate to be reconciled to a feudal society. Footnote. Hegel's account of why people don't understand that they ought to be reconciled to their world seems to be that there is, in general, a kind of historical lag in human awareness of history. People now fail to understand the present because they are still in the grip of various abstractions. End footnote. The moment of Hegel's philosophy is precisely the moment between the revolution, the clear enunciation of the right principles in the context of an effective historical process of implementing them fully, and the prospective, final embodiment of those principles in what Hegel thought was their most adequate and appropriate form, that of a fully developed bourgeois society with the political structure of an organic but constitutional monarchy. Because post-revolutionary society is fundamentally rational and good, the right principles are publicly recognized and are in the process of being fully implemented. Condition A, above, is satisfied and true theodicy is possible. Because the process of construction of the fully free and rational society is not yet complete, and because people still cling to old-fashioned abstract concepts, philosophy is needed and has an important social role to play in both guiding the constructive activity and in reconciling people to the tasks and the world that is coming into being through it. A fully successful theodicy of the kind to which the forms of absolute spirit, i.e. art, religion, and philosophy, aspire then, will both be true and convincing. Before the revolution, though, i.e. through most of human history, religion, philosophy, and art had an uncomfortable choice to face. Since the world, at any rate the social and political world, wasn't in order, the forms of absolute spirit could either tell the truth about it, that it was irrational and incommensurate to the realization of our deepest interests, but that would mean failing to give the successful theodicy, which it was in their nature to aspire to provide, or they could give a false theodicy, comforting illusions, but that would be no more than another kind of failure. Footnote. Note that Lukács, at least in some of his moods, argues in a not dissimilar way in favor of acknowledging a certain cognitive superiority of Kant over Hegel, since, on Lukács's Marxist views, both lived in a capitalist society which was very not much in order. It was impossible for them to provide a true theodicy. The question was, then, how they would deal with the necessary failure of the basic philosophic project. Kant, as become a sturdy devotee of the categorical imperative, took the path of honesty, even at the price of incoherence. The insoluble difficulties in his views about the relation of the empirical and the transcendental, the phenomenal and the noumenal, are the reflection of his success in correctly reflecting antinomies that existed in his society. On the other hand, Hegel's metaphysical appeals to Vernunft as a higher cognitive power capable of seeing in a synthetic unity what Verstand has divided, so as to allow us to be reconciled with an inherently antinomic social reality, was a comforting illusion about early 19th century European society, although, on the other hand, it also represented the development of a method which would allow later thinkers, especially Marxists, to understand how one could get beyond those antinomies by changing society. End footnote. There are at least two aspects of the account I have given so far of Hegel's conception of a theodicy that might seem to require further comment. Recall that the absolute need, out of which philosophy, religion, and art arose, was said to be a need to see the world as a place in which our deepest human interests could be satisfied. First of all, one might wonder about the relation between our absolute human need and our deepest human interests. Is a need the same thing as an interest, and is our absolute need the same as our deepest interests? Hegel doesn't have an official systematic distinction between needs and interests, but he does clearly differentiate between what he calls our absolute, or rational, or highest need, and various contingent, relative, accidental, or otherwise adventitious needs people might at various times develop. I wish to claim, though, that Hegel's discussion suggests that we can think of the absolute human need for reconciliation as something singular and transhistorical. It is a need to be at home in the world, which can in some sense be discerned as the same throughout human history, and that in contrast to what will count as our deepest human interests, will change and develop throughout time, although Hegel thinks not in a random way, but in a way which can itself be seen, at least from its final point, as having a rational and indeed absolute structure. At any rate, I will adopt that terminological convention, so our deepest human interests will mean something like whatever are the deepest interests of the people of that historical time. Footnote. Again, with the proviso that for Hegel himself, the fact that these interests develop over time is no argument against the possibility of ordering them retrospectively in a unitary rational scheme. I must admit that this section of my account of Hegel is perhaps on especially weak ground, given the extreme difficulty in understanding the relation between the philosophical account of the world he thinks he is able to give from the absolute standpoint and his recognition of the historical nature of the particular phenomena he treats. End footnote. I will further assume that these deeper interests have the same kind of autotelic property Hegel attributes to our absolute need, i.e., these interests designates things that are taken to be ends in themselves. So, both in the ancient world and in the modern world, we can see people trying to satisfy their absolute need to be at home/reconciled with their world. This means in both cases trying to see their world as accommodating their deepest interests. However, in each case what the deepest interests are is something different. Thus, in the ancient world, people's deepest interests will have to do with attaining political control of their collective life in the public world. And in modern times, however, Christianity adds a dimension of interiority and subjectivity to human life. Politics alone won't be enough, and people's deepest interest will encompass, at least to some extent, an interest in the satisfaction of various demands for individual happiness, for an acceptable constitution of their private life, etc. Footnote. This section is obviously a rather free development of some Hegelian themes rather than a strict interpretation of his views. He doesn't, as I have mentioned in the main text, strictly distinguish between needs and interests. In fact, in this example, one could just as easily speak of a post-Christian need for satisfaction of the aspiration to individual happiness as of an interest in individual happiness and welfare. Nor does Hegel use examples like this one, which I have invented. The closest he comes is the discussion of 17th century Dutch painting. The representation of domestic scenes, he claims, doesn't condemn this kind of painting to insignificance, because at that period the domestic part was part of the content of people's deepest interests. End footnote. This means that the absolute need of humanity will always be to see the world as the kind of place within which their deepest interests, whatever they historically are, can be realized. It is further the case that we won't always be consciously and explicitly aware either of our absolute need or of our deepest interests. It is reasonable to assume, then, that an important part of satisfying our absolute need will make us more clearly aware of what our interests are, bringing them to consciousness, if only because it might be thought to be difficult to see the world as amenable to the realization of our deepest interests, if we didn't know what they were. This immediately raises the issue of the cognitivity of the forms of absolute spirit, especially art. It is in general clear that Hegel holds that art is a kind of knowledge and that significant art in some sense presents us with truth, but it is extremely difficult to say exactly what this means. At first glance, it might seem that Hegel shifts uncertainly between claiming a. that art depicts a quasi-object called the divine, the absolute, the truth, that it would be easy to connect this with Hegel's obvious assumption that the archetypical form of art is a representation of God in a form of a statue or picture. B. That significant art expresses a truth. This looks like a vacillation between what old-style epistemology might have called two different conceptions of knowledge, one that took it as a kind of acquiescence, and one that construed it as provisional. In the first sense, art would be cognitive in that it would make me acquainted with something in a way that in which, for instance, I become acquainted with Marcel or with the Brandenburg Gate by looking at photos or paintings, or with the city of Berlin by studying a map. What I came to be acquainted with, roughly God, was to be sure an odd object, but that might be the fault of the object, not of the account of which it meant to know it. On the second conception, art would be called cognitive because in coming properly to understand a work of art, I would learn something like a propositional truth, e.g., if the work in question was a statue of a Greek god, that human and divine natures were not radically different from the one from the other. It will, of course, be immediately evident to anyone with even a passing knowledge of Hegel's general position that neither of these two possibilities can really hope to be adequate interpretation. The absolute is very clearly not anything like an object or person that could be known in the first sense, and Hegel is very clear that the garden variety propositional truths are fine in the realm of everyday life, but of no place in the domain of absolute spirit. The central items of philosophy are what Hegel calls speculative propositions. These are momentary expressions of a certain complex movement of thought and not equivalent to ordinary propositions or sets of such propositions. Neither A nor B above would in turn seem self-evidently to be the same as this view, which Hegel seems also to hold. C. That art makes us aware of our deepest interests. Obviously, makes us aware of our deepest interest is to be interpreted to mean makes us have correct awareness of what are truly our deepest interests. I can normally be said to become aware of various things without it necessarily being the case that I can formulate that awareness in a proposition, and awareness of an interest, whatever it finally turns out to be, seems also rather different from acquiescence with an object or person. I will return to the question of the cognitivity of art later, but for the purpose I wish to hold fast just the claim that it is central in our understanding of art to see it as helpfully to satisfy our absolute need by making us aware of our interests. Note that this should, if the previous account is correct, be only half the story. First, I should come to realize what my deepest interests are, then also that they can be realized in the world as I find it. This brings us to the second aspect of my account of Hegel's project that may seem to require further elucidation, namely, what exactly does Hegel think can be demonstrated about the possibility of realizing our interests in the world as we find it? There seem to be at least three slightly different possible theses here. A. Weakest thesis. The world isn't, metaphysically, set up so that it will systematically thwart our deepest interests. B. Strong thesis. The world is actually set up so as, on the whole, to foster the realization of at least most of our deepest rational interests most of the time. C. Strongest thesis. The world is metaphysically constituted so that the realization of our deepest human interest eventually is virtually ensured. Note that although I have called A the weakest thesis, it isn't by any stretch of the imagination trivial, and some philosophers, notably Schopenhauer, have denied it. Schopenhauer, it will be recalled, thought he could argue convincingly that given the kind of creature we humans were with the desires we would naturally have, one could see that our desires would be systematically frustrated and thwarted by the world. Schopenhauer couches his argument in terms of desires rather than interests, but it is hard to see how our deepest interests could be realizable if the world really did systematically frustrate our desires. Hegel, as it is known, opts for the strongest version, C, although the historical dimension he gives to the claim eventually may seem to take back, at least for those who lived before the French Revolution, with one hand, what it seems to give with the other. Now, at any rate, i.e. in the early 19th century in Central Europe, Hegel believes, the reconciliation a successful theodicy gives us wouldn't just be a grudging agreement that the world is the best we can expect, but rather will create what he calls ein warmer Friede mit der Wirklichkeit than that. The final result of theodicy is to show us that life as we know it in the modern world is inherently worth living. This satisfaction of our absolute need should generate in us an affectively positive optimism. It is in this context that one must see Hegel's philosophy of art. His account has two parts. Part 1. All art has its inherent teleological goal to provide us with a true, adequate theodicy, that is, A, to bring is to a correct awareness of what our deepest interests are, B, to show that these interests are realized, or at any rate realizable, C, thereby to satisfy our absolute need for reconciliation, D, to show us that our attitude toward the world ought, therefore, to be one of optimism. Part 2. This essential means by which art tries to attain the goal of is a configuration comprising three components. A. Art has to do with works that are objects having a common external existence. B. The work of art is a product of the activity of a human artist, what Hegel calls das produzierende Subjekt. C. Artworks have sensible properties which are perceived by a worshipping subject, who is a member of a community of subjects. Only when all three elements of Part 2 above come together so as to successfully to attain the appropriate goal, Part 1 above, does one have an instance of art in the full sense. Religion and philosophy share the same goal as art, Part 1 above, but differ in the means they employ, Part 2 above. That all three of the elements in Part 2 must be present for art in a full sense to exist means that for Hegel, art is an essentially social and quasi-religious phenomenon. It isn't just an accident that Part 2, Section C speaks to a community of worshippers as an essential part of art in the full sense. His tacit paradigmatic work of art is the sculpture of a god who is created by human hands and known to be created by human hands, and which is set up in a public temple to serve as the central point of various cult practices, perhaps dressed in robes, anointed with oil or butter, carried around in procession, spattered with sacrificial blood, or taken down to the shore to be ritually washed. In Hegel's wider philosophical scheme, beauty is not really a central category. To be sure, his general philosophic attitude is one of trying to be as all-encompassing as possible, i.e. finding a place in his system for everything, especially for phenomena or categories that have been historically significant, but one must distinguish between what is a constituent driving part of Hegel's own conceptual apparatus and what he tries also to accommodate because he wishes his own view to be systematically and historically exhaustive. Hegel himself, i.e. outside office hours, had neoclassicist views about beauty as harmonious of sensible appearance, and he does find a place for a theory of beauty, as in Seinecke's Scheinen der Idee in his system, but what is really important for him is the satisfaction of our need for reconciliation. Whatever sensible forms contribute to such reconciliation at a given historical time will be the forms that figure prominently and significantly in the art of that period. In some historical periods, the tasks of art will be discharged by works that do not present a schöner Schein, that lack any of the purely sensible, harmonious appearance he associates with beauty in the proper sense. This general approach implies a devaluation of the strictly aesthetic, that is, of the attempt to understand art through an analysis of the experience of an individual human subject, and of the formalist theories of art which are characteristic of the Kantian tradition. It isn't necessarily that there is no specific individual experience of the beautiful. The work of art must have sensible properties, and, of course, the agents involved in collective cultic practices will have complex experiences that will perhaps be in some ways different from normal experience, but what is important is the unitary social phenomenon sketched in Part 2, Section A through C. So there may well be specific forms of sensible experience that are characteristic of the experience of art, but these will be subordinate components of a larger whole. They won't themselves be fully and correctly comprehensible except by reference to their position in that whole. Furthermore, one cannot be able to get to what is philosophically most important about art through analysis of the way individuals experience the statue. The aesthetic is a one-sided abstraction from the full phenomena of art, and any attempt to break an individual aesthetic experience out of its wider social context and try to base a theory of art on it alone is doomed to result in a failure to understand art. Art is a form of absolute spirit. As such, it is, for Hegel, autonomous, autotelic, and cognitive, but non-discursive. It also is beyond morality. It isn't concerned with issuing imperatives, hypothetical or categorical, telling us what we ought to do, or with any of the appearances of the attempt to boss people around. Footnote. Hegel distinguishes what he calls objective spirit, essentially forms of objectified will, social institutions, etc., from absolute spirit, ways in which actually existing spirit comes to know itself. The sphere of objective spirit, i.e. morality and politics, is not freestanding or self-justifying for Hegel, but needs a guarantee or confirmation from absolute spirit. End footnote. It doesn't tell us what kind of life we ought to live, but to show us that the life we are living is inherently worthwhile, worth living for its own sake. Part of what it means to say that our life is worth living is that ours is a life of spirit, that is one in which art figures prominently. A justification, this might seem circular. Art shows us that life is worth living because it contains art, but Hegel presumably thinks that in discussion of what is worthwhile for its own sake, such circularity is unavoidable and no objection. In showing us its own inherent worthwhileness, and thus the worthwhileness of the form of life in which it is embedded, art gives us a kind of knowledge, but not one that can be reduced to a proposition or set of propositions. A work of art, or art in general, doesn't have a detachable moral or make a propositional statement. Art is for Hegel a human necessity, but also a necessary feature. It is a necessity because we humans are not forms of disembodied Geist, but finite beings living in a world of sense. Thus part of what it would be for us to fully become reconciled would be to see even this sensible world was not an utterly alien to us, and that art in the specific way in which the component of the project of reconciliation is discharged. On the other hand, Hegel believes art is a necessary failure because he believes that the means it must employ, if it is to remain art, are inherently incapable of allowing it to fully attain its appropriate goal. There is a contradiction built into the very idea of art. Art must be a failure because it tries to do something that can't be done with the means it is committed to trying to use, if it wishes to remain art. The modern world is highly complex, and understanding it requires the use of highly abstract forms of theoretical reason. What we would have to be shown in order to recognize what our deepest interests in this world are, and how they can be realized, is too complex and too abstract ever to be expressible in a work of art, which by definition must be a sensible work, in an appropriate social context. Crudely, a statue of a Greek god, in its appropriate religious and social context, can make people of the ancient world aware of the congeniality between human and divine natures, and thus contribute to making them reconciled to the visible world around them with its pleasures and pains, no different in principle from those of the gods. It is not part of the task of art, or at any rate it is not the task that art could conceivably discharge, to try to specify discursively or to analyze theoretically what is congeniality exactly. Christian theology tries to do this, but theology is not art. We contemporary philosophers, i.e. philosophic readers of Hegel contemporary with him, and all those who come later, can look back at ancient art and try to express what was happening there in a way that is sharper and more articulated than any of the participants in that artistic culture could have formulated. In participating in art, the ancients were being brought to realize, if even the gods have a human shape and live a life not essentially different from that of humans, how bad can it be to be a human? I've consciously put a question here in place of a direct statement. Hegel's claims is that this whole complex, ancient art, may be said to be a form of cognition, even though what is cognition of can't be put in a simple, single, affirmative proposition. No matter how beautiful and how lovingly tendered by its worshippers, though, a statue or painting can't, as long as it remains a work of art, really make us aware, for instance, of the deepest interests we moderns have as members of civil society and present the lives we lead as members of such a society as inherently worthwhile. That requires a conceptual and theoretical analysis which can express the more complicated abstract truths that can't be rendered visible, but that would need to be expressed for a full theodicy to be successful. Beauty can be the closest approach people in a spiritually inadequate and underdeveloped state of society, one which even tolerates slavery, can get to reconciliation, but it is in fact, at best, a crude first approximation to a theodicy. To be reconciled to our modern world, which is the world in which spirit is most fully and adequately developed, thus requires the deployment of an abstract, discursive, theoretical means, i.e. philosophy. We may hope, Hegel claims, that art will continue to thrive and develop to advance and protect itself in the modern world. Presumably, this means that works of art will continue to be produced and that there will be various technical advances. We shouldn't expect art to die off as, for instance, polytheistic religions died off at the end of the ancient period. Art in its highest vocation, however, i.e., as that to which we look for giving us an understanding of our deepest interest and reconciliation with our world, is for modern people a thing of the past, and is to be supplanted by philosophy. It isn't, of course, that philosophy now replaces art's attempts and modes of sensible demonstration of the worthwhileness of a form of life with a simple propositional truth or a collection of such truths, because philosophy doesn't deal in this currency either. For Hegel, philosophy is a continuous, in fact infinite, process of reflective argumentation in which any individual proposition or set of propositions is no more than an idealized position, a geometric point on the itinerary through which reflection moves. Taken out of this process, isolated and fixed, a proposition is a mere caput mortuum. The situation for art is, then, perhaps less dire than first appears. It is in a sense no serious objection to art for Hegel that it is based on a contradiction and thus that any work of art must necessarily be a failure. For Hegel, in one sense, everything in the world, including even presumably the Protestant religion, although he is careful not to make this too explicit, is contradictory and necessary failure. Everything, that is, except the final philosophical process of understanding that and exactly how everything is a necessary failure. In some sense, the outcome of Hegel's theory is to show us that nothing in the world is any worse for being, in some sense, ultimately contradictory and a necessary failure, provided one understands its appropriately limited place in the overall philosophical process, which is his system. The philosophical life was really the one that was worthwhile for its own sake, but philosophy itself, it was a process of speculative reflection on, and that means to some extent in, an existing form of historical human social life, and art will necessarily be a part of such a human social life, although not any more of the highest part. Still, in the face of this Hegelian account, two strategies immediately suggest themselves for trying to give a slightly more upbeat account of the future prospects of art. Roughly speaking, this means denying component part 1 or component part 2 of the schema I presented above. The first is to deny that art must be teleologically directed toward giving a theodicy and suggest ways in which art could actively embrace the absence of what Hegel calls its highest vocation, i.e., try in some way to make a virtue out of what Hegel presents as a failure. The second strategy is to question whether all three of the elements in part 2 of Hegel's analysis of the necessary means art employs really are in any sense essential features of art. One historically particular significant line of development here is the denial that art must be restricted to sensible, i.e., strictly non-conceptual means. If it is wrong to understand art abstractly and one-sidedly relative merely to a particular kind of experience individuals have, but the whole social and cult dimension must be added, why can't one go further and add conceptual and theoretical components? One of the reasons the early German Romantics gave for thinking that the novel was the appropriate form of art for the modern age was precisely that they thought it could accommodate the conceptual and discursive elements that would be needed to give a comprehensive view of the modern world. Literature, in general, for Hegel, is not the paradigmatic kind of art because works of literature don't have the sheer substantial external existence that a building, a painting, or a statue has. Rather, literature is the point at which art begins to dissolve itself into a kind of discursivity that will very soon undermine its claims to absolute importance. The novel for Hegel is so unimportant as to be virtually invisible. Footnote. At a generous estimate, half a dozen of the roughly 1,000 pages of Hegel's Aesthetics are devoted to a discussion of the novel. End footnote. The question is whether this Hegelian view is not just a prejudice. Art as a phenomenon, then, for Hegel, is deeply ambiguous. On the one hand, it is inherently committed to fostering a certain kind of optimism and affirmation. On the other hand, art is always a necessary failure in a number of different ways. Art can satisfy the highest needs of humans only in relatively primitive historical and social circumstances in a political and social world that doesn't really deserve to be the object of fully-fledged reconciliation and affirmation. On the other hand, to the extent to which the world we live in does deserve our affirmation, we can't come to a proper representational reconciliation with it through art because art is, for Hegel, too bound up with what is given to sense. Adorno is very adamantly resistant to any attempts to use the first of these two strategies. He thinks it terribly important to maintain the link of art with what Hegel calls its highest vocation, with the project of making us aware of our deepest interests and of what a worthwhile human life would be, and of telling the truth and giving a fully adequate theodicy. If one gave up that reference to the highest vocation, art would degenerate into mere entertainment. What's wrong with entertainment? We shall see in a moment. Hegel then, according to Adorno, asked the right question about art: what contribution can it make to theodicy? But he got the wrong answer. Hegel thought the post-revolutionary world was basically rational and good. Adorno is convinced that the modern world is radically and pervasively evil and irrational. Just as traditional affirmative theories couldn't really convincingly attain their goal simply by pointing to individual instances of goodness or rationality, so neither is it sufficient for Adorno simply to point out Auschwitz in support of his negative theodicy. Still, the example is sufficiently horrible that citing it simply doesn't seem to be completely lacking in persuasive force. The modern world, Adorno believes, is characterized by a systematic discrepancy that exists between our technical capacities, which are sufficient to turn the whole world into paradise, and the actual catastrophic state in which we live, of which Auschwitz is just one of the more vivid and extreme instances. Auschwitz wouldn't have been possible without a high level of development of the forces of production and of technical control over the world, and the fact that it occurred at a historical period in a place which is technologically advanced makes it all the more horrible. It is the discrepancy between technical capacities and the actual use of those capacities, and the fact that this discrepancy is, Adorno believes, not merely accidental, but systematic, that constitutes the radical evil in our world. In a way, all of Adorno's work, especially the Dialektik der Aufklärung, which he wrote in California in the 1940s jointly with his friend Max Horkheimer, is a tacit attempt to give further substance to this claim that our modern world, the world of technology, parliamentary democracy, and capitalism, is radically evil, just as all of Hegel's work in some sense an attempt to demonstrate the necessary progress of reason. Although Adorno occasionally appeals to the version of the Marxist claim that the modern world is evil because it is capitalist, his considered opinion is clearly that capitalism is merely a superficial consequence of a more deep-seated defect. This is a defect in what Adorno and his collaborator Horkheimer call the Enlightenment and its associated notion of reason. In Adorno's usage, Enlightenment doesn't refer to a particular intellectual and cultural movement in Western Europe in the 18th century. The concept of the Enlightenment is explained in Dialektik der Aufklärung by analyzing the behavior and the character of Odysseus in Homer's Odyssey, who is presented as the prototype of Enlightenment rationality. Rather, Enlightenment is an abstract and speculative construct which is supposed to designate the underlying defining real tendency of Western history. It takes its name from the 18th century movement because thinkers in the 18th century formulated with particular clarity a certain set of conceptions and theories which are characteristic of the West from Homer to Hitler. All of Western history can be seen as a single unitary process in which those conceptions come to be ever more clearly formulated and increasingly realized on an ever wider scale and in more uncompromising forms. As it were, the Whig theory of history is correct, and that history is unitary. It does have a single tendency that leads up to the present at its accumulation, but it is wrong to think that this is an unmitigated progress in any sense that would merit unconditional approval. What, then, is this Enlightenment conception of reason, and what is wrong with it? It has two aspects. On the one hand, it encompasses a commitment to certain substantive ideals of autonomy, humanity, non-coercion, individual human happiness, etc. On the other hand, it is committed to the view that the accumulation of the spread of knowledge will advance these ideals. Unfortunately, the conception of knowledge embedded in the Enlightenment project is very restricted, and to take so severely limited a conception of knowledge to be the very defining feature of reason is to make a very significant mistake. What is wrong with the Enlightenment, then, is that it has a seriously inadequate conception of reason, and its conception of reason is inadequate because it identifies reason with the accumulation of a very narrowly defined kind of knowledge. This may seem to be a mere mistake in the theory of knowledge, but Adorno and Horkheimer think it has monumental consequences. The Enlightenment construes knowledge as having three interconnected properties. A. It takes genuine knowledge to be objectifying knowledge, i.e., to be based on making a clear and strict distinction between the human subject and whatever is the object of knowledge. B. It takes genuine knowledge to be identifying, i.e., knowledge is increasing to find general concepts under which individual instances can be subsumed. Something is considered to be identified and thus to be known if and when it has been brought under an appropriate general concept, and different instances of the same general concept can within limits be treated as if they were identical, i.e., instances of a general concept can be substituted for any other under appropriate circumstances. Footnote. Obviously, it is crucial here to specify what appropriate circumstances are. This second purported property is the one that is most important for Adorno, and the one to the analysis of which he devotes most of his attention. A large part of his work, on which he resembles most closely a normal philosophical treatise, Negative Dialectic, is an investigation of the issues surrounding what he calls identity thinking. End footnote. And finally, C. It takes genuine knowledge to be inherently instrumental, able to change the world and give us control over it. For a variety of complex reasons, Horkheimer and Adorno believe that instrumental reason, the pursuit of greater and greater control over the world through the accumulation and implementation of knowledge, has an inherent tendency to absolutize itself. This undermines the Enlightenment project thoroughly. The ideals of the Enlightenment can't show themselves to be rational if rationality is defined as instrumental rationality, and the growth of scientific knowledge and associated instrumental rational forms of industrial, commercial, and bureaucratic organization, in fact, undermine the actual ability of the people in the modern world to attain individual happiness, self-determination, etc. In the final analysis, then, instrumental reason, that is the cause of the discrepancy between paradise and Auschwitz. If we accept for the sake of argument that the world is evil, and that this evil is something to do with the dominance of instrumental reason in the modern world, a number of immediate consequences follow for art. First of all, any form of art, or of religion or philosophy for that matter, that contributed to trying to reconcile people to this world, or that caused them to affirm it, would not just be mistaken, but defective in the worst fundamental way possible. Such a form of art would be, as it were, sinful. Just as the Christian doctrine of original sin didn't designate just some individual moral failing some particular person had, but a basic corruption of the will that infected any natural form of human willing, to live in a modern society is to live in a state of sin. If Adorno were following Hegel very closely, he would avoid moralizing this part of his theory, but perhaps under the influence of Schönberg, who had a tendency to conflate the aesthetic and the moral, and occasionally also the religious, Adorno doesn't always do this, and one often gets the sense that he actually thinks that any attempt to foster reconciliation, although ultimately the result of the fallen and sinful state of the world as a whole, is also at least a quasi-moral failing. Thus, in a famous passage from his Minima Moralia, he claims that nowadays it is part of the morality not to be at home with oneself. Footnote. Adorno's inversion of the Hegelian motif in this passage is characteristic. It is also characteristic that in the section from which this snippet is taken, Adorno is discussing domestic arrangements, e.g. whether beds should be close to the floor or not. If society really is an all-encompassing totality, which informs even the smallest and seemingly most unimportant details of private life, then microscopic analysis of such details could in principle yield very significant insights. Hegel, in contrast, was much more inclined to consign such details to the category of the particular, to claim that they were merely contingent and of no inherent philosophical interest, once one had seen in general that they were contingent and pass over them in silence. Adorno seems to have derived this interest in micrological analysis from Walter Benjamin. End footnote. In a radically evil society, the task of art must be to contribute to a negative theodicy, to make people more consciously unhappy and dissatisfied with their lives, and especially to make them keenly aware as possible of the dangers of instrumental rationality and the discrepancy between their world as potential paradise and of the world as an actual catastrophe. Against this background, one can see why taking entertainment as even a possible appropriate goal for art in the modern world is just out of the question for Adorno. People shouldn't be entertained if that means being rendered content while losing sight of the evil of the world. People's unreflectively given desires in our society are part and parcel of the evil whole, and the satisfaction of them is compliciousness with the maintenance of an evil world. Art in the modern world shouldn't be about satisfaction at all, but about telling the critical truth about our society, that it is evil. Footnote. See Impromptus, where Adorno says he doubts that music exists for the sake of people. This presumably that it needn't or even shouldn't be directed at pleasing them, i.e. at satisfying their existing taste. He also says he doubts that music can have any moral effect. Its vocation is just to tell the truth and produce correct consciousness in those who listen to it. End footnote. Art, then, in the modern world, must work against its own inbuilt tendency to be affirmative, a tendency that has been reinforced by virtually its whole history until the end of the 19th century, and it must try to turn against its own nature and be as negative and critical as possible. One of the ways it can best do this is by extracting itself as much as possible from the network of instrumental rationality and usefulness. That art is useless for all practical purposes is an advantage. This is why Adorno rejects the notion of a directly politically engaged art, such that art propagated by Brecht. Art can be critical in the right way only if it remains true to its vocation and history. The history of art is one of increasing emancipation from all extra artistic purposes, and in the modern world cultivating this autonomy turns out to also be the most effective way to be radically negative. Art is critical and negative through its form. The most radically negative kind of art would be one which through exclusively artistic means turned the most fundamental received laws of a current kind of artistic activity upside down precisely by treating those received laws, principles, and rules of procedure with the highest seriousness and developing them consistently in a non-arbitrary way into their opposite. This is the significance, for Adorno, of Schönberg's process from romanticization to atonalism. Romanticism was committed to some principles of musical expressivity and originality. It was also committed to the tonal system. Schönberg's development shows that this is an inconsistent set of demands, and by showing this, tacitly criticizes Romanticism and also indirectly the society of which Romanticism is an expression. The tonal system had by the end of the century become so exhausted that the expressivity and, in particular, the originality Romanticism demanded of music couldn't be attained by using tonal means. Taking the extreme chromaticism of late Romanticism further, as earlier Romantics had taken existing earlier forms of chromaticism further, eventually meant abandoning the tonal system altogether. The sense in which Schönberg's music shows the inconsistency of Romanticism or criticizes bourgeois society is not one that will reveal itself if one simply considers any particular work of his fully on its own, in complete isolation from its historical context, and studies just its immediately perceptible properties, or analyzes its formal structure. To appreciate the critical force of Schönberg's, one has to be shown the musical tradition in its place in wider social history and hear his music as a part of that history. For anyone who is liable to listen to Schönberg's music seriously, though, this does not require going outside the music itself and bringing to bear some extraneous bits of learned lore, because in some sense the history of Western music is already in our ears, in the accumulated habits and expectations of hearing, and if it weren't, not only would we fail to see Schönberg's music as critical, we would fail to be able to make sense of it at all. To the extent to which we are knowledgeable about music, it will be because we are part of its tradition and have built up the appropriate habits and expectations, and so, to some extent, we will be able to react to Schönberg's criticism without needing to have it explained to us. In one sense, early audiences may not have understood Schönberg's music, but in another they understood it all too well. The shock, horror, and rage which the music was received is comprehensible if one assumes that earlier audiences did realize in some sense that their whole society and form of life was being assaulted. Still, assault is not quite the same thing as internal criticism, and Adorno also thinks that art needs philosophic interpretation and as its necessary complement to develop its critical impetus into full-blown truth-telling. This isn't quite the same as Hegel's view that art is in some sense supplanted by philosophy, if only because Adorno has a very different view of philosophy from Hegel. For Hegel, art, philosophy, and history were distinct domains of philosophical argumentation and not at all like the production of a sensible form of art. For Adorno, philosophy itself has an irreducible aesthetic dimension, which at least suggests that the aesthetic is not as firmly subordinated to the conceptual as in Hegel. As for Hegel, for Adorno, art is a necessary failure. It can't really pull off the trick of turning radically against itself and its own tendency to affirmation while continuing to exist, and it can't effectively negate its own evil society, but the analysis of the failure can be of some cognitive significance. To put Adorno's views in outline then, using the same schema I used for Hegel, vide supra, Adorno holds that contemporary art is successful if a. It makes us aware of our own deepest interests, and b. It shows these interests cannot be realized within our society. C. Thereby distancing us further from reconciliation with our society. D. And generating in us a kind of resistant melancholy, a sad refusal to participate in society. One might easily accept the rest of the analysis and remain slightly dubious of D. Why should melancholy be the appropriate effect rather than one of the effects that usually accompanies social activism, righteous indignation, solidarity, revolutionary enthusiasm? Adorno's criticism of Western rationality, after all, was a criticism of it being too instrumental, too concerned with being an effective guide to action. If one adds to this general theoretical suspicion of instrumentally effective action, Adorno's belief that society was a closed, all-encompassed totality wielding overwhelming power over the individual and almost infinitely capable of turning to its own evil purposes any form of action directed against it, it becomes easy to see that withdrawal into melancholy seems the only appropriate response. Adorno's pithy claim in Minima Moralia, Es gibt kein reges Leben in Fashion, which means roughly both A. There is no real living in a false form of life, and B. There is no way to live correctly as an individual in a form of life that is itself false as a whole, can be seen as the non plus ultra of sophisticated reflection, but also as an excuse for doing nothing. Adorno had a genius for finding general reasons for doing what he wanted to do and for not doing things he wanted to avoid, although sometimes even he seemed to be scraping the bottom of the barrel of his theoretical imagination, as when at one point in the 1960s he claimed that he couldn't take part in a political demonstration because he was too fat. To the end of his life, Adorno continued to argue his position was not one of resignation, because he retained a grasp of the happiness given by non-instrumental knowing, such as the cognition provided by art and philosophic commentary, even though what came to be known was nothing but universal unhappiness. Although he didn't mention it, it is also the case that he never allowed general theoretical considerations to interfere with his full enjoyment of the delights of the kinds of life to which his inherited wealth gave him access. Lukács speaks of Adorno as inhabiting Grand Hotel Agrabah, where the frisson caused by the view down from the abyss of modern capitalist society was a piquant addition to the general high level of luxurious comfort provided. Adorno would have thought this remark very unfair, perhaps an expression of the envy petit bourgeois intellectuals often direct at those who are more fortunate. It is hard to believe that this can be true of Lukács, who, after all, came from a background at least as wealthy and privileged as Adorno's. Still, perhaps Adorno is partly right about this. Even if he is, though, that may be no defense, since, to paraphrase another of Adorno's mots from Minima Moralia, the splinter in my own eye may be the best magnifying glass. Also, the main point of this line of criticism may not be that Adorno lived a life in comfort, but that he did so while criticizing the capitalist society that was the source and framework for his wealth, avoiding any action that would have been at all inconvenient to himself, justifying his exclusive concern with his writing by reference to the purported impossibility of effective political action in the modern world, and claiming that in failing to be politically engaged, he had not resigned. Perhaps there really wasn't anything he could have done, but to many of his position considered as a whole seemed too dialectical by half. The fact that Kant ran his life by rules, some of which seemed to us fantastic, such as never accept an offer of a coach ride because it may make you late for an appointment, or never smoke more than one pipe of tobacco a day, but get a pipe big enough to last all day, is not taken by most people as an argument against the doctrine of the categorical imperative. This is because we accept a distinction between arguments in philosophy as a moderately technical subject and the details of philosophers' everyday attitudes. Adorno, however, was committed to micrological analysis, to the study of the detail which illuminates the whole, and he was disinclined to draw a sharp distinction between technical philosophy and the general way in which one conducts one's life. Any evaluation of Adorno's philosophizing that tried to be true to the spirit of the approach he himself used in studying other philosophical positions would have to come to terms with Adorno's own extreme narcissism and the self-serving nature of his melancholy. Nietzsche spent most of his productive life trying to escape the pessimism he felt was an almost inevitable consequence a sensitive spirit in the late 19th century would draw from the collapse of Christianity. During his short philosophical career, he changed his views about theodicy and art very considerably. I will first say something about the early position outlined in his first book, Gebrand der Tragödie, then I will close with a few brief remarks about his later change of heart. Originally, Nietzsche thought that only what I have called above a false theodicy is possible for us, and that such a theodicy, to be effective, would have to be a form of art and not anything discursive. In a memorable phrase, he asserts that the world and human life can be justified only as an aesthetic phenomenon. Although all artistic genres are aimed at giving a theodicy, the most effective is provided by tragedy, and so in what follows I will concentrate on tragedy. Nietzsche starts from two sets of assumptions taken over from Schopenhauer. The first is a series of metaphysical views. The everyday world we see around us, Schopenhauer claims, a world of individuated objects in space and time, held together through relations of causality, is an insubstantial appearance, the reality of which is a metaphysical entity which is not subject to any of our normal cognitive categories. It isn't spatial or temporal, and it isn't causally connected to with anything in our world, and which Schopenhauer calls the will. Our world is then the way this will and its action appear to us. The second assumption is Schopenhauer's pessimism. A careful reflection on human experience will show, as Nietzsche was later to put it, that life was worthless. There is an inherent lack of fit between essential human desires and the essential nature of human willing, on the one hand, and the possibilities the world offers of satisfying those desires on the other. As a result, we humans are doomed to an unhappy life which careens back and forth erratically between frustration, when particular desires we have are not satisfied, and boredom, when particular desires we have had are satisfied. Nietzsche uses an image derived from Heraclitus to express the basic metaphysics in which Gebrand der Tragödie presupposes. The reality beyond appearances, Schopenhauer's will, is like a wanton child playing on a beach. The child draws figures in the sand and then wipes them out, taking equal pleasure in both activities, i.e. both in the creation of the individuated figures and their destruction. Our world of appearances is the succession of momentary figures in the sand. Every empirical human being is no more than one such figure. This play follows no rational or moral rules, the child is merely gratifying its aesthetic predilections. If the child has a structure at all, it can only be a structure of aesthetic necessity. Since the child and its activity, in some metaphysical sense, the reality in which I, along with all other human individuals, am a mere appearance, it shouldn't be out of the question for me to be able to see the world as it does, and eventually to not share just the child's viewpoint, but the pleasure it takes in its activity. Art, especially tragic art, through the production of a seductive world of shine, allows us for a moment to do this. The shine tragedy produces is a complex phenomenon. The actor up on stage is not merely a man who has just blinded himself with his recently deceased wife-mother's brooch, but just seems to be. That it is Oedipus on stage is a shine. The audience in one sense knows this. Anyone who thought the man really on stage really had blinded himself would have failed to understand the artistic shine that was being presented. But in another sense, it lets itself be taken in by the illusory experience to the extent, at any rate, of being moved emotionally by what it sees and hears, as if it were real. The fate of the tragic hero, suffering the collapse of an apparently well-founded identity, and the dissolution of individuality in death presented in a way that makes them seem necessary and inevitable, is really the fate to each of us. It is the final metaphysical truth about the world and human life. However, it is presented to us in tragedy as if it were something happening to someone else, to Oedipus, not to each of us, and that isn't exactly correct. From the child's point of view, its own activity, and thus the resultant play of individuated forms in the world, of mere appearance, is pleasurable and self-justifying, and everything in the world, all of life, will seem in order. How could it not, given that the world as a whole is nothing but the result of the child's following out of its own predilections? The reason discursive or conceptual thought will not work as a theodicy is that if one reasons correctly about the world, one will come to Schopenhauer's conclusions. The justificatory effect of art depends on enabling me to share the self-validating pleasure of the child. Since the child is me, is the reality of which I am a mere appearance, its pleasure is in some sense potentially mine, and art makes that potentiality actual. On the other hand, the child is also not me. The identification art encourages is also in some sense an illusion. I, as an empirical person, belong to the world of individuated objects, and am distinct from other persons. The child is beyond the principle of individuation. What will satisfy the aesthetic sense of the child, the random generation and destruction of individuated form, may not, and in fact pretty certainly will not, really be compatible with my deepest interests as an individual, and the same will hold true of every other human individual. What looks just fine from the point of view of the child, Raymond dying painfully in a highly interesting and dramatic way, won't be nearly so satisfactory to me as the empirical person I am. The function of art is to give me a proper glimpse of one side of the relation between the child and me, the side of our identity, while at the same time hiding the other side from me, deceiving me about the non-identity that exists between myself and the child, and the possible implications this has for my ability to see my life as worthwhile. The shine that constitutes art isn't a straightforward lie, because people who experience art in the right way don't take it to be propounding of some literal truth, but it is a deceptive appearance, both which directs attention away from an important truth and actively hides it from us. The particular combination of revelation of the truth plus deception is characteristic of what art can do, but it is not available to discursive forms of thought. To experience art means to allow oneself to be deceived, but to be able to do that does result in a genuine pleasure that is self-validating and which can seduce one into continued living. To map this onto the scheme I've used before, then, for Nietzsche, art is successful if a. It effectively mystifies us about our own deepest interests by causing us to confuse them with those of the child, b. It thus also mystifies us about the possibility of satisfying those interests, c. It overwhelms our potential cognitive recognition that life is not worth living for us by shedding a transfiguring glow over life as a whole and justifying it to us. D. It thereby seduces us to continue to live. This early position, then, combines cognitive pessimism with an aesthetic theodicy in a very striking way, but one that depends crucially on the highly speculative construction Nietzsche in his later preface to the second edition of The Birth of Tragedy calls, with only mildly disguised contempt, the artisan metaphysic, the story of the divine child who is the reality behind the world of appearances. The later Nietzsche moves away from this position in two directions. First, the whole task of theodicy presupposes that there could be such things as an objective constitution of the world, the way the world was in itself, and that this constitution of the world, or our correct cognition of it, could in some sense require us, or at least require us on pain of irrationality, to make a certain kind of value judgment about the world as a whole, it is good, and adopt some effective attitude toward the world and with our lives, for instance, an attitude of affirmation. Nietzsche, however, comes to think that this whole idea of the world requiring that we make a certain value judgment about it or adopt an attitude toward it doesn't make sense. Optimism and pessimism, if those are intended to designate justified attitudes, i.e. attitudes grounded on knowledge of the way the world is, fall by the wayside too, as does the whole project of giving a theodicy. The second strand in Nietzsche's later work is an attempt to extract possible ways of being affirmative from the apparatus of justification, optimism/pessimism, and theodicy. Rejecting the basic framework of philosophical theodicy needn't mean giving up on theodicy as a naturalistic project. Any of us who have survived to become more or less functional adults have done so in part because as infants we lived in a good enough world, and so any survivor's forms of a possible audience for a true naturalistic theodicy. For them, at any rate, the world was sufficiently rational and good, and with sufficient empirical knowledge one could tell a true story about how their empirical world provided an environment which allowed them to become the functional agents capable of affirmation and self-affirmation they have become. Nor need the rejection of the traditional philosophical project of theodicy mean abandoning discussion of art in the context of the generation, cognition, and satisfaction of human interests. We might still be able to make some distinction between deeper and more superficial human interests. It isn't even out of the question that we might still be able to make some distinction between real or true and merely apparent or false interests. We might still be able to speak of ways in which particular artworks or genres contributed to making us aware of art deluding us about the pre-existing interests, or ways in which they helped bring into new humans' interest into being. One such new human interest might be the way in which specific, perhaps novel forms of artistic activity could be cultivated. Finally, we might still be able to speak sensibly about ways in which art could perhaps satisfy, or fail to satisfy, either pre-existing interests or interest it creates themselves. Failure might be as important as, or even more important than success. Hegel and Adorno might well be right about that. It isn't, after all, self-evident that a form of art or a work of art will necessarily satisfy the interest it generates. One might rather think that was a sign of an especially significant work that it didn't do this, that it was, in part, a promise only something else, another work of art or another kind of everyday life, could keep. This might be one of the ways in which art could be a part of the motor of the certain kind of historical development. For the later Nietzsche, the question in any case would be on what role art could play in a life that was affirmative but not optimistic. Chapter 5. Adorno and Berg. When Berg was in Frankfurt for the premiere of the Three Fragments from Musique in 1924, he was introduced to a 21-year-old student named Theodor Weinesgrund. Weinesgrund was about to submit a doctoral dissertation in philosophy on the then fashionable topic of Husserlian phenomenology, but he also had some training as a musician and had published a number of journalistic pieces on contemporary music. Later, Weinesgrund would claim that at the time he saw in Berg a representative of the true new music, at the same time Schönberg and Mahler. He proposed to move to Vienna to study composition with Berg as soon as the formalities for the granting of his doctoral degree were completed. Berg agreed to take him on as a student. Weisengrund was the only son of a wealthy Jewish wine merchant, Oskar Weisengrund, and of Maria Cavalli Adorno, a French singer. He was a highly intelligent, deeply cultured, and aesthetically sensitive young man, but had in some ways a not very attractive character. Schönberg found his oily, self-important manner, arrogance, and beady-eyed stare repulsive, and certainly Weisengrund's writings give the impression of being the work of a more than usually self-absorbed person. Despite this, Berg seems to have had a genuine affection for him and a high opinion of his compositions, although no interest at all in his philosophical speculations. For a time, Weisengrund composed while also pursuing a university career in philosophy, but during the 1930s he gradually gave up composition altogether, although he continued to write about music until his death in 1969. The Nazis deprived him of his university post in 1933, but he didn't believe Hitler would last long in power, and also, according to one of his friends, couldn't believe that anything could happen to him, the son of Oskar Weisengrund, so he temporized. Footnote. As late as 1938, he was writing that, according to our theory, there will be no war. And even in early 1939, he is not convinced that the war will come. End footnote. In 1937, just after Berg's death, a number of analyses of Berg's work by Weisengrund appeared in the volume edited by Willy Reich. These had a certain influence on early interpretations of Berg. Finally, a 1938 Weisengrund emigrated to New York. At about the same time, he began to use his mother's maiden name, Adorno, as his surname. Footnote. Weisengrund began publishing essays under the name Theodor Weisengrund Adorno in the 1930s, but people who knew him continued to refer to him and address him as Weisengrund. Berg refers to him exclusively in this way. By 1943, he is Dr. Adorno. End footnote. In the early 1940s, Adorno, as he now was, wrote the work that was to be his major contribution to thinking about music, Philosophie der neuen Musik. He was working on the manuscript at just the time when his neighbor in the German exile community in California, Thomas Mann, was beginning to write his fictional life of the German composer Adrian Leverkühn, which eventually appeared as the novel Dr. Faust, 1947. Mann wanted to include some detailed descriptions of imaginary compositions by Leverkühn in the novel, and Adorno's presence was a godsend. In 1943, Adorno gave Mann a copy, in manuscript, of the theoretically most interesting part of Philosophie der neuen Musik, the chapter on Schönberg, and he served in general as a music advisor to Mann. Adorno was later to point to some similarities between Berg and Leverkühn, but these seem actually to be relatively superficial. Footnote. Both Berg and Leverkühn find it difficult to focus their general aesthetic interests and confine them to music. Both are interested in numerology, etc. Mann adds that in both the real music of Berg and the imaginary music of Leverkühn, dissonance is the expression of the serious and spiritual, while harmony and tonality stand for hell or the world of the commonplace. None of this really amounts to much. End footnote. Thomas Mann himself always claimed that Leverkühn was a fictional creation with composite traits derived from a variety of sources. It is certainly hard to see much of the Austrian Catholic Berg, who is so given to the enjoyment of good food and drink, and whose comment on German cuisine was, "The Germans only ever eat muck," in the cold, ascetic German Protestant Leverkühn. Footnote. Leverkühn rejects the tempting offers of the French Imperatio Philipsburg to enter La Grande Mode, maintains his artistic integrity, and stays put in the rural retreat. Berg didn't imagine that a concert in Paris would threaten his integrity. He gave one in 1928. A few more such performances in the 1930s would have allowed Berg to buy an even more powerful car. It is hard to imagine Leverkühn buying a car. End footnote. After the war, Adorno returned to Frankfurt and was active in the reconstruction of musical life there. He tried to enlist Thomas Mann's help in preventing the reopening of Bayreuth and was a regular feature in the Darmstadt scene. He continued to publish copiously on music. In 1968, the year before his death, he published a monograph on Berg, which incorporated the material he had originally written for the 1937 Reich volume, but his work never again attained the energy, imaginativeness, and acuity it had in the 1940s. Footnote. Adorno's end was as grotesque, in its way, as those of Berg, Werberg, and Schönberg. Throughout the 1950s and early 1960s, he had kept up a steady stream of social and cultural criticism, but he seems to have been surprised by the German student movement of the mid and late 1960s and quickly distanced himself from it. A number of incidents, such as his public handshake with the burly police chief who organized the removal of students occupying his Institute for Social Research, caused consternation among members of the left. Finally, a group of women students decided to stage an Adorno love-in. Stripping to the waist, they performed a parody of the Flower Maiden scene from Parsifal, dancing an erotically suggestive way around Adorno as he entered the lecture hall and pelting him with flowers. This was an extremely astute tactic. Adorno prided himself on not being a prude, but the love-in was too much for him. Shielding his eyes from the sight of a woman's breast with his leather briefcase, he held the lecture hall without for once speaking. He left for a holiday in Switzerland without trying to lecture again, and died there of a heart attack. End footnote. New section, Art and Affirmation. Adorno took a basically Hegelian approach to art characterized by three theses. 1. The central aesthetic category is not beauty, for instance, but truth. 2. Aesthetic truth stands in close inherent relation to history. 3. The history of music should be understood as a dialectic between subject, in this case the musical or compositional subject, a composer with characteristic powers and sensibilities, and object, in this case what Adorno calls the musical material. There is, Adorno assumes, a single unilinear historical path of development of music. At any point in time, a composer confronts a pre-given musical language and a set of musical forms and aesthetic demands. This is the material, and tries to structure this material into a coherent work of art using existing compositional techniques or more or less radical modifications of such techniques. It is essential to keep firmly in mind that what Adorno calls the material is not the physical, e.g. the acoustic, basis of music, not notes considered as natural phenomena, rather the material, what the composer finds already there and must deal with in order to produce a work, is a historically and culturally formed body of expectations, demands, expressive features, etc. Such material is itself, at any given time, the result of previous compositional activity, and highly innovative compositional activity now will, as it were, become absorbed in and thus change the material the next generation of composers will confront. A further feature of Adorno's account is his claim that up to now, or at any rate up to Adorno's death in 1969, no fully satisfactory, stable state of compositional practice has been attained. The demands and expectations embodied in the musical material are not at any time fully consistent, and attempts by the musical subject to use existing or newly invented techniques to introduce coherence into works shaped from that material will never be fully successful. One can look at the same historical process in two complementary ways. Depending on which perspective one adopts, that of the subject, the composer, or that of the object, the musical material, one can see the whole process as one in which active agents, composers, imaginatively invent new forms and techniques, thereby continually transforming the material of music, or one can see the process as one in which the material in itself, making demands, setting puzzles to which composers respond as best they can, finding more or less satisfactory solutions. There is always a state of the art of music, a set of techniques for composing, aesthetic canons of correctness and expressivity. There is also a set of demands the material, at that particular time, makes. Serious music is state-of-the-art music which addresses the demands of the musical material. Aesthetically successful music advances the state of the art. It is innovative and progressive. This innovation or originality, however, is historically located in two ways. First, no matter how radically new a given procedure or form is, it will always turn out to be a modification of existing techniques. Second, for an innovation to be more than idiosyncrasy or theoretical trifle, it must be used to deal with historically specific problems posed by the musical material. What is genuinely new thus has high positive value, but it is this historical element in the new that distinguishes Adorno's conception from an apparently very similar one found in French modernism. Baudrillard's voyagers who sail under their captain Death pour trouver du nouveau are motivated by ennui, horror and perhaps disgust, or by the sheer desire for novelty for its own sake. Ever since the Epicureans at least, it has been pointed out, however, that death is the radical other of life, not a modified form of living. Thus whatever new thing might exist au fond de gros is not something the voyagers intend to bring back to improve existing techniques either of living or of making music. Ennui is not the most obvious motivation of the composer trying to respond to the demands of the musical material, and indeed it is hard to imagine any of Baudrillard's voyagers exhibiting the loving, meticulous devotion to tradition required to write a book like Schönberg's Harmonie Lettres, although writing such a book is a perfectly reasonable thing to do for a composer who is trying to learn how to respond to the historically given demands of the musical material. The idea that in successful aesthetic activity there is a kind of reconciliation of freedom and necessity, that the highest exercise of spontaneous freedom is precisely to find the necessary solution to a problem, is one that goes back to the end of the 18th century and finds full and explicit expression in Schelling's System des Transzendentalen Idealismus. I merely note that at this point that the notion of necessity involved here is problematic and seems to presuppose some very strong claims about the demands the material makes. To speak of the successful composition as reconciling freedom and necessity would seem to require that the demands of the material have great specificity and that there is a unique correct or at least uniquely best way to satisfy them. Footnote. There might seem to be strong similarities between these views of Adorno and those held by Schönberg. Schönberg, too, rejects the idea that the artist is trying to realize beauty and claims that art must be true. Schönberg also gives a central place to the necessity of artistic production. However, when Schönberg speaks of truth, he usually seems to have in mind authenticity of expression, that a musically elaborated form of an inspiration is true to that Einfall, and hence an authentic expression of the composer. This notion of truth of expression is completely different from Adorno's Hegelian idea of truth. For Adorno, the expressionist self and the Einfallidee are not an absolute to which art must be true. Crudely put, the composer may be worthless. Einfall and authentic elaboration of it won't make it a work of art. Similarly, when Schönberg speaks of necessity, he seems usually to mean the composer's inner need for self-expression and not the necessity of a particular solution to the puzzle the material presents. End footnote. Up to this point, Adorno's account in Philosophie der Neuen Musik follows a generalized Hegelian position rather closely. Now he adds two novel twists. First of all, he identifies progressive music in the historical aesthetic sense, music that embodies new techniques to solve the problem posed by the material, with music that is progressive in a political sense. Correspondingly, music that does not advance the state of the art along the uniquely determined path required by the demands of the material is not just aesthetically unsatisfactory, but also politically reactionary. In Philosophie der Neuen Musik, Schoenberg and his school function as the exemplary representatives of progressive, genuinely new music, and Stravinsky as the representative of reactionary neoclassicism. No compromise between Schoenberg and Stravinsky is possible, no intermediary position can be found. To try to support this view, Adorno has to engage in quite a lot of not very convincing dialectical maneuvers. Thus, the second half of Philosophie der Neuen Musik tries to argue that Stravinsky's music is psychotic, infantile, hebephrenic, depersonalized, alienated, and politically reactionary, despite the lack of evidence that Stravinsky himself held right-wing political views, or was in any way supported or even especially warmly received in right-wing circles. Footnote: Stravinsky's published comments on political matters over the course of a long lifetime present a no less contradictory picture than do his remarks on many other matters. In the 1930s and 40s, he seemed to have very little time for Hitler, but quite a lot of time for Mussolini and some sympathy for Franco, though his words and actions are perhaps easier to reconcile with an instinct for self-preservation than with a strong and consistent political stance. End footnote. A continuing theme of Adorno's discussion of Berg will be his attempt to defend him against the view that he represents a moderate form of modern music, that is, occupies a kind of intermediate position, the viability of which Adorno is committed to denying. The second deviation from Hegelianism is connected with Adorno's doctrine of the dialectic of enlightenment. Footnote: in the preface to Philosophie der Neuen Musik, Adorno states that the book can be seen as an exercise to Dialektik der Aufklärung, a book he wrote jointly with Max Horkheimer in the early 1940s. End footnote. At a first approximation, the distinction between the members of the Second Viennese School and the representatives of neoclassicism seemed to be a division between sheep and goats, between the saved and the children of perdition. But on closer inspection, the progress represented by Schoenberg and his students is not an unmixed blessing. The central tenet of the Enlightenment, according to Adorno, is that the human subject, by gaining instrumental control over nature, can escape the blind subjugation to fate and myth and attain autonomy and happiness. For complex and not perhaps finally very clear philosophical reasons which Adorno expounds at great length in Die Dialektik der Aufklärung, the process of enlightenment has an inherent tendency to turn against itself, so that the system of tools, social institutions, imperatives of rationality, etc., which was supposed to give us mastery of our fate, instead enslaves us. Effective long-term control of nature requires that we inhabit a sort of spontaneous reactions to the world, and adapt our mode of behavior, and eventually even our mode of feeling, to the laws we discover in nature. In the long run, such loss of spontaneity empties our subjectivity of content, and can eventually deprive us of the very possibility of human happiness. Nature, mastered and objectified, has its revenge. Adorno interprets Schoenberg's development through atonality to the method of composing with 12 notes related only to each other as an instance of the dialectic of enlightenment. The musical material of tonality has become a kind of second nature by the end of the 19th century. The breakthrough to atonality is a process in which the musical subject frees itself from the constraints of the material, establishes a kind of rational mastery over it. However, the absolute freedom of atonality leads by a necessary progression to even more rationally defective 12-note method. In 12-note music, the material, i.e. second nature, seems once again to be dictating to the subject after the brief fling of free atonality. Footnote: it is precisely this that Schoenberg seems to want to deny, by denying that there is a 12-note system and insisting that he had invented a method or technique. Quote, one must follow the series, but nevertheless one composes as freely as before. End quote. Schoenberg always said that Adorno had missed the point. Adorno tries to defend himself in the Würde to his Moments Musicax. If the method of composing with 12 notes related only to each other is just a method, and not the only route to the solution to the new problems, then one of the main assumptions of the Philosophie der Neuen Musik is undermined. Note that there is another and much less plausible version of Schoenberg's famous dictum, namely, one follows the series, but composes just as before. 12-note composition might well be just as free as tonal composition, but it is very hard to believe that it can be just like it. End footnote. Quote, the subject dominates music through the rationality of the system, only in order to succumb to the rational system itself. The new ordering of 12-tone technique virtually extinguishes the subject. The musical subject in Schoenberg can thus become as depersonalized as that which finds in Stravinsky. So the two antipodes, Schoenberg and Stravinsky, are not at all that far apart. Rather, they are held together in a fellowship of necessary failure, because the redeemed state of the world makes fully realized, adequate, satisfactory art impossible. The only form of even relative success accessible to art is to indicate through its very own fragmentariness, inconsistency, its defects and sharp edges, the inherent inadequacy of the world we live in. To do this would be for art to attain the truth to which it can aspire. Adorno sometimes puts this point by saying that in traditional work of art is affirmative. It operates by means of a logic of tension, conflict, and resolution, and is successful when it observes the Leibnizian principle of economy or parsimony in developing and resolving the tension, making the great variety of forms out of the least material with the least effort, and when in addition that formal resolution is also experienced as an affirmation on the fact of the world, despite appearances to the contrary, is basically in order, rational, and good. Affirmative art, Adorno claims, is now false because our world is not fundamentally in order but radically evil. New music must therefore satisfy the almost impossible demand of creating works of coherence which satisfy the highly developed aesthetic sensibilities of the best contemporary practitioners, while avoiding the use of any device or form that would allow one to use, experience, or interpret the aesthetic properties of the work as an affirmation of the world it is. Unfortunately, art by its very nature is affirmative. The very fact that an internally coherent, aesthetically satisfying work has been produced tends to promote reconciliation with the world. If new art must be non-affirmative, it must in some sense be not trying to be art at all, trying to undermine the very idea of the rounded, aesthetically satisfying artwork. Quote, today the only works which really count are those which are no longer works at all. End quote. Thus art may now simply be impossible. New section, Berg and the avoidance of affirmation. This idea that genuinely new, and thus true, art in the 20th century must be non-affirmative is of great importance, so to get a clearer view on what is meant, it might be useful to look at an example. As is well known, after completing Wozzeck, Berg hesitated for a long time between two projects for a second opera. One was an opera based on Hauptmann's Und Papsi Tanzt, and the other an opera to be based on two plays by Franz Wedekind about Lulu, Erdgeist, and Die Buches der Pandora. Some of Berg's friends thought Und Papsi Tant more promising, and Adorno tried to take some credit for encouraging Berg to use the Lulu plays rather than the Hauptmann's text. Footnote. Quote, I cannot say with certainty whether it is I who first pointed him toward Lulu, as it now seems to me upon reflection. In such cases, it is easy to err out of narcissism. End quote. This is so uncharacteristically modest, one might be tempted to think there is something to it. In any case, since we know that Berg attended a performance of Die Buches der Pandora in 1905, almost 20 years before he first met Adorno, who after all was only born in 1903, Adorno can at most imply that he drew Berg's attention to the operatic possibilities of a play which the composer already knew well. End footnote. Berg, however, initially ignored Adorno's advice and set to work on Und Papsi Tant. Only when the financial negotiations for the rights to Hauptmann's play broke down did he instead turn to Wedekind. Und Pipa Tanzt is a form of Zorbflote without the happy ending. The Tamino and Pamima figures, Michael and Pipa, fail their test. She dies, he is blinded and sent off to wander from Celesta to Venice, i.e. through virtually the whole length of Habsburg Austria, to live by begging and playing his ocarina. The text presents a number of obvious opportunities for superficially striking musical effects. Apart from Michael's ocarina, there is a scene in which Pipa runs her fingers around the rim of a glass, the sound gradually getting louder and transforming itself into music. Footnote. Given Berg's evident fascination with the ways in which music can emerge gradually from noise, it is a shame that we will never hear Pipa's musical glass. End footnote. Pippa and her father, Tagliazzoni, who is lynched at the end of Act 1 for cheating at cards, speaking in a mixture of German and Italian. The Monosatos figure, Old Hun, speaks in a Sicilian dialect and has a fine repertory of groans, shouts, and other inarticulate noises. He kills Pippa by breaking a glass while she is dancing. It is true, as Adorno points out, that the play has some signal dramatic deficiencies. It is disjointed and uneven in tone and pace, and the plot rather loses momentum halfway through. These need not, however, have been fatal to the work considered as a possible libretto. After all, a play could scarcely have less dramatic momentum than large parts of Tristan, or a sillier and less integrated plot than Zauberflöte, and Berg would no doubt have introduced improvements when he produced the libretto. What would disqualify the play as new art for Adorno lies deeper. Und Pippa tanzt begins in a world much like that of Wozzeck, a tavern in a small mountain village in which the only local industry, a glassworks, has closed. The tavern is full of unemployed and casual workers. Act 1 ends with the realistic presenting disaster, the death of Tagliazzoni, and the abduction of Pippa by Old Hun, but as the play progresses, this real catastrophe is dissolved into a series of fairy tale events culminating in a very traditional ending in which the blinded hero Michel, now after a life of begging, is offered illusory consolation for his suffering. If people threaten to throw stones at you, tell them you are a prince. Tell them you are about your water palace. It is just this kind of transfiguration of suffering, tragic reconciliation with fate, which Adorno believes to be characteristic of traditional affirmative art, and which he thinks new art must reject on both aesthetic and political grounds. The ending of Wozzeck is quite emphatically not affirmative in this sense. Perhaps it might have been just barely possible to take it in that way if the opera had ended with the orchestral interlude of after Wozzeck's death, Act 3, Scene 4. The tonal interlude might have been thought to suggest that the certain pharisaical kind of moral order had been established. Poor man murders faithless wife and then drowns himself. This way of taking it wouldn't work, though, because Act 3, Scene 5 shows us Wozzeck and Marie's young son. He isn't mystified into thinking real suffering has some deeper meaning or significance. He simply doesn't even yet realize what has happened, but we can be reasonably sure he will soon enough. It is quite wrong to suggest, as Fritz Heinrich Klein did in his review in Musikblätter des Abbrunch in 1923, that the sight of the innocent, orphaned child arouses a deep melancholy in the sympathetic soul, and the hope that fate will be kinder to him than it has been to his parents. Berg points out in his lecture on Wozzeck that the opera ends with a perpetuum mobile movement, and suggests that the opening bar at the opera could link up with the final bar, and in doing so close the whole circle. The clear implication of this is that any hopes aroused in the sympathetic soul are grossly illusory, and that the child's future will be the same kind of cycle of confusion, pain, violence, and despair we have just seen Wozzeck endure and exhibit. There does seem to be a clear distinction between the plays like Und Pippa tanzt, which are in some sense affirmative, and dramas like Wozzeck, or Wojzeck if we are speaking of the play, which are not. Adorno, however, when he is at his most uncompromising, drawing out the implications of his own position with the greatest dialectical rigor, argues that even Wozzeck, the Berg opera, is in its own way affirmative. It is, after all, still a coherent work, exhibiting aesthetic closure, and thus to the extent something that transfigures pain and leads to a resigned acceptance of it. In the passage which Adorno makes this argument, early in Philosophie der Neuen Musik, he is contrasting Wozzeck and Lulu on the one hand, and Schönberg's Ertwung and Die glückliche Hand on the other. The implication seems to be that the latter really are non-affirmative, non-works of art. One might think that Adorno is simply confused here. It seems very odd to argue that Erwartung is not as much a work as Wozzeck. In addition, it is perfectly reasonable to present arguments against art in general. Art won't cure real pain. Perhaps it does foster the wrong attitudes in people. It isn't obvious, though, that such general arguments against the very existence of art can easily be transformed into internal aesthetic standards, ways of telling better art from worse art. True, art doesn't abolish the pain of the real world, but that won't tell us anything about the relative merits of Schönberg and Stravinsky. But to argue this way against Adorno is to misunderstand his basic procedure, which is not, of course, to defend that basic procedure, but only to assert that criticism which wishes properly to engage Adorno would have to be differently couched. As Adorno repeatedly emphasizes, he is engaged in dialectics, in what he later came to call negative dialectics, and such a dialectic is a corkscrew that is in principle indefinitely further extendable. What assertion one makes depends on where one is in the dialectical process. Musique is a non-affirmative compared to Und Pipa Tanzt, but is still affirmative because still a work of art relative to Erwartung. But Erwartung itself is still art and so committed to an affirmation which in itself tries to undermine. To adopt this position, however, would seem to mean accepting that art is impossible, because a work of art would have to be a work that is not a work, but great composers are precisely those who can make the impossible possible, who can square the circle. Every piece of Berg's was extracted by subterfuge to its own impossibility. For Adorno, the dialectical process can have no such stopping place. It is a good thing, too, because the dialectic is the expression of free human subjectivity. The end of the dialectic would mean the kind of mental and emotional death. As Adorno points out, Wedokind's second play about Lulu, Die Buches de Pandora, does not end with the Countess Jesuit's Leibstad, but rather with her calling out, "Oh, verflucht, oh damn." Friedrich Serra holds that it was Berg's final intention that Geuss not sing or speak the word verflucht, so his edition of the score very oddly gives her a final C flat and D flat in Eggkite, but no text to sing those final two notes. I must say I agree with what I take to be the implications of Adorno's account in Philosophie der Neuen Musik. To delete the final verflucht spoils the whole ending, and if Berg did not intend to use this last bit of Wedekind's text, he made a serious mistake. Jesuit is not going to be joined with Lulu in Eggkite. She is a frustrated woman, whom we have seen to be capable of great and selfless love, but who is now dying miserably in a garret in London. Her final curse will be tend to keep the audience's collective mind appropriately focused on that fact. Of Berg's later works, the lyric suite is relatively easy to fit into the scheme of an essentially non-affirmative music. The Largo Desolanto, which ends the piece, is about as despairing and lacking in any form of transfiguration, metaphysical hope, or consolation as one could imagine. The piece even has a structural feature which makes it less affirmative than Wozzeck, namely the ending in which the three other instruments successfully drop away, leaving only the viola, which is to repeat the same sequence of D flat to F, diminuendo and morendo, until it is extinguished completely, but the point at which the violist is to stop and not unequivocally indicated. Berg's instructions are repeat the final third, D flat to F, possibly once or twice. This open ending can be seen as a way of dissolving the aesthetic closure characteristic of a work of art from within. This effect is perhaps even more striking on the page than it is when simply listening to the piece, because the violinist and the cellist stop playing, they are not given written-out rests in full score. Instead, their very stabs disappear. Adorno connects this avoidance of metaphysical affirmation with a technical feature of Berg's music. In it, Adorno claims, one does not generally find fully formed distinct themes, each of which with its own clear identity, which can be stated in full at the beginning, then developed and transformed, and finally reinstated with triumph. Rather, each of Berg's works is like an infusorium in which tiny units of structure are constantly transforming themselves into microscopic structures. The units involved are so small and the process of transformation is so continuous that one never gets the sense of a determinate point at which one theme begins and another ends, or of what the original form of a theme and what the modification. To the extent to which there are many themes, Berg allows them to arise through a series of gradual, almost imperceptible transitions. The moment any theme with a determinate structure does succeed in getting itself stated, Berg immediately begins gradually to decompose it back into the minimal elements from which it arose. So the basic structure of Berg's music is not tension/resolution, but construction/deconstruction, or one of asserting and then taking back what was asserted. This taking back is the opposite of traditional forms of musical affirmation. One might be tempted to see this Bergian gesture of taking back as another point of similarity to Mann's Adrian Leverkühn, who at the end of the novel wants to write a work that takes back the affirmation of life found at the end of the last movement of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. Adorno himself might seem to foster this identification by referring at one point to Berg's dynamic nihilism. Dynamic nihilism is perhaps an appropriate way to characterize the attitude of Leverkusen and his potential analogues, the Nazis, but as Adorno writes in other places, Berg's own attitude was not one of active, engaged nihilism, but of passive, melancholy resignation, sad contemplation of the transitoriness and frailty of the world in which all structures crumble under their own weight, rather than a desire to kick down what is already about to fall. Footnote. See Nietzsche's discussion of active and passive pessimism. End footnote. If one asks, then, in what the truth of Berg's music consists, according to Adorno, an important part of the answer is Berg's refusal of affirmation. The basic sadness of his music shows that he is not reconciled. His resignation is that of a person who makes utopian demands on life and sees them eternally unsatisfied, but does not give them up. Next section, historicity. The other component of Berg's truth is his acceptance of historicity. Berg does not take the path down which later serialism would go in the direction of bad ahistoricity, but rather continues to attempt to combine in a coherent way the most advanced techniques of composition with modified versions of historically received musical forms. Footnote. This, of course, is just what Boulez objects in his early essay, Incidences Actuelles de Berg, Boulez playing Baudrillard, as it were, to Adorno's Hegel. End footnote. Since music is inherently historical, it is a mere illusion to pretend one could ignore the history of forms and start afresh. Applying this to Berg, Adorno writes, allowing the ruptures between the modern and the late Romantic to stand in more appropriate than trying to let music begin absolutely ab ovo. If music attempted this, it would fall prey to the past that was not understood or overcame. Berg's violin concerto presented a particular problem for Adorno in this context. He obviously found it deeply embarrassing and felt the need to explain it away by referring to the fact that Berg had had to compose it in commission with uncharacteristic haste. Thus, it didn't really represent his work at his best. What really bothered Adorno was not the continued presence of some traditional elements, e.g. the tonal centers. This can be seen as a novel, i.e. new appropriation of the tradition and hence an expression of the truth that music is embedded in history, nor even that it has the ruptures of style involved in the use of the Bach colette. Though Adorno writes that he doesn't want to defend these, they too could, in principle, be dealt with as forms of honest recognition of historical discontinuity. Footnote. Contrast this again with Boulez's The Current Impact of Berg. End footnote. What Adorno couldn't tolerate was above all the easy comprehensibility of the work and its resulting popularity, for in a world as pervasively evil as Adorno thought ours was, the truth would have to be highly esoteric. Furthermore, the violin concerto seemed to be an affirmative work in the traditional sense, one that cast an aesthetic glow of consolation over pain and fostered a metaphysical acceptance of death. It followed, he said in ironic reference to Richard Strauss, a theme of death and transfiguration. I do not find Adorno's treatment of Berg's relation to history and tradition very satisfactory, and the inadequacies of his account are, I think, deeply rooted in his general philosophical approach. Adorno does point out some of the retrograde forms that occur in Berg's music, that he could hardly have failed to mention them, given that Berg himself explicitly draws attention to them, but he fails to give these circular and retrograde forms the prominence in his analysis they deserve. One might even think that they could be a natural affinity between large-scale retrograde forms and the principle of construction/deconstruction on which Berg's mature works, according to Adorno, are based. As Robert Morgan points out, the prevalence of these retrograde and circular forms seem to be connected with a basically cyclical conception of time. For Adorno, as with the Hegelian Marxist tradition in aesthetics, out of which his work rose, the threefold distinction between fundamentally ahistorical, fundamentally linear progressive, and fundamentally cyclical views of time and history is of central philosophical, aesthetic, and political significance. The late 19th century bourgeoisie, which correctly feels itself threatened by the rising proletariat, must give up its ideology to inevitable progress and retreat from history either into the timeless present of positivism, that is, as it were, of the soft Western liberal option, or, when the going really gets tough, into cyclical or into mythic forms of a historical thought. This is the proto-fascist option. To protect Berg's progressivist credentials, it was thus highly politic for Adorno to understate the importance of circular and cyclical forms. To be sure, Adorno rejects not just positivism and mythic thought, but also 18th and 19th century linear conceptions in which the underlying logic of history guarantees inevitable progress. There is, Adorno thinks, no guarantee of such progress, at least if that means moral progress or progress in the quality of art. From the fact that modern artist confronts what are in some sense more stringent historical demands made by the material than previous artists did, it does not follow that new art will necessarily be better than older forms of art were. It is central to Adorno's project that this kind of internal criticism of Enlightenment views of historical progress should not be taken to imply a reversion to any of the archaic modes of thought in which the natural precursors and concomitants of fascism, a metaphysical view of time as circular, would be one such archaic conception. In principle, Adorno could have tried to argue dialectically that Berg was showing that in our world, as modern barbarism grew in the 1930s, time was circular. In presenting our world in this way, Berg would not be making a metaphysical claim, but a tacit and correct quasi-empirical criticism of our society as it looks in the light of a redeemed messianic future, and in the sense his music could be called true. The Third Reich was in some sense the archaic past redivivus, lacking, however, the fixed points which Hegel's dialectic retains, a system of logical categories and an affirmative relation to at least some basic features of contemporary society. Adorno's negative dialectics can come to seem not the expression of a free, sophisticated cognitive subjectivity, but a form of special pleading. Adorno would have no truck with astrology, numerology, or the occult, any of the theories of a biologically based life rhythm that were popular among the members of the Schönberg circle. He thought belief in such things was a sign of rigidity, conformism, depersonalization, and a predisposition to proto-fascist attitudes. What seems to have bothered him about numerology and astrology was their pretense to scientific standing, for Adorno himself had no objection in principle to trying to read the meaning of things or people from their appearance. Onomastics and physiognomy, if carried out in conjunction with an informed experience of Geist, and if dispensing with any claim to objectivity, were perfectly acceptable, so were psychoanalytic interpretations. Thus Adorno refers Wagner's ungenerous characterization of mime in Siegfried to the composer's fear of recognizing part of himself in mime. Wagner, too, had a large head, was virtually a dwarf, and talked too much. Adorno also emphasizes that Berg was like his name. He was tall and gaunt like an alpine landscape, Berg, and also elegantly old-fashioned and Catholic, Alban. Remarkably, this is a claim he made not just about Berg's person, but also about his music. Footnote. Oddly enough, Adorno, who throughout his life was known to his friends as Teddy, was also very much like his name. If Berg was an Alpine chapel, the short, stout Adorno, who spoke continuously in an over-articulated voice, was an animated teddy bear, who kept trying to cover himself in as many glittering ornaments as possible. End footnote. Indeed, despite the great documentary value of Adorno's recollections of Berg and the occasional brilliance of his analyses, the work on Berg is not one of his stronger parts of Adorno's oeuvre. The reason for this that immediately suggests itself is that Adorno's negative dialectics works best when pointing out why, for one reason or another, a certain kind of artistic project is doomed to failure. As I have shown, at the deeper reaches of Adorno's philosophizing, Berg's works is obliterated altogether, along with virtually all of 20th century music, except perhaps a handful of pieces from Schönberg's period of free atonality. But assuming one does not follow the dialectic out that far, the project of analyzing relative failure and success remains. Occasionally, Adorno's animosity is too overwhelming, as in the case of Wagner, footnote, Adorno admits this to Benjamin, end footnote, or his fear is too great. What if, after all, Stravinsky and not Schönberg was the representative of truly new music? And then the gears of the dialectical machinery can fail to emerge. But in the case of Berg, it seems instead to be Adorno's genuine love of his subject and his desire to present Berg's work as great aesthetic successes that get the better of him. Chapter 6. Form and the New in Adorno's Vers une musique informelle. Section 1. In 1961, Adorno gave an invited lecture at Darmstadt with the title Vers une musique informelle. This lecture, which was published later in the same year in Darmstadter Beitrag, was intended and received as an intervention in a specific contemporary debate that had been taking place in the centers of compositional activity about the future of music. Roughly speaking, this was a debate between proponents of one or another version of serialism, e.g. Boulez and Stockhausen, who proposed to develop certain tendencies they found instantiated in the Schoenberg of the 12-tone period into a system of complete unification in all aspects of a piece of music according to a single principle, and the iconoclastic attempts by John Cage to break with the tradition of increasing rationalization by introducing aleatory elements and noise into music. Adorno's talk is an attempt not just to describe what kind of future music might have, if any, but to recommend to composers a particular direction in which Adorno believes they ought to move in this historical situation. We're used to ways of thinking about art in general that mix historical, stylistic, and evaluative categories. Thus there is an older contrast between the ancients and the moderns, and later distinction between classic and romantic, or romantic and modernist. What is first striking about Adorno's theory of music is his failure to see any serious discontinuity in its development during the past 200 years. It isn't that during that period there have been no changes at all in the way music was composed, or the criteria of what counts as a good piece of music have stayed exactly the same. Obviously, they have changed in a number of important ways, but he believes from a sufficient distance the whole development can be seen as an internal unfolding of the same basic assumptions that were there from the very beginning. From Haydn to Darmstadt and beyond, composers have been seeking to write works that are formally new, i.e., that exhibit originality of form. Good music is new music, and the best music is music that exhibits a new kind of form. The creation of new kinds of significant form, he claims, was both of the object of aspiration of composers and the basic criterion or standard for evaluating the success or failure of a musical work. I want now to look in some detail at each of the two components of this standard, first the notion of the new and the notion of the significant form. The first of these two components is that a musical composition, in order to be successful, must be new. It must be original, different in kind from what went before, an expression of a fresh way of doing things, a fresh perception, etc. Adorno sometimes connects this with the demands of the bourgeois market. A feudal society may value ritualistic, highly stylized, repetitive forms of art, but a commercial society values novelty, and this valuation eventually moves from the marketplace into the aesthetic sphere itself. The notion of novelty, originality, is often connected with some notion of freedom, or breaking out or emancipating oneself from stodgy, pre-given, fixed, merely conventional kinds of expression on the other. Thus in his essay New Musik, Veraltete Musik, Stil und Gedanke, Schoenberg says essentially that the only valuable music is music that expresses something original. All art, i.e. art as opposed to mere conventional everyday routine communication, is new art. This is often associated with the liberal and romantic assumption that since each of us is a unique individual, if we were free and capable, we would each express ourselves in a way that would be original and unique. A composer, then, who is good, would be someone who is free and able adequately to express himself or herself in a way which would be authentically unique and thus radically new. Adorno very specifically associates himself with this demand and in fact emphasizes that his preferred term for referring to the 20th century music, which he considered serious, was new music rather than modern music, i.e. what was important about it was not its place in a historical sequence, but its inherent aesthetic property of unexpectedness and originality. When Adorno speaks of the category of the new, he is using the term category in the specifically Hegelian sense, according to which a category is something relative to which the distinction between subjective and objective doesn't apply. Categories are equally forms of objects in the world and forms of our ways of conceptualizing things in the world. So the new can't be defined either exclusively by reference to any existing objective features or ways in which something differs from what has gone before, nor exclusively by reference to subjective reaction of surprise, shock, amazement, etc., which persons might experience in the encounter with a work of art, but must be seen as referring to objectively different properties of the world or the work of art that are experienced as novel. The second demand is that the successful work must exhibit some aesthetically significant form. Adorno himself doesn't actually use the term significant form per se, it is taken from Clive Bell, but he does speak of form and sense as roughly alternative ways to speak, and so I think it legitimate to put the two together in the way I have. Adorno connects this notion of significant form with cognition in two ways. First of all, the form is significant only if it can be recognized. A successful piece of music can't be so relentlessly hermetic that it is in principle impossible for potential auditors to hear the piece from the outside with understanding at all, although, of course, there might well be significant features that weren't audible and comprehensible even to well-trained auditors, even on repeated hearings. Second, a significant form is one that enlightens us about some fundamental features of our world, our society, and our life, in addition, of course, to what it tells us about all previous music. It doesn't, of course, enlighten us by formulating or communicating a distinct propositional content, but it must, Adorno thinks, be seen in the context of trying to come to terms cognitively with our world and society. That is, art has a certain autonomy. In the modern period it follows its own laws that are not simply dictated to it by some other authority, such as the Church, but it also isn't, or at least shouldn't be, self-contained and sheerly self-referential. Rather, for Adorno, a significant work of art must have what he calls a truth content. This notion of the truth content of a work of art is inherently extremely obscure, but it is absolutely central to his theory. This truth, which doesn't and can't have strictly propositional form, is in one sense always the same for all works of art, just as Adorno says the answer to the question of the Sphinx is always the same. Our society deserves to be criticized for failure to live up to utopian expectations which it could in principle fulfill. One major difficulty for Adorno's views is how to put together these two ideas. First, that art is autonomous, and second, that it shouldn't just have wider social and cultural and political significance, but should specifically tell a certain truth about our society. Works of art are ideally trying to instantiate an original and unique, new kind of form, which they give themselves, while thereby criticizing society. The form of the work of art is both an original self-given configuration and the vehicle of profound social criticism. Adorno would have been very resistant to the idea that this conjunction of aesthetic autonomy and social criticism was an accidental, historically specific conjunct of the situation in Vienna, and perhaps to a lesser extent Middle Europe in general, in the period between 1890 and 1940, and that the attempt to hold onto it was a mere expression of nostalgia for a retrospectively idealized past. If this historical analysis is correct, Adorno would have thought that simply one further sign of how far the modern world had fallen, and how much more in need of appropriate criticism it was. That seems fair enough. Adorno's basic claim is that this set of two demands is and was always inherently incompatible or contradictory, although historically this has not always been clear to artists and members of the general public. The development of art in the second half of the 20th century has brought this contradiction closer to consciousness, but the contradiction was always at least latently present since the mid-18th century. If the very notion of form implies that of something that could, at least in principle, be recognized, then a work that had a form would have to exhibit some discernible structural features that could in principle be connected with features and forms that were already familiar to the auditors. This has sometimes been thought to be a fact about human possibilities of comprehension, in that it has been claimed that to understand something is to reduce unfamiliar aspects of it to something familiar. However, if the work in question exhibits an order which is discernible or recognizable in this way, that would mean that it isn't really fully new, because recognition of the order it exhibits would require assimilation to pre-existing patterns. Anything really new wouldn't be comprehensible, and thus wouldn't really be art, because it is inherent to art that it be comprehended, and anything that was comprehensible wouldn't really be new. This line of thought might be thought to rest on a relatively elementary confusion between A, the claim that any work, in order to be comprehensible, must presuppose some pre-existing patterns, and B, the claim that no work can instantiate in any important respect any but pre-existing forms. Footnote. Obviously, this question, which has to do with the artistic form, is distinct from the question about the way in which language use, which obeys pre-existing rules, can transmit new information. End footnote. I take it, though, that Adorno would wish to deny that a sharp distinction can be drawn between these two theses, and that he thinks that the relatively simple set of contradictions outlined in the last paragraph means that art faces an irreconcilable dilemma. It must opt for comprehensibility at the price of lack of newness, and hence artistic failure, if all good art must in fact be new art, or for a newness that by its very nature resists comprehension. But art that is incomprehensible, that really has no possible audience, is not art. In a sense, all art, at least all post-18th century art, is a necessary failure, at best an attempt to snatch a kind of partial and perhaps moral victory out of the underlying defeat which is built into the very idea of art, at any rate since the mid-18th century, and the increasingly conscious and clear recognition of this underlying dilemma itself contributes to making the dilemma more difficult to negotiate. I speak here advisedly of a moral victory because another strand in Adorno's work emphasizes the intention over the full and complete execution of the intention in new music. Quote, "The new is the longing for the new, hardly itself, everything new suffers from this." Footnote. One might compare this with Lessing's famous comment, discussed at great length at the beginning of Kierkegaard's concluding unscientific postscript. Quote, "If God is in his right hand all truth, and in his left the only drive for truth that is always active, albeit with the addition to err always and forever, keep locked and promise me, I wish. In humility I fell into his left hand and said, Father, give. The pure truth is only for you alone." End quote. End footnote. The debility of the new is presumably not just the impossibility of creating any work of art that is wholly new, and the inherent evanescence, as Adorno calls it in another context, the rapid aging of any new form of art, but the fact that no work of art, no matter how successful in its own terms, can be more than a promesse de bonheur, not bonheur itself. Footnote. Oddly enough, although Adorno in general tries to detach art as much as possible from intrinsic connection with happiness, he repeatedly speaks of the happiness that accompanies thought, understanding, and cognition. End footnote. Bonheur itself couldn't be rendered accessible by any means short of radical social change. Section 2. I would like to make 3 points about Adorno's method in this tract. First of all, a dialectical method of the kind he uses was traditionally understood, or at least was understood by Hegel, to be essentially retrospective and contemplative. It could, it was thought, give understanding of the present in terms of the past which brought this present forth, but could not be used for historical predictions. Marx and the young Hegelians tried to transform it into something that could be used predictively, but it wasn't at all obvious that this is really possible. In particular, dialectical philosophy could not be used for giving directions about how to act. Dialectic was precisely not supposed to be a form of Besserwisserei. Footnote. Although Schönberg seems to have thought that a piece of music expressed what he called a Gedanke. End footnote. Philosophy gets its start when Socrates discovers that shoemakers, in some sense, don't know what they are doing, but the 19th century philosophers have come to realize that philosophy won't improve shoemakers' practice, although it might do various other non-contemptible things. Footnote. Obviously, Socrates and Plato's uses of dialectic is not the same as Hegel's. End footnote. On the other hand, an aesthetic manifesto is essentially practical and perspective, not speculative and retrospective. It precisely and is an attempt to encourage artists to discover or embark on a particular feature or path to tell shoemakers how to make better shoes. There is something inherently odd about Adorno's project in Vers une musique informelle of using this dialectical method to tell where music must, could, might, or ought to go. Strictly speaking, a Hegelian dialectician should claim that the outcome of a conflict, tension, contradiction, etc. can be seen to be rational or logical only retrospectively. Footnote. Many of the actual dialectical transitions one finds in Hegel's work quite clearly have this property. There is no way in which anyone who was standing in the grip of the contradiction could, by cognitive analysis, work his way out of the resolution. As Hegel says in the Vorrede to Phenomenology of Spirit, something must happen, spirit must work to get to the next step, and only once it has reached the next step can it look back and see that the motion is instantiated, exhibited a logical structure. End footnote. As Kierkegaard says in criticizing Hegel, it is all very well to see that we can make sense of everything in the past dialectically as leading up to the present, but although we understood backwards, i.e. retrospectively, unfortunately we must live forwards. It is all very well to explain, from the vantage point of 1806 or 1998, to Antigone that the conflict between the divine unwritten laws of the family and the public reason of the city will be sublated when the modern state integrates family, religion, and public law into coherent integrated whole in which each component gets its due, but that won't help her. It will neither tell her what is concretely she should do in her real situation. She must still decide that for herself. Nor is it even clear that it will give her any kind of consolation beyond what she can in any case provide for herself from her own resources. I would assume that the same would be true of contemporary music. If anything, a dialectical understanding of its past would be an even less useful guide to how to compose than Hegel's phenomenology would have been to Antigone, because ex hypothesi, the future resolution, is as yet not known to us. If the future was cognitively fully accessible to us, we wouldn't be in a predicament that required the writing of essays entitled verse. dot dot dot. Since this is an important point which it is easy to fail to grasp, I will pursue it now at somewhat greater length. It isn't for Hegel that we are first able to tell the coherent story of how the previous history of some human activity, such as art, leads up to the present as a fully rational and adequate realization of what was implicit in the past, and then the understanding embodied in that story dictates to us what necessary next step in the story will be. It is rather the only when we have succeeded in determining, as it were, on grounds independent of the historical story which will eventually be told by the dialectical philosopher, what the next step is to be, and only when we have made that step and seen that it is successful, can we look back and begin to tell the dialectical story of the prehistory of that success coherently. Concretely, no amount of internal dialectical study of the history of music in 1903 would have yielded a coherent story that would have forced the conclusion that composers must now try to abandon tonality in their works. Only when Schoenberg has actually made the break and begun to compose successful atonal works can he and others look back and see for the first time that what was actually going on in the late 19th century was the story of the exhausting and terminal breakdown of tonality. Only then can they present the history of music from Haydn to 1914 as one of the gradual development and exhaustion of tonality and its replacement by atonal music as a unitary, coherent dialectical sequence. Footnote. Schoenberg, as is well known, disapproved of this term, but I will use it in assuming readers know what I mean. He's referring to atonal. End footnote. That the owl of Minerva takes flight only with the coming of dusk is a part of what makes it possible to speak of the genuinely new in art. Schoenberg was, in one sense, just drawing the natural conclusion from the history of music in the 18th and 19th centuries, but one can see that this is the case only after he has successfully drawn the conclusion. Successfully here means not just theoretically, but as embodied in successful works of art. The aesthetic success of Schoenberg's music was part of what made it possible thereafter to write this dialectical coherent history. It is essential to the story that Schoenberg's music was, as music, better than that of the historically inconsequential Hauer. Another way to put the same thing is that for a dialectic of the Hegelian kind to operate, one must be sure one can apply the category of totality, i.e., one must be sure one has all the relevant parts of the story. Looking back at the past, e.g. at Schoenberg, from the present, e.g. from the standpoint of Adorno in the early 1960s, we can assume we have all the relevant parts, that the past forms a closed system. We can then show how the various tensions in the material find a certain kind of resolution, or fail to find resolution, in Schoenberg's work. This is not true of the future. We don't now know we have all the relevant parts of that story, so the category of totality doesn't obviously have correct application to what we have. In the future, unexpected parts of the world that have previously stood outside the charmed circle of German-Austrian music from Bach or Haydn to Stockenhausen might become relevant parts of the material or technical devices, e.g. computers, might add possibilities to the material that were not antecedently there. To assume that we do have all the relevant parts of the story and can apply the category of totality is to impose an unwarranted determinateness on a situation that may well be open. In short, there is an inherent tension between dialectics as an approach and Adorno's attempt to rehabilitate Ismen and give what amounts to an avant-garde manifesto of a new and as yet untried way of composing. Footnote. Ismen are the aesthetic equivalents of Standpunkte, and Standpunkte are notoriously incompatible, in Hegel's view, with speculative philosophy. End footnote. The retrospective, speculative dialectical treatise and the prospective avant-garde manifesto are separate genres that don't really fit well together. Second, abstracting for a moment from the whole issue of the compatibility of dialectics and manifestos, Adorno's basic approach, focusing as it does on the internal development of the logic of music, makes the whole process impersonal and that the achievement of individual composers is not fully significant in determining the course of history. Those composers are, of course, in one sense terribly important, but they are important because they are drawing out objective, almost logical consequences of tensions that exist in the material. That means that, really, anyone who is sufficiently steeped in the tradition and sufficiently musical would come to the same conclusion, more or less. I wonder if there isn't another way to think about this which has more to recommend it than Adorno admits. This is one I think of deriving from Prout's discussion of late Beethoven. Here Prout emphasizes in the way in which a great work of art creates its own audience, creates a need for itself. This might be thought to be compatible with Adorno's view because the creation of that need might be the next step in the elaboration of the internal logic of compositional history, but Proust goes on his way to claim that it can be even idiosyncratic features of, say, Beethoven's music that can give rise to a need for that kind of music. Despite Adorno's claims that das composition subject in its freedom, I don't see that he takes adequate account of this. If I understand it correctly, Adorno's theory of freedom of the compositional subject runs as follows. He takes over from Hegel as his basic model that of a subject who stands in a dialectical relation to an object. At any historical period, one can distinguish between what Adorno calls the material, this is the object pole of the dialectical relation, and what he calls the compositional subject, who is endowed with certain compositional forces of production. The material is, as Adorno repeatedly states, not of physical magnitude, but everything composers in the historical period in question have before them, including pre-given forms inherited from previous compositional activity. The basic claim now is that this material itself has an inherent structure and tendency. It is, as it were, in motion in a certain direction at any given time. This material can be seen to be in motion because it is the sedimented result of previous compositional activity, including the unfulfilled aspirations of previous composers, in the face of what they were able to accomplish with the historical material which they had at their disposal. Now, if the composers in question have fully developed compositional forces, this will be partly because they have fully internalized the traditional material and associated practices, expectations, aesthetic predilections, etc., and this means that they own spontaneous reactions to the material will themselves naturally run in the direction of the tendency of the material itself. In this happy state, there will be a conformity between the inherent tendencies of the material, what the material requires or demands, roughly objective necessity, and what composers spontaneously want, roughly subjective freedom. Doing what the material demands will not be experienced as conforming to general coercion or pressure, but as acting on one's own inmost spontaneous impulses. In this state, then, the composing subject will attain Hegelian freedom, finding itself at home in its other, the material. I merely note that Adorno seems to vacillate slightly between two different formulations here, and that are not obviously synonymous. Sometimes he speaks of the tendency of the material, sometimes of the demands of the material. The first of these is compatible with allowing for alternative, potentially equally possible responses. If, to take a crude example, the material has a tendency in the direction of tighter organization of large-scale forms, there might be a variety of different formal ways of achieving that. However, to speak of the demands or requirements of the material suggests very strongly that the material poses an utterly determinate question to which there is and can be only one determinate answer, all others being incorrect. When Adorno describes certain forms of traditional composition as like trying to solve a puzzle, or when he speaks of art as a riddle, this determinateness is conceived as maximal. With a puzzle, there is usually only one predetermined way in which the pieces can fit together, and a riddle usually has an answer. Footnote: Adorno, of course, would really like to have it both ways. Art is a riddle which both does and doesn't have a solution, is both determinate and indeterminate. It isn't as if this view is obviously subject to serious objections, but it also doesn't seem very helpful. End footnote. Does the musical material just exhibit tendencies, or does it actually pose distinctly sharply formulated questions to which there are uniquely well-formed answers? Is the composer discovering the pre-given answer to a riddle the material has posed, or inventing/constructing a work in a way that accommodates the inherent tendencies of the work, but represents only one possible accommodation of the set of tendencies? Is composition more like solving a crossword puzzle, or more like solving a task in engineering where a number of different demands, stability, simplicity, efficiency, etc., have all to be respected, and there may be no good pre-given optimal ordering of them, and no uniquely good way of satisfying them all at once? If a composer is more like the engineer, then there is room for the Proustian vision. Is it obvious that the composer becomes freer the more the task is like solving the crossword puzzle? One must not, then, be naive in trying to say what material at any given time is. It may not just be unclear whether the material at a given time asks a determinate question to which the determinate, uniquely correct answer must be found, but part of the task may be precisely to decide or determine or discover which way of putting it is correct. What the material is. Again, Adorno seems to vacillate between two different ways of understanding the material. One is a Hegelian way. The material is what is pre-given to the individual composer by history. Composers do not choose it any more than they choose to be born at a certain time and place. It is just there. What it is given by an objective aesthetic Geistige philosophy. Note, too, that to say that the material is already there is not just to say that composers must start to work from pre-existing things. Rather, the material is normatively or preemptorily there. It is what historically demands attention. The second is a phenomenological use of the term material, which starts from the actual experience of composers. Footnote. Note that this distinction mirrors another distinction, namely that between thinking what a composer is doing as creating a new style or way of composing, e.g. method of composing with 12 tones related only to each other, and thinking of a composer as producing a particular individual work. If one thinks of this in the first way, then it is tempting to think of material in the Geistige philosophic sense. If one thinks in the second way, then it is tempting to use the phenomenological sense. End footnote. They do choose a certain material to work on, a set of themes, a row, a set of parameters, and these in some sense pre-exist the compositional process. Material is, as Adorno defines it in other places, what the composer operates with, everything which stands over or opposite them, and about which they must make a decision. It is an important feature of Adorno's view that a composer can, in one sense, choose to work on the wrong kind of material, i.e. the chosen material in the phenomenological sense may not be the material that is historically required. There is not just a Zwang des Materials, a coercion the given material exercises once it is, as it were, chosen, but also a Zwang zu Spezifismen Material, i.e. a historical necessity which forces a composer who wishes to write significant music to work on and with specific material. That is, one can choose to operate on kinds of things that are historically irrelevant, that are not part of the pre-given historically mandatory material. One can try to answer questions history doesn't ask, but whatever internal aesthetic properties the results of this undertaking may have, they won't be great art. Adorno also would probably believe that the irrelevance of the question would influence the inherent aesthetic properties of the reply in deleterious ways, but that is a separate issue. Another way to put this is that in the phenomenological sense, the material is a prospective judgment. The composer has it, knows what it is, and proposes to work on it. In a sense, to speak of the material in the Geistige philosophic sense is to make a retrospective judgment. We can only see what the material was, what the question was, when we have seen the answer. A great composer is one who can be seen in retrospect to have defined in a particular way what the material was at that historic juncture. Defining what the material in the Geistige philosophic sense is/was isn't a prelude to composition, but an integral part of it, and in some sense perhaps the most important part, just as in philosophy it can be thought to be more important to have seen or defined what the question is than to give any particular answer to that question. It is this claim about the determinateness of question and answer that allows Adorno to deploy the whole apparatus of Verbindlichkeit, truth and falsity, Zwang logic, necessity, etc. Of course, Adorno is careful to reject the implausible suggestion that the existing material is both pre-given and simply dictates in an unequivocal way how it is to be composed. This, he recognizes, would be tantamount to the imposition of an inappropriate and excessive kind of objectivity of the compositional process. Composition isn't really like finding the last piece in a jigsaw puzzle. Still, however, he insists that a musical composition must exhibit a necessity of succession, which is not derived from any extra musical sources. What I want to suggest is that either this view is uninformative, asserting no more than the composition must use some pre-given material which imposes some constraints on the composer, but that the composer must form that material in some way that the material itself does not strictly dictate, or, if the use of the apparatus of dialectic and its associated notions, especially necessity, is serious, it may actually introduce the illusion of a determinateness that does not exist and mask the need for choice. Note that it may well be a virtually necessary illusion for a particular composer in a particular historical situation, or even all composers in that period, to think that there is a determinate answer to some question the material poses. Being in thrall to this illusion may make it easier to go on, and may make it easier for the composer who can generate that sense of determinate Verbindlichkeit to get work performed and gain recognition, to influence others, etc., but it still may be in some sense an illusion. Footnote. Brian Fernerhoff, in his contribution to the Round Table, made a remark to the effect that a composer today who recognized how difficult it is to change the self might try to deal with this by attempting to propel that self into the other. I'm struck in general by the absence of the term expression from the normal vocabulary of contemporary composers. That would mean that Adorno is right in claiming that the ideal of expression has been irreversibly superseded, and by the potential usefulness of Adorno's metaphor of Reibung Koefficient for the phenomenon Freinerhoff describes. I take it, though, that Freinerhoff sees so much in Adorno because his own compositional practice is, in a sense, the exact mirror image of that Adorno describes. There is nothing so much like the left hand as the right, although they can't be brought to coincide. When Adorno speaks of Resulten die Integral Dutchbildung des Phänomens wie Fremdkörner storen, he is speaking of something to be avoided. Freinerhoff's integration of chaotic elements, not perhaps Reisuden, but certainly Fremdkörper, and meant to be perceived as Fremdkörper, is such an attempt productively to propel the self out to its other. The question is whether an illusory other, if the conception of that material makes determinate demands, is an illusion, can serve the appropriate function. End footnote. This might be connected with some of the remarks Adorno makes about the Entlastungsgegenstand of certain formal procedures. The view Adorno expresses about increasing subjective freedom arising out of material Beschränkung seems to be oddly utopian in a negative sense, namely, it would be nice if it were true, but we have really no reason to expect it to be true. It arises aus dem Bedürfnis, nicht aus der Natur der Sache. Footnote. Isn't it actually much the same as the excessively optimistic view by Eimert, which Adorno criticizes? End footnote. Finally, and this brings me to my third point, I wonder whether the tract really works as an avant-garde manifesto. Are its formulations really illuminating and appropriately directive? What would it be for a work of philosophy to be appropriately directive in this area? It is, by the way, a repeated failing of traditional dialectics to confuse giving a description of what would have to be shown for a certain dichotomy to be overcome, or for a certain problem to be solved, with actually solving the problem, and I wonder if Adorno doesn't fall into this traditional trap. The idea of musique informelle seems to me to vacillate uninformatively between the banal and the utopian. Either the idea is just that music should not be subjugated to abstract pre-given forms taken from outside and imposed on it. It should be autonomous, giving itself its own law, and thus subjecting any forms it might use to creative transformation. This is fair enough, but not really news. Or it is the idea of a music that is literally from without form. Actually, there seem to be at least three different possible theses here, running from weakest to strongest. A. Music in the future should dispense with the formulae, i.e., untransformed repetition of cliches. B. Music should dispense with traditional categories, not just formulae, and develop new categories, but categories that would have something like the same cognitive standing as the old categories had, i.e., would in principle be usable potentially to analyze a number of different works, and could presumably be used to compose other works. C. Music should dispense with detachable categories altogether and aspire to comprehensibility and coherence that is strictly internal and can't be grasped in any external general concepts, a music which fully realized a certain ideal of musical nominalism, in which each work was a unique individual, uniquely only itself, one whose internal constitution, although inherently comprehensible, was not even potentially subsumable in any aesthetically interesting way under any series of possible categories that would classify it as the same as any other kind of work. It would, of course, be difficult to see how one could speak of the necessity of a sequence if it really was as unrepeatably unique as this variant suggests. This third variant would be compatible with it being possible to subsume the work under some external, i.e. aesthetically insignificant categories, such as a piece for solo piano, piece employing electronically generated sounds, etc., just as one could categorize abstract paintings as oil paintings, collage, etc. The point is not that the work as a whole is or is not categorizable at all, but that it cannot be broken down into aesthetically significant constituent elements that instantiate categories. The work is constructed, as Max Patterson has suggested, in such a way as to resist assimilation to the familiar through internal structure and negation of traditional categories. One complication is that many of the traditional ways of categorizing pieces of music look external but actually aren't. Thus, to speak of something as a symphony may not be thought to indicate with great precision what internal structure it will exhibit, because part of the effect may be to disappoint or thwart such expectations, but it will probably indicate a space of possible aesthetic expectations within which the work is located. Footnote. Max Patterson, in his introduction to the Roundtable, cited as a metaphor of what Adorno might have meant by musique informelle a passage from Beckett, Adorno's favorite contemporary writer, in which a figure takes an inventory of objects in his pocket. Among these is an object the figure cannot recognize. Patterson suggests that this object is one later found and described as a knife rest. This suggests, quite correctly, that to say the object isn't categorizable doesn't mean that one can't give lots of correct general descriptions of it, but that one doesn't know what the object is for, and finally sees, if Patterson is right in connecting the two passages in question, that it is for resting a knife on. This looks to me like a parody of Kant's doctrine of aesthetic beauty. The object must be beautiful because it looks as if it must be for something, but one can't tell what it is for. But, as is so often the case in Beckett, it is a parody which makes a serious philosophical point. The very uselessness, the non-fungibility of art in the contemporary world is for Adorno the important part of the way in which it exercises its critical vocation. This is slightly different from the demand that the internal structure of a work of music exhibit nothing that could be grasped in categories that had potentially multiple instances. End footnote. Musique informelle, in this third sense, would be music that went beyond itself and became something like painting. As Adorno puts it in Vers une Musique informelle, die bis zum Nullpunkt gelagt Notation Weisheit eine Musik, die allen Ernstes Ganzen so wird, wie sie es sonst nur verspricht. That is, every work of art is tacitly committed to striving to be a good work. To be such a good work means to try to be unique, new, etc., but that would mean not even to be notable, because anything notable will, by the fact alone, exhibit subjugation to traditional categories, i.e. failure to be radically new. This sounds like a paradox in the pejorative sense of the term, a tricky verbal maneuver that purports to prove something that couldn't possibly be true, such as Zenko's paradoxes, or the paradox about the impossibility of learning at the beginning of Meno, and which derives its plausibility from some deep-seated but virtually invisible error. One corollary of Adorno's view would seem to be that genuinely successful music would not be analyzable. Fortunately for analysis, Adorno also thinks that success in that sense is also impossible. It is a utopian condition to which music aspires, but which it is fated, for more than empirical reasons, never to reach, and in the non-utopian conditions of the modern world, analysis becomes more rather than less necessary than it was in times past, because music, in striving to become radically new, does so by more and more complex and potentially esoteric series of transformations of the old and well-known, and each such transformation can be analyzed, and in fact must be analyzed if the music and its significant form are to be comprehended. Section 3. I'm very struck by the disanalogy here between Adorno's views about philosophy and his views about the possibilities of new music. Thus, he is discussing the notion of a musique informelle, specifically, I take it, in its difference from traditional thematic motivic music, serialism, or aleatory forms of music, and claims, Der Verlauf einer solchen Musik informelle, aber man Listen was einmal thematisch Arbeitsleistung, als wenn auf all deren Mittel auf Individuat Variation aufgeflankenhang der Motivik Urbanhamlas verdichet word. Now, this seems to suggest a possibility for music which is one language, and philosophy as dependent on language does not have. That is, at least strongly suggests that music could give up the whole traditional apparatus of definition and identity, difference, etc., and yet reconstitute some kind of coherence. This is something he seems to me quite clearly to reject as a possibility for conceptual thought. At least in the realm of thought and cognition, Adorno always emphasizes that we really have no alternative to conceptual thought, even though we may know that it is in some sense implicated in an instrumental attempt to control nature about which it is appropriate to have serious reservations. We can't start from any kind of immediate perceptual experience or from a tabula rasa, but always must begin from the given apparatus and set of concepts. The best thought can do is work within the existing framework of concepts, rules, criteria, names, and break down internally, tackling back and forth between the general/universal and the particular. It can't either break out or revolutionize the framework itself. This difference might be connected with the obvious difference in the role conceptual thought and art retrospectively play in the process of Selberstachung. We don't perhaps need art to survive in quite the same way in which we need simple forms of conceptual thought, and then eventually science. It is the need for Selbsterhaltung, Adorno claims, that give rise to our need for mastery of nature, and thus the categorical scheme we use to give us cognition of the world. Adorno notoriously thought that reality was so dangerous that no amount of angst about it was too much. The Enlightenment is a form of obsession with rules and is a natural, if paranoid, response to the real state of the world, and, Adorno thinks, it thus creates a world in which it is even more natural and rational to be paranoid. Rules are an attempt to introduce order, predictability, and security into an uncertain and threatening world. Art is perhaps sufficiently far from the primary demands of Selbsterhaltung that it can perhaps dissociate itself completely from Die zur Komplexität mit der Naturberingung, which is embedded in its traditional set of forms. Probably we can't give the need for security up in reality and live without angst, but art is, or at any rate could perhaps be, a possibly utopian place, a nowhere, where one could drop one's defenses and the associated obsession with order, rules, predictability, etc., and allow oneself to be surprised, etc. Musique informelle would be the expression of that utopian freedom. If one accepts Adorno's view that the resistance to new music is a psychological reaction to those with weak egos who feel threatened by too much freedom, then ability to compose and appreciate musique informelle would be a sign of psychic health, freedom, and ego strength. Footnote. Adorno believes that fear of what is other or different, and thus a fortiori of any novelty, is a deep-seated and invariant feature of human life. Late capitalism, however, is quantitatively much more powerful and all-encompassing than any previous form of socio-economic organization. It is able actually to make the natural and the human world uniform. In late capitalist societies it is, therefore, especially difficult for individuals to develop the specific abilities needed to respond adequately to new music. End footnote. Section 4. Adorno's image of the new as like the child sitting at the piano looking for a chord that has never been heard before is a poor model. The chord was already there, and, once found, will be capable of analysis. We think that if we are, for instance, trying to measure some natural magnitude of an object in the world, its length or weight, the answer is there waiting to be found even before we find it, and sculptors have occasionally claimed that the finished statue was already therein, the block of material, just waiting for some external roughness to be chipped off to reveal it. But we don't usually think of paintings as already there before they have been executed, and we certainly don't think of a Beckett novel, to take the example of one of Adorno's favorite contemporary authors, as waiting out there, in French or English, to be revealed by the typewriter. Note that although we might say of a specific chord on a tampered piano that it is out there waiting to be found, we are less tempted to speak of a whole composition employing that chord as out there. I take it that part of the point Adorno is trying to make with the metaphor is one against electronic music. Just because one can produce sounds that are not formed on the keyboard of a traditional tempered piano, one shouldn't automatically assume that one has entered the realm of the new or created anything genuinely new. That may well be perfectly true, but still not relevant. It may be that novelty of the sound of which a piece is composed is not sufficient to guarantee the originality of the piece without it being the case that the new is appropriately conceived as finding an as yet unknowable combination on a pre-existing range of possibilities. Adorno's usage of the new seems to encompass a. the different, i.e., what is just other than what went before, b. the original, or creative, in some aesthetically positive sense, so that not everything was that was different would necessarily be original, because the difference might just be that of an aesthetically irrelevant kind. And finally, C, the improv in two slightly different senses, namely first that which comes upon the listener with a shock of unexpectedness, as when the Tristan chord occurs in the final movement of Berg's lyric suite, or second, that which was not predicted or planned by the composer. Obviously, improv in those two senses won't coincide because we know, for instance, that Berg planned and worked long and hard to get the Tristan chord into composition at that point in a way that would strike the listener as improve. Finally, in the end of Vers une musique informelle, Adorno speaks of the aspiration the artist should have to create things of which we don't know what they are. Of course, to say that we don't know what they are must be understood subject to the qualifications given above. These seems a fifth sense of the new. It also seems a much more plausible image of the new than that of the child at the piano. I note also that this way of thinking would represent a step in the direction of Kant, for whom the talent for fine art was the ability to create ästhetische Ideen, sensible representations that resisted reduction to concepts. Footnote. In his paper, Adorno and Musical Temporality, presented at the Goldsmiths Conference, Robert Adlington drew attention to the importance of tonal ambiguity in many strands of contemporary music. He connected this with the possibility of escaping from some of the difficulties Adorno finds in traditional concepts of musical temporality. It seems to me that the phenomenon of tonal ambiguity might also allow a certain rehabilitation of shine as a category in modern music, a suspension that was reinforced by some of Brian Fernerhaw's comments about the ways in which objects and processes can shadow each other in his work, and about ways in which structures can be seen as belonging to various archaeological strata, depending partly on the history of their derivation. End footnote. The fact that music utterly without form is probably impossible, I think, is not an objection, or at any rate, I am not putting it as an objection. Rather, what I want to ask is, did and does this idea of music without form really give composers a way of putting roughly Boulez and Cage together, or finding a third way forward? I've been concerned in this essay with what I take to be attempts to think in an inappropriately or excessively deterministic way about the history of music and composition, and have strongly suggested that a tendency in this direction might result from a confusion of retrospective accounts, analyzing a given successful composition or kind of composing, and prospective accounts. Adorno at one point criticizes positivists for always taking everything too literally, and perhaps he would have included what I called above, taking the dialectic seriously, in this condemnation. Max Paddington has pointed out that Adorno held that in psychoanalysis only the exaggerations are true, and has suggested that perhaps Adorno's own views are to be taken as exaggerations or metaphors. That might be one way of proceeding. When Adorno speaks of convergence of art or philosophy, the converging is presumably not intended to be all from one side of the dichotomy. If genuine aesthetic experience must become philosophical or it won't exist, then presumably philosophy must also become aesthetic, and perhaps the appropriate form of this is the use of metaphors, fictive constructions, and hyperbole. Adorno certainly was in favor of overcoming the distinction between literal truth and artistic truth as much as possible, and perhaps he thought that modern music was amenable to understanding only through an analysis that of was itself a kind of work of art, employing metaphors and using concepts such as truth, necessity, zwang, etc., in exaggerated or non-literal ways. Metaphors, of course, don't interpret themselves, and it would be important to know when, in what context, to what extent a given metaphorical or non-literal usage was useful and when not. One may wonder in general about the relation of forms of understanding, especially the highly developed kind of formal analysis, which it is one of the glories of music to permit, to form of new production. What, finally, do composers want from philosophers? Is what Adorno gives what they want and need? Perhaps it is a mistake to think there is any particular thing they need, and perhaps they will be grateful for any number of different things they might get. Creativity is notoriously an idiosyncratic phenomenon and flourishes under what seems sometimes to be bizarre circumstances. Lots of things can be highly stimulating without being true. Numerological fantasies, reading Malarum, transcendental meditation, mycology, etc., might well have shown themselves in one context or another to be useful in stimulating the productive imagination. Adorno seems to have thought that, at any rate in the second half of the the 20th century, theoretical cognition, not just ability to do musical analysis, but also in some sense philosophical cognition, was a virtually indispensable component of compositional ability, and I suspect he hoped that his own work could provide the cognition needed. Does it do that, or is it really just more like numerology? Chapter 7. Nietzsche and Morality. Section 1. Although he occasionally referred to himself as an immoralist, in one important sense Nietzsche was not one, if only because he didn't in fact think that there was a single, distinct phenomenon, morality, which it would make much sense to be universally in favor of or opposed to. Nietzsche was a conscious anti-essentialist, and that he didn't think that terms like morality always and everywhere referred to items that shared the same defining traits. Rather, he had a view like that which Wittgenstein was to develop 50 or 60 years later. There isn't any essence of morality, or of religion, or of truth, or whatnot. That is any set of important properties that all instances of what can correctly be called morality must exhibit. Morality encompasses a wide variety of different sorts of things that are best connected to each other by family resemblance, and there are no antecedently specifiable limits to what can count as sufficient resemblance to make the term morality correctly applicable. Thus, I take the point from the third essay in Beyond Good and Evil, entitled Das religiöse Wesen, to be precisely that there isn't any such thing as the essence of religion. There are just different constellations of practices, beliefs, and institutions that have very different origins, internal structures, motivational properties, and social functions, each constellation having sufficient similarity to some other constellation to allow the same word, religion, to be used for all of them, but what counts as sufficient similarity is antecedently indeterminate, and no two religions will necessarily be at all similar in any given significant respect. Another way of putting this is that for Nietzsche there is no absolutely clear and sharp distinction between literal and metaphorical usage, or between the proper and an extended sense of a term. Anti-essentialism, properly understood, need not imply that one can say nothing general and true about the instances that happen to be taken to fall under a certain term. That the members of a family resemble each other not by virtue of all having the same essential feature, e.g. the same kind of nose or lip, but by virtue of different similarities individuals have in different features, does not mean that there is nothing true that can be said about all members of the family, for instance that they are all human beings, or that they all have noses, of one sort or another, if that is true of them. That, in turn, needn't imply that we could call a cat or horse an important member of the family, or, for that matter, that we couldn't in some contexts properly call an old violin, a portrait, or a glass a member of the family. There are, then, an indefinite number of different possible and actual kinds of things that could be called morality without impropriety. Some of these different moralities exist at different times and places, but some may overlap. Modern people, i.e. late 19th century middle-class Central Europeans, are best understood not as bearers of a single unitary Sittlichkeit, but rather as standing under the influence of a variety of diverse forms of morality. Footnote. I don't mean Sittlichkeit in Hegel's technical sense, but just in the ordinary everyday sense of the word in German. End footnote. In fact, Nietzsche holds that it is a sign of an especially elevated spiritual life to experience in oneself the unresolved struggle of incompatible moral points of view and forms of evaluation. Just because there are so many different types of morality, it makes sense, Nietzsche thinks, to begin the study of morality with a natural history of the phenomenon, a typology of the existing forms of morality, and an investigation of their origins, functions, relative strengths, and characteristic weaknesses. Despite the wide variability of what could be legitimately called morality, in 19th century Europe, morality had come to be used most commonly to designate one particular form of morality, important parts of which were ultimately derived from Christianity. The claim that there was a dominant morality in 19th century Europe, which developed out of Christianity, is not incompatible with the claim made at Beyond Good and Evil, section 215, and cited above, that modern people characteristically live according to a variety of different moralities. First of all, the specifically Christian morality may have been predominant in the recent past, i.e. up to the beginning of the 19th century, and may have just recently, as of the middle of the 19th century, begun to be displaced by other forms of morality, but this process may be incomplete. Second, Christian morality may have been, and to some extent may still be, dominant in the sense that it governs wide areas of life, although perhaps not all areas, has a kind of public and quasi-official standing, and defines the terms in which people think and speak about morality when they are thinking most reflectively or speaking in a public context. This might be true even though in other areas of life people also use other standards of evaluation, have other forms of sensibility, etc., which are incompatible with the Christian ones. They may fail to be aware that their sensibility and their reactions are not fully and exclusively Christian. They may assess actions by standards that diverge from those of Christianity and have a slightly guilty conscience about this. They may explicitly assess individual actions in concrete cases by non-Christian moral standards, but remain under the influence of Christianity when it comes to giving general theoretical form to their reflections on morality, etc. Given Nietzsche's location in history and his anti-essentialism, it is not odd for him sometimes to follow widespread usage and use morality to refer to the specifically Christian or immediately post-Christian morality of the European 19th century. In reading Nietzsche, it is thus very important to try to determine in each particular case whether he is using morality in the narrow sense to mean 19th century Christian morality or in a more general sense. Nietzsche specifically states that the fact that there are many different moralities should not be interpreted to mean that no form of morality is at all binding. Given his general position, one would also expect him to think that there are very different kinds of bindingness. The Christian conscience and the Kantian specifically moral ought are not universal phenomena, but the historical products of particular circumstances. They don't have the universal unconditional validity claimed for them by Kantians and Christians, but it doesn't follow from that they don't have some other kind of Verbindlichkeit, at least for some people in some circumstances. Furthermore, Nietzsche repeatedly stresses that valuation, giving preference to one thing over another, discrimination is a central way in which we live as human beings. He sometimes even calls it a fundamental property of life itself. Footnote. Strictly speaking, Nietzsche says that people have in the past understood themselves as essentially valuating animals, and he asks whether this isn't the case. So it isn't completely unproblematic to attribute to Nietzsche the view that all human life involves valuation. This need not be incompatible with anti-essentialism. If one really does think that there is no firm or strict distinction between literal and metaphorical speech, one can allow oneself to use forms of speech that might look at the very first glance very much like those found in traditional essentialist metaphysics, while treating the claims in question as mere Anakban mis auf weiteres. Valuation or discrimination is also only one component of what Christians and post-Christians in the 19th century would call a morality, because they will wish to distinguish, purportedly, specifically moral forms of valuation from other kinds. End footnote. Section 2. These preliminary remarks suggest that although Nietzsche is against the dominant 19th century form of morality, he isn't necessarily against morality tout court. To place oneself beyond good and evil need not mean to place oneself beyond good or bad, or to become indifferent and to discriminations between good and less good. If one thinks of morality, for instance, just as a non-random way of discriminating good from less good, it isn't clear how it could make much sense to be against that. If one takes the passage at the Gay Science, section 345 seriously, Nietzsche seems to be claiming that there could be systematic forms of evaluation or discrimination that have a hold on us, one or another kind of Verbindlichkeit for us, although not, of course, a Verbindlichkeit of the kind claimed by traditional Christian morality. Such binding forms of valuation might be thought to be potentially the kernel of the higher form of morality, which Nietzsche sometimes suggests is possible, and which, whatever other properties it might have, would not be subject to the kinds of criticism Nietzsche levels against Christian morality. Whether or not the above is a plausible line of thought may become clear if one first examines the exact nature of Nietzsche's objections to Christian morality and its derivatives. Nietzsche holds that the traditional European morality derived from Christianity is structured by 6 characteristic theses. 1. This morality claims of itself that it is unconditional in the obligations it imposes. 2. It claims a kind of universality, i.e. to apply equally to all human beings. 3. It claims only free human actions have moral value. 4. It claims that the moral worth of free actions depends on the quality of the human choice that leads the agent to perform it. 5. It claims that human beings and their actions are to be evaluated positively as good or negatively as evil, depending on the kind of human choice involved. 6. It claims that we are responsible for our choices and should feel guilt or remorse for evil choices, etc. Footnote. There is a 7th thesis, which is an exceedingly important constituent of Christianity, according to Nietzsche, but which doesn't play much of a direct role in the forms of morality that derive from Christianity in the 19th century, namely, 7-star, suffering results from sin. There are, of course, forms of morality, even 19th century ones, that don't fit at all well into the schema, e.g. utilitarianism, if one considers that a form of morality. Most utilitarians would have rejected at least thesis 4 above. End footnote. Nietzsche wishes to claim, contra 1 above, that the taste for the unconditional is the worst of all tastes. Slaves are the kind of people who need and keenly desire the unconditional or absolute, because they really understand only tyranny. I take Nietzsche's argument here to be something like the following. The plausibility of one results from a kind of fascination with the idea of unconditional obligations, but the most plausible explanation for this fascination is that it arises out of an extreme need for order and predictability, which is a frequently encountered trait of weak and helpless people who face a potentially dangerous and unstable environment, and who are understandably ready to grasp at virtually any means to introduce regularity into their world. And unconditional obligation is one that could be counted on no matter what, and hence one would be to introduce a high degree of predictability into at least some portion of the world. People who are especially strong or competent in a particular domain or respect, Nietzsche thinks, don't need to fear the lack of absolute, unconditional predictability in that domain. If they are truly strong and competent, they will expect to be able to deal with whatever comes up, even with the unpredictable and unexpected. If one adds to this account that slaves, in addition to being weak, as Nietzsche assumes, will also be likely to have as their basic direct experience of the social order the absolute commands given to them by their masters, it wouldn't be surprising if slaves developed the bad taste of a fascination with unconditional obligation. So Nietzsche wishes to reverse what he takes to have been traditional prejudice, to keep looking for the absolute, the unconditional, the essential, which is just the set of properties a thing can absolutely reliably be expected to have, is not a sign of special superiority or profundity, but of a servile disposition too weak to tolerate disorder, complexity, ambiguity, and the unpredictable. The above isn't, of course, an argument against the existence of unconditional obligations, but then Nietzsche thinks it is as much of an argument against them as any argument has been given for them. Given the kind of thesis this is, psychological considerations about the type of person who is most likely to find this approach to morality plausible are, Nietzsche believes, perfectly appropriate. It is no argument against Nietzsche's views here to claim that it is in some sense necessary or highly desirable for us to introduce order and predictability into our social world by assigning unconditional obligations to one thing or another, because otherwise things wouldn't be too chaotic for human life to continue. Whether or not this is true, it is not incompatible with the Nietzschean view I have just described. All humans may just be so weak that we need this kind of order. In the first instance, Nietzsche merely wishes to claim a connection between the need for order, which lies, he thinks, behind the ascription of absolute obligations, and the relative level of strength and weakness of those who feel the need to ascribe such obligations. It is a complete separate issue whether or not some person or people might be so strong as to be unable to dispense with the very idea of an unconditional obligation altogether. Nietzsche goes so far in rejecting the universality of morality as to assert at one point that it is immoral to hold that the same moral code should apply to all. To the extent to which he gives reasons for this rejection which go beyond appeals to taste, these reasons seem to depend on his doctrines of rank ordering and the pathos of distance. Footnote. Nietzsche rejects both the view that the prescriptions of morality should apply equally to all, and that the proper moral evaluations should be such that anyone could in principle agree to them. End footnote. Nietzsche believes that, in general, the creation of positive values, the elevation of the human type, can result only from what he calls the pathos of distance. Footnote. The slave revolt of morality was a historically unique event and did not succeed in creating new positive values, but only reactive ones. End footnote. The pathos of distance is the long-lasting feeling in the part of the higher ruling order of its total superiority in relation to a lower order, and although this feeling may eventually take a more sublimated form, its origin will be accrued relations of physical domination of one group over another, that is, in some form of slavery. Only such a distance between rank orders generates the requisite tension, as it were, to allow new values to be created. So originally, slavery is not just instrumentally necessary in order to provide, for instance, leisure for members of the upper classes to produce and appreciate various cultural artifacts, but rather slaves were a kind of social psychological necessity, because only if the members of the group have others to look down on, and despite as wholly inferior, will they be able to create positive values. Footnote. Nietzsche uses the phrase create values both in the sense of inventing new kinds of values or conceptions of value and in the sense of creating new objects of value. End footnote. Valuing, Nietzsche thinks, is an inherently discriminatory activity. It is a positing of one thing as better than something else, and if this discrimination is to be active and positive, it must arise out of the positive sense of self that can exist only in a society of rank orders, i.e., where this kind of distance exists. Footnote. Unfortunately, Nietzsche never discusses in detail the relation between his doctrine of the pathos of distance as the origin of value and the distinction between active and reactive forms of willing. Obviously, Nietzsche must think that aristocratic evaluations that arise from this pathos of distance are active, not reactive, although they in some sense require the existence of the slaves as objects of contempt, but how exactly this is to be understood is not completely clear. Deleuze, 1962, sees the problem and suggests that active/reactive and yea-saying/nay-saying are two separate distinctions. This seems right, but I fail to see how it solves the difficulty. End footnote. Nietzsche's main objection to universal forms of morality is that they tend to break down the rank ordering in society. In rank-ordered society, there will be different codes of governing behavior among members of the same rank and behavior of the members of one rank to those to another. If the rank ordering of a society is undermined, the pathos of distance will be in danger of disappearing, and the society will run the risk of losing the ability to produce new positive values. A society unable to produce new positive values is decadent, and Nietzsche seems to think that such decadence is self-evidently the worst thing that can happen to a society. This line of argument presupposes that one can give a relatively clear sense to the distinction between active, positive valuation and negative, reactive valuation, and that the health, which consists in the continued ability to produce new positive values, is the most appropriate final framework for discussing forms of morality. So theses 1 and 2 are to be rejected. Notoriously, Nietzsche denies that there is any such thing as a free will. His denial that this will is free doesn't imply that he thinks the will is unfree, enslaved, or in bondage. Rather, he holds that the whole concept pair of free/unfree is a fiction having no real application to the will. Footnote. Since this point is often misunderstood, let me repeat it in a slightly different form. When Nietzsche denies that the will is free, this is not best understood as like the denial, the tomato is not poisonous because it is edible, i.e. non-poisonous, but rather as like the denial I would express if I were to say in a society which divides all the days in the week into lucky and unlucky days. Fridays is not an unlucky day because the whole contrast, lucky/unlucky, has no useful application to the days of the week. End footnote. Free will was an invention of weak people, slaves, who appropriated a certain contingently existing grammatical distinction to be found in Indo-European languages, the distinction between the grammatical subject of a sentence and its predicate, and transposed this distinction into the realm of metaphysics. Just as the grammatical subject can be distinguished from the grammatical predicate, so also, they claimed, there stands an entity, the subject, agent, self, ego, behind every activity. Just as one can affirm or deny that the predicate applies to the subject remaining the while the same, so similarly the I or self or ego stands separate from and indifferent to possible actions, so that it is genuinely open question whether it will perform a certain action or not. That it is purportedly such an open question means, for the slave, that the agent has free will. The slaves then proceed to connect forms of moral evaluation with the correct or incorrect use of free will. Nietzsche thinks it is a mistake to believe that there is a separate agent standing apart from and behind action. All there is activity itself. There isn't any it that rains or thunders, just raining and thundering. An activity can be more or less forceful, a human being more or less powerful, even to stretch language a bit, a will stronger or weaker. But none of this implies that people have free choice to be or not be what and who they are and act accordingly. With the invention of free will, the slaves pursue two related goals at once. First of all, the fiction of free will allows them to aggrandize themselves falsely by turning their real weakness into grounds for self-congratulation. In fact, they are not aggressive or successful because they are weak, but they now have the resources to give an account of this deficiency as morally meritorious. Instead of feeling weak, realizing that they can't do certain things, they feel morally superior, and thus in some sense strong, because they falsely believe that they could have done various things which they didn't actually do, but never did because they meritoriously chose never to do them. The second goal is that of confounding and debilitating the strong as much as possible. If the slaves can succeed in lodging their fictitious notion of free will with some of its associated baggage in the minds of those who are stronger, they will have improved the conditions of their life considerably. To the extent to which the strong come to think of themselves as having free will, they will in fact begin to have a tendency to separate themselves from their actions, and this will tend to make them less powerfully and spontaneously active than before, a situation advantageous to the slaves. Given this account of free will, Nietzsche believes he can reject theses 3 and 4 out of hand, and since the distinction between good and evil depends on the slave's notion of free will, theses 5 too. Guilt, remorse, and the sense of sin, etc., are, Nietzsche believes, moralizing misinterpretations of underlying physiological positions. Guilt arises originally as the expectation that I will suffer pain because of failure to discharge my debts. Since cruelty, the pleasure of inflicting suffering on others, is, Nietzsche thinks, natural to humans, and since justice requires that commercial transactions equivalents be exchanged for equivalents, it is also natural for a creditor whose debtor has defaulted to demand this in the form of a warrant to inflict that amount of pain, and the debtor, which will give the creditor pleasure equivalent to the pain the creditor incurred by the default. Footnote. Oddly enough, Nietzsche thinks that this notion of exchange of equivalents in commercial transactions is older than even the most rudimentary forms of social organization. End footnote. A strong empirical association of ideas thus gets established between failure to discharge obligations and the expectation of suffering pain. Furthermore, as Nietzsche believes, with urbanization people are forced to live ever closer proximity with each other, and natural forms of aggression, which primitive nomads could easily discharge outward without too much harm to themselves, and which in nomadic conditions might even be thought to be socially useful and thus rewarded, become inhibited. In the narrow confines of the early cities, more self-restraint becomes necessary. However, the aggression which is denied discharge outward doesn't just disappear. Rather, people come to turn it against themselves in a variety of increasingly subtle ways. They develop a need to vent their aggression on themselves to make themselves suffer. It is also the case that in many societies at a certain point, the relation between the individual and the society as a whole comes to reinterpreted as one of debt. As an individual, I am thought to receive certain valuable benefits from society, e.g. production, and what I owe in return is conformity to the customary morality. The need to suffer, described above, can then be appropriate for this notion of debt to society. I can learn to impose suffering on myself in the form of bad conscience if I violate the customary morality. Footnote. Nietzsche distinguishes two stages in the genesis of bad conscience. First, there is the process of internalization. Instead of fear that I will suffer at the hands of another because I have failed to repay an external debt, I began to make myself suffer because of failure to repay some internal debt, i.e. failure to obey the dictates of the morality traditional in my society. Then this need to punish can be moralized, by being supplied by the categories of evil, sin, etc. When my bad conscience has been moralized, I won't just try to punish myself for non-traditional behavior, but I will feel myself to be evil, sinful, guilty, etc. End footnote. The idea that a sense of guilt or remorse is a result of awareness that I am evil because I have acted in an evil way is a late, moralizing interpretation of this underlying physiological or perhaps physio-psychological condition, which is really just a combination of fear and the need to direct aggression towards myself. Similarly, in The Genealogy of Morality, section 3, 16-20, Nietzsche has a lengthy and subtle account of the way in which sin is a moralizing misinterpretation of the various states of physical and psychological debility. This takes care of thesis 6. Section 3. There seem then to be two related kinds of objections Nietzsche has to the morality derived from Christianity. 1. It is based on a series of particular mistakes and errors, especially on a series of moralizing misinterpretations of natural or physiological facts. 2. It in general claims for itself the wrong kind of status, posits itself as absolute and universal. At this point, I would like to add a qualification to the previous discussion. At the start, I spoke in a rather undifferentiated way about Nietzsche's rejection of traditional morality, but it is actually part of Nietzsche's project to undercut as much as possible what he takes to be forms of naivete that characterized traditional discussion in ethics, namely the assumption that a given view or form of morality had to be absolutely accepted or rejected once and for all at all times, in all places, and for all people. Acceptance or rejection are for him much more context-dependent. The question in ethics is not, is this the right way to act, live, feel, etc. for everyone, everywhere, at all times, but what are the particular strengths and weaknesses of this form of morality for this person or group of people at this time? Footnote. At The Will to Power, Section 4, Nietzsche analyzes some of the strengths and advantages of Christian morality. End footnote. Nietzsche doesn't wish to blame the proponents of the traditional Christian morality for being what they are, and developing the views, beliefs, habits, and attitudes they needed to make their way in the world. He points out, though, that many of those views are false, and makes two predictions. A. It will become increasingly difficult for people in the modern world to avoid realizing that the beliefs are false, and B. That the dissolution of these beliefs will cause serious social and cultural dislocation. Supporters of traditional forms of morality may see in the falsehood per se grounds for rejecting Christian morality wholesale, but that is an internal difficulty for traditional morality, Christian morality, committed as it is to a peculiar absolutist conception of truth. Nietzsche states repeatedly and with all requisite explicitness that he has no objections to lies or illusions in themselves. Illusion, shine, is necessary for life, and there would be no point in being against it simpliciter. That Christian morality attempts to set itself absolutely against such shine is another one of its limitations. Similarly, it is a mistake for traditional morality to consider itself the only exclusive and universal morality, but sometimes a narrowing of horizons may be one of the conditions of human growth and flourishing. Even if Nietzsche does reject the traditional morality for himself, he doesn't follow that he thinks its proponents must be necessarily all reject it too, or even that they would be a good idea for them to all give it up. Nietzsche may not think that he himself is bound by the canons of Christian morality, but whether or not it is a good idea for others to hold themselves bound depends on what particular needs Christianity might serve for them, a topic about which much could be said in individual cases. Of course, Nietzsche by his writing has made it more difficult for a proponent of the traditional morality to hold fast to it and to hold others to it, because he has focused attention on aspects of it that it would be difficult for traditional morality to acknowledge and deal with, for instance, the errors on which it is based, but that is a separate issue. If Nietzsche does not, then, object to Christian morality because it is based on particular false beliefs or because it erroneously claims absolute status for itself, perhaps he objects to it because it is coercive, repressive, or tyrannical. He might have nothing against lying, but have a rooted dislike of lies invented for the sake of justifying coercion. This would be a third possible line of objection. Unfortunately, Nietzsche also clearly has nothing against coercion or tyranny per se. They too can be conditions of growth. If Nietzsche's remark about breeding can be given any weight at all, they seem to indicate that under certain circumstances, significant forms of coercion might even be highly desirable. Finally, there is in Nietzsche obvious admiration for the Platonic lie, the resolute, honest lie told for the sake of imposing forms of social coercion. The passage at Genealogy of Morality, section 3, number 19, in which Nietzsche contrasts the honest lie of Plato with the dishonest lying of Christianity, suggests that perhaps honesty is the crucial dimension. I take it that an honest lie is a lie told by someone who knows clearly that it is an untruth and tells it resolutely nonetheless. I tell a dishonest lie when I am half deceiving myself while telling an untruth to another. A fourth possible version of Nietzsche's objection to Christian morality could then run, 4. Traditional morality is based on dishonest lies, perhaps invented to justify repression and coercion. Perhaps there is something especially disreputable about dishonest lying, although it is hard to see how there can be anything especially wrong in half deceiving myself if there is nothing inherently wrong in completely deceiving others. Perhaps Nietzsche is opposed to dishonest lying because he thinks it both a result of weakness and an obstacle to my strength. I gain no obvious advantage from lying to myself of the kind I may gain from lying to others, so if I lie to myself, I must have some reason. One plausible reason, Nietzsche thinks, is that I am too weak to face the truth. One can also imagine various ways in which half-deceiving oneself one might thought to sap one's strength or to make one less effective in dealing with others. This line of objection would then reduce to the claim that Christianity sapped human strength or vitality. Another possible approach might start from the fact that Nietzsche describes Christian morality as a form of counter-nature. This might be connected with passages in which Nietzsche speaks of humanity as a plant, which must be made to grow and flourish. Some moralities, at some times and under certain circumstances, contribute to the flourishing of this plant, while others stunt its growth. Nietzsche clearly has the hothouse rather than the lawn in mind when he uses this botanical imagery. The flourishing of the plant, humanity, does not consist in the survival of the maximal number or more or less homogeneous healthy blades, but in the production of a few individual human orchids, highest specimens. These highest individual specimens are what arouse our admiration, and their existence can be said to justify humanity as a whole. So the fifth position Nietzschean objection would run is 5. Traditional morality is contrary to nature in that it renders more difficult the emergence of the individual highest specimens of humanity. The operative part of this claim is the second part, i.e. what follows in that above, because the term nature is highly ambiguous, and in at least some important senses of the term, it is, for Nietzsche, no objection to say that something is contrary to nature. Thus he writes, every morality, in contrast to the policy of laisser aller, is a piece of tyranny against nature, also against reason. That, however, is no objection to the morality unless one were to decree on the basis of some morality that all forms of tyranny and unreason were not allowed. If nature doesn't provide a standard against which we can measure moralities, perhaps life does. In the new preface to the second edition of The Birth of Tragedy, Nietzsche claims that one of the major questions his work raises is, what is the significance of morality viewed from the perspective of life? Perhaps the highest specimens are the highest because they exhibit a special vitality or represent life at its most intense. There is little doubt that life, and the self-affirmation of life in Nietzsche, does seem to function as a criteria for evaluating moralities. Sometimes Nietzsche even speaks in a way that suggests that the course of human history is the story of life affirming itself in whatever way is possible under given circumstances, for instance in his discussion of the priestly reevaluation of values, which leads to the ascendancy of a set of life-denying forms of valuation. Paradoxically, Nietzsche suggests here that this event can itself be seen as a way in which life is affirming itself. If life really does affirm itself, in one way or another, at best it can, under given circumstances, and if those circumstances are in a given case those of a wholly debilitated population, which is in danger of giving up on existence altogether, committing the kind of mass suicide Nietzsche thinks will be a very tempting option for such a population, the most vital form of willing possible might be willing to negate life in a focused, structured way. This may be a very astute psychological observation about how to best deal with certain forms of social malaise. That isn't the issue here. Rather, the question is whether one can speak of life as an underlying form of metaphysical agency which does things. Prima facie, this kind of appeal to life would seem to be incompatible with Nietzsche's general strictures on positing agents that stand behind activities, and also with one of the most interesting features of the discussion of history in Nietzsche's mature works, namely the denial that there is an underlying logic of history. History, for Nietzsche, is just a sequence of contingent conjunctions, accidental encounters, and fortuitous collisions, not in the story of the unitary development or self-expression of some single underlying non-empirical agency. Contingency is such a striking property of much of history that it is perhaps not easy for us to see in what sense Nietzsche is not just stating the obvious. One well-known way of thinking about history in the 19th century Germany, however, saw the superficial contingency of individual events in history as fully compatible with the existence of an underlying logic of history. Thus, for Hegel, history is really the story of spirit progressively realizing itself in time, but spirit, a non-natural agency, does this by using available, contingent human passions, interests, etc. This means that the first and superficial, but by no means false, explanation of why Caesar crossed the Rubicon, to use Hegel's own example, would refer to accidental properties of his personality and psychology, for instance, his ambition. A deeper explanation would have to appeal to a number of interconnected metaphysical notions and the ways in which it was teleologically necessary that these notions be instantiated in time. The crossing of the Rubicon would finally be explained by showing why an act like that was a necessary part of the way in which self-conscious reason and spirit realized itself in history. The two explanations of the same action are for Hegel not merely compatible, but complementary. One might think that Nietzsche's account of the slave revolt of morality had this kind of two-tiered structure. The first and superficial account of the origin of the dominant form of modern morality refers to a specific contingent historical event, the slave revolt, as a result of which a set of life-negating values gets established. The actual course of this set of events, and even, to some extent, the fact that they took place at all, is a matter of accident. Footnote. Nietzsche's view here is like the one I ascribed to him about free will/determinism. It isn't so much that he thinks historical events are contingent in some positive sense, but that the distinction contingent/necessary is useless to the study of history. Since 19th century philosophers of history stress necessity, it is convenient in exposition to emphasize contingency, but I actually think Nietzsche would prefer to avoid the distinction altogether. End footnote. As Nietzsche describes it, the slave revolt depends on the contingent fact that a certain ruling group divides itself internally into a military faction and a priestly faction. The priestly subcaste begins to use terms referring specifically to forms of ritual purity to differentiate itself and eventually loses out in a struggle for power with the military subcaste. The priests decide to make common cause with the slaves, who happen to speak a language which has the grammatical distinction between subject and predicate, etc. There is nothing necessary about any of this. The actual course of events and the particular form the resulting system of evaluations will take will depend on contingent conjunctions. There could, however, one might think, if one wanted to pursue this line of thought, a second and deeper level of analysis. At this deeper level, what was really happening in such a seemingly accidental conjunctions was that life was maximally affirming itself. Even through the superficial form this self-negating affirmation took was the creation of a system of life-negating values. Much more, of course, would have to be said about this, but in principle there need be nothing inconsistent in such a two-tiered theory. It would be structurally similar to Hegel's view. If Nietzsche's own views really had this structure, he would have just relapsed into the kind of German metaphysics of a real deep structure, partially hidden behind an apparently different structure, which it was one of his major achievements to have rejected. Perhaps he does occasionally relapse, or rather he seems clearly to be relapsing all the time, but it is not uncommon characteristic of theoretical innovators not to have full control of their own most original insights. In any case, the philosophically most interesting parts of his work are those in which he undercuts two-tiered philosophies of history of the Hegelian sort. He would have been well advised to have set his face even more relentlessly than he did both against speculative philosophies of history and against the metaphysics of life he inherited from Schopenhauer. Whatever difficulties there might be about construing some of Nietzsche's pronouncements of life as compatible with his general criticism of metaphysics are compounded when one considers his doctrine of the will to power. Life, it turns out, isn't after all the final standard. Life is constantly trying to overcome itself and is in fact always sacrificing itself for the sake of power. Life is then at best a first approximation of the standard for measuring and evaluating moralities. Life itself is essentially will to power. Whether or not it is a metaphysical doctrine, isn't this in fact Nietzsche's final view? Certain human specimens are higher than others to the extent to which they represent higher concentrations of will to power. The final view would be a teleological one. The goal is the increased concentration of will to power. That is good which furthers this goal, that is bad which hinders it. If coercion, deception, etc., are in certain circumstances efficacious in increasing the concentration of the will to power, then they are to that extent good. Traditional morality is to be rejected because it now, in general, hinders the accumulation of will to power, although perhaps in the past and even in the present, in some unusual circumstances, it might be or might have been conducive to the growth of will to power. Section 4. One can't miss this strand of thought in Nietzsche, that Christianity is to be rejected because it opposes the will to power, the vital human desire to be lord and master, to subordinate others to our commands and appropriate their energies, even if this requires the sacrifice of our biological existence. It is this very last part of the claim that causes difficulties. If will to power were very closely connected with more or less empirical biological urges, we might have a chance to determine what its content would be, what it would require in any given circumstance, e.g. self-preservation of the relevant biological entity. It seems, however, that it is just as likely, or rather even more likely, that the concentration of will to power will require thwarting and opposing anything we could understand as biological impulses or urges in any straightforward sense. Perhaps the situation isn't so desperate. If will to power doesn't have very determinate biological content, surely it has a sufficiently clear political content. Surely people sometimes do risk various aspects of their biological well-being in order to be the ones who command, and surely this thought is sufficiently determinate to be enlightening. Unfortunately, it seems that just as the will to power can oppose what biology demands, so too can it find itself in direct opposition to the usual forms of political Herrschaft. The founding of the Second Empire in 1871 actually thwarted the will to power of German Geist, which had been about to claim hegemony. In Europe, the highest specimens may be commanding figures, but the sense in which they are commanding doesn't seem to have much to do with the concentration of political power in anything like the usual sense. Goethe, isn't exemplary by virtue of anything having to do with his position or activity at the court in Weimar. What seems more important in the case of many of the instances Nietzsche cites and discusses when he speaks of highest specimens is that they are in some way admirable. Goethe is an instance of an especially high degree of human flourishing, not because he is politically powerful, but because his life and works arouse admiration. Of course, the fact that he arouses admiration may in fact increase his power, in that others may follow his lead, do as he suggests or commands, etc., but to look at Goethe from the perspective of human flourishing is to look at what in him and his work inspires admiration, not at his political power. Sometimes, to be sure, what inspires admiration may be the way military or political power is acquired or wielded, as in the case of Napoleon, whom Nietzsche seems to have admired. But military and political power alone won't necessarily be high on the scale of concentration of will to power. The Second Empire has political and military power in abundance, but isn't admirable, and Nietzsche is opposed to it as he is to Christianity. This position may seem counterintuitive because the strong impression many readers have is that one of Nietzsche's basic claims is that finally only power, in something like our everyday sense of the term, is truly admirable. I'm suggesting that when Nietzsche is at his most interesting, he doesn't think that admiration is locked onto power, in the usual sense, as its object, and admiration is what is finally important for him. Will to power is an empty metaphysical concept. Being vital, flourishing, being a higher specimen, means being able to inspire admiration. There seems also to be no single substantive trait which all higher specimens have in common, by virtue of which they succeed in getting themselves admired. They are admired in different ways for different reasons. Admiration, Bewunderung, and its opposite, disgust, Ekel, are for Nietzsche two of the most powerful internal forces that move human beings. Footnote. Actually, admiration seems to have a second opposite, contempt. I can't here pursue the analysis of admiration, contempt, and disgust in Nietzsche, but I think this, in principle, would be well worth doing. End footnote. Both admiration and disgust in the first instance are elicited by and directed at concrete individual objects, persons, or situations, and what will be an object of admiration or of disgust varies from person to person and from time to time. In a sense, the most important fact about a given person for Nietzsche is which particular objects or people that person finds admirable at what time, and which disgusting, and why. There are no naturally or antecedently fixed criteria of what is worthy of admiration. It doesn't follow from this that no generalizations whatever are possible about what sorts of things a given person or group of people tends to admire, but such generalizations can at best be only first approximations or crude rules of thumb. Extreme uniformity, consistency, and predictability of admiration may occur, but if it does, it doesn't indicate convergence to correct perception of some objective properties, but rather is more likely to signify that some extraneous social pressure is operating. Usually this means that some dominant group is enforcing uniformity in order to maintain its own position, or that one is looking at an especially unperceptive group of particularly boring people, deadbeats unable to respond to anything novel or to reevaluate what they already know. Although there are no objective properties of people, actions, and things by virtue of which they are inherently worthy of being admired, it is also not the case that I, or we, can simply decide, in the usual sense of decide, what things we will now admire. To say that a higher specimen is something that succeeds in getting itself admired is to say that I, or you, or we, really do admire it, not just that we say we do, or even that we try assiduously to admire it, although it is also the case that sometimes, but not always, trying hard enough will eventually enable me to admire something I may originally have been indifferent to, or only pretended to admire. Just as one can't really live the life of a Bronze Age chief, a samurai, or a tectonic knight in the 1990s Western Europe, although perhaps one can admire some of the traits such people exhibited, so equally, whether or not one can really admire certain people or acts will depend on a variety of factors, some having to do with external circumstances and some with my own existing habits, reactions, personality traits, projects, etc. My own reactions of admiration or disgust won't either be a simple deterministic product of natural or social forces, because I can influence them to some extent, nor will they be something I can simply turn on and off ad libitum. Again, the Christian sharp dichotomy determined/free is, Nietzsche thinks, useless or rather counterproductive in trying to allow us to get a firm conceptual grasp on this topic. The extent to which an individual person will be able to reform, control, or redirect his or her admiration or disgust will vary itself. People of strong character will in general be able to do this more than others will. One way, then, to think about what we commonly call a morality is a set of forms of admiration and disgust congealed into socially established catalogues of oughts and ought-nots. Nietzsche's account of the ought in question here proceeds in its suggestive stages, like the gradual unpeeling of an onion, and is important not to confuse the stages. For purposes of simplicity of exposition, I will distinguish three such stages. First, for most of people in 19th century Europe, Christianity or one of its derivatives is a central element of their morality. For such Christians and post-Christians, the important oughts form a catalogue of the appropriate virtues and vices for which the members of a universal mutual aid society of slaves. We ought to admire those who would be good members of such a society and feel disgust at those who do not. Nietzsche subjects this moralizing Christian ought to a number of criticisms, some of which have been canvassed earlier in this essay. In the second place, there are free spirits who have distanced themselves in varying degrees from the Christian insistencies of morality, but who may still feel the bite of some elements originally derived from the Christian synthesis. Thus, in the Verrede to Daybreak, Nietzsche describes himself as standing under the domination of the originally Christian virtue of truthfulness and its associated oughts. He still thinks that one ought to strive to find the final truth about the world and face up to it. Something like a morality with its own kind of Verbindlichkeit is possible here among free spirits, although a highly individualistic one in which the virtues of social cooperation will have perhaps a fragile and uncertain standing. Truthful admiration or disgust could give rise to various oughts, such that I ought to emulate what I truthfully admire, i.e. what I find I really admire when I have found out the truth about it. Finally, however, and this is the third of the stages of Nietzsche's discussion, if one takes truthfulness to its limit, one will gradually lose one's hold on what one ought could conceivably mean at all, what non-illusory sense it might have for someone to think that something ought to be the case, which in fact it is not. Seen from a sufficiently non-anthropocentric perspective, from the viewpoint of the most radical truthfulness, the world is just what it is, a huge historically and spatially extended brute fact. In fact, up there, where the air is clear, it might start to become increasingly difficult to think that there was any real point to being truthful at all. This position, which Nietzsche sometimes calls his nihilism, isn't comfortably inhabitable by an individual human being in the long run. Nietzsche thinks, however, that such nihilism may be the fate of contemporary society. Since human cognitive capabilities are social developments of biological phenomena, not sparks of the divine fire, there aren't any reason to assume a priori that the concepts and theories we are capable of coming up with will be coherent, consistent, and fully determinate, or that they will have clear application at all far beyond what is needed for our direct survival and our normal social life. Beyond these limits, we should rather expect our thinking and valuing to lose their determinacy. It isn't at all clear whether or not this last thought is consoling or further demoralizing, and that in itself is probably for Nietzsche a further sign of our weakness. Section 5. This would seem, then, to leave one with a very anarchic doctrine. Many varieties of human types and individuals exist. Some are admirable, i.e. admired by some people at some times, others disgusting. If you are the kind of person with a refined capacity for admiration and disgust, you will probably find yourself drawn by your admiration for certain paradigmatic exemplars of particular properties to act in certain ways, which may make you in turn an object of admiration. To be admirable is always to be admired by someone, whether that be God, the gods, other people, or oneself. Although the doctrine is anarchic, the world it describes need not be completely chaotic. In this world of shifting forms of admiration and disgust, a better or worse can be distinguished in that I can succeed in my projects and enterprises, and that is more admirable to those who I endorse those projects than failure would be. Of course, what I call success, others may call failure because they define the project differently. What for the Romans is failure, e.g. the crucifixion and death of Jesus, can be success for Christians. There is no set of projects that has automatic standing for all humans and constrains within itself its own irrefutable answer to the question, why try to do that? That does not imply, of course, that certain forms of this question might not have irrefutable answers for particular people. Luther, perhaps, really could do no other. Not even self-preservation is a project that is automatically self-validating for all. Martyrdom is not an inherently incoherent project. Footnote. Although there are some striking similarities between Nietzsche's views and those of Hobbes, there are also two important differences. First, Nietzsche denies that self-preservation should be central to our thinking about human life. Biological self-preservation is not an overriding concern for humans. Rather, Nietzsche holds, significant numbers of humans are willing to put their lives at risk for the sake of leading what they think would be a worthwhile life. Nowadays, we associate this kind of view with Hegel, but it is common enough in Germany in the 19th century. Nietzsche had notoriously little interest in or knowledge of Hegel, so it is unlikely that there's any direct influence here. Second, Nietzsche would have no truck with anything like Hobbes's conception of a law of nature, as a precept or general rule found out by reason. A law of nature would fall afoul of Nietzsche's general criticisms of concepts of reason. End footnote. In the analysis, there is just the mass of human individuals and groups exercising power or being dominated, succeeding or failing at various projects, and at slightly eccentric angle to this world of direct action, a flux of admiration of various things by various people, and of disgust at various things by various people who have or have not tried and have or have not succeeded in influencing their own reactions of admiration and disgust. This gives rise to a wide variety of different oughts of different forces and imports. There is no neutral external point from which any one of these oughts could be incontrovertibly grounded. In one sense, this is a very important fact indeed. One is tempted to say that it is the most important fact there is for the servile philosopher in search of the unconditioned, but it is also in another sense of little real significance practically. We live in a world in which we are abundantly supplied with oughts, and we have, and are in fact to some extent in the grip of, our own reactions of disgust and admiration. These won't disappear. Just thinking about them differently won't change them. To modify them would require a long and complex process with an uncertain outcome. I may try to learn to admire what people I admire value. I may or may not succeed. My and our reactions of admiration and disgust may motivate us to try to ensure that certain objects of admiration, including perhaps certain admirable ways of being, attain a more stable existence, or that the conditions of the emergence of such objects and ways of being are made as propitious as possible. We may also be motivated to try to prevent disgusting forms of life and action. Part of the way in which we might go about doing this is by enforcing through public institutionalized sanctions certain ways of behaving. We might even hope eventually to succeed in causing those around us to internalize certain ways of feeling, reacting, evaluating, and thinking. Especially in cases in which a certain group of people succeeds in imposing such a set of predictable ways of acting and evaluating, oriented toward the production of admired objects and the suppression of disgusting objects and forms of behavior, not just on others but also on themselves, we will be likely to speak of a paradigmatic case of morality. These more or less systematized forms of feeling and judging possess Verbindlichkeit to the extent to which they are socially enforced, or to the extent to which they arise out of a complex history in which physiological facts, forms of social pressure, and individual efforts have interacted to produce a state in which they actually have a hold on people, or to the extent to which they really are necessary or highly useful for the generation and preservation of particular kinds of admired human types and individuals. If Venice, i.e. Venice as a social and cultural enterprise, matrix for the production of admired human individuals and works of art, perhaps itself is an object of identification and esteem, is not to fall into decadence, the waters in the canals must be controlled, but also this set of customs, this form of evaluating, feeling, and willing, may be necessary and thus verbindlich. If the demands of controlling the level of water in the canals and of admired forms of living conflict, it isn't obvious, or Nietzsche thinks, obviously good that the demands of sanitization win out. Any morality which will represent only one choice among potentially infinite plurality of possible objects of admiration, although it won't be a choice any individual human being makes ad libitum. As such, it will always float over a lagoon of anarchic, partially unstructured acts of individual admiration and disgust. A morality is one way of regimenting the multiplicitous florescence of human growth among others, and has no ground beyond historical inertia and the fact that it is, or can effectively claim to be, necessary or overwhelmingly beneficial for the survival and protection of certain admired human types. Realizing this with complete clarity won't in itself necessarily undermine the Verbindlichkeit of the morality in question, if, of course, one turns away from a historically given admired type with disgust and indifference, or if the morality for whatever reason ceases to be necessary for the production of the admired type, then the morality will lose its Verbindlichkeit. Philosophers, Nietzsche thinks, are to be lawgivers and commanders. Their task will be to create new values, new forms and objects of admiration, and to help elaborate the kinds of socially anchored feeling, belief, and forms of living and evaluating which will form the horizon within which new values are most likely to be realized. This will require coercion because few admirable things arise completely spontaneously. The philosopher will realize that the resulting morality is a human invention, a shine, a dream, if you will, resting ultimately only on highly variable forms of human admiration. Nevertheless, the appropriate attitude toward the new morality will be one described by Nietzsche in The Birth of Tragedy when speaking of Apollonian art. Es ist ein Traum, ich will ein weiter träumen.